determining necessary, unnecessary, justified, unjustified, worthwhile, vain, beneficial, detrimental. Materialism, nor this dualism with abstracta emerging from the concreta somehow, that which is without abstracta emerging concrete abstract, that which is without abstracta emerging abstracta, none of those things can account for our human experience. It does not make human experience intelligible. Rather, it is only the word of the Lord Yahweh, who makes the world intelligible. Well, God bless everyone in here, especially you brothers in here. Peace.
Yeah, bless you, brother.
Love. Can I get a witness from the congregation?
Never heard that before.
You know there has to be a creator, right? Hey, Extremist says you agree there has to there's a logical antecedent that the Earth was created.
No. Why are you asking me anyway?
I just feel like you're the only person here maybe that would say no. I don't know actually. I don't know how to pronounce your name with the penguin, but a penguin avatar. Do you agree that there's like a logical antecedent that the Earth was designed?
That would be Hoymar.
All right. Extremist says why? Why not?
Why? I don't know. I just thought I'd say no.
He believes in spontaneous manifestations.
I got a question for you, Witsa, if you can hear me.
Yeah.
You believe in creation?
Yeah. Yeah.
You believe in God?
Yes. I mean that is a term, but yeah, creator. Yeah.
So, I mean, would you call yourself like a Christian? You follow the Bible?
Yes.
Okay, so I kind of wanted to pose it to Gregory, so I'm not really holding anybody accountable or nothing like that. I'm just curious because question that I had come up earlier. I don't think I'm going to get an answer from the guy that I'm talking to, but so it says, Gregory said that God is the supreme creator, right? He created everything. Does that mean that he created like the devil?
Well, that's an interesting conversation as to what the devil is.
That's kind of a philosophical question.
My answer would be, though, my answer is overall pretty simple. It's like in order to create anything, right? So for you to have like justice or perfection or anything like that, then the opposite has to exist.
Why?
I would argue that differently,
how
though.
would it even exist or be defined? Like, how could there be a choice of righteousness if there's no like comparable standard for righteousness?
Well, I get it. It would just be blanket existence. Go ahead, Paul. Sorry.
That's okay. No, I didn't want to jump over with it. I kind of come at it a little different angle. Yes, God created Satan, But you got to define what, to kind of go a little bit along what Witz is saying, but I would go a little differently. I would say to have evil, you have to know what good is. And ultimately, evil is the absence of good. So, because you can't, evil just doesn't exist on its own. So like if I'm supposed to love my neighbor, but I kill my neighbor, that's evil, or whatever you want to illustrate that. If I'm supposed to reflect the image of God and I don't, that would be considered evil. I mean, like I was saying earlier, if you were here. And I don't think evil existed until I would say I agree with this. Evil doesn't exist without choice. Choice is necessary for evil to exist.
So that's kind of how the conversation has gone to, right? Like the guy says that per the Bible, from a biblical standpoint, man was not created imperfect. Man became imperfect in the Garden of Eden when we chose to eat the apple, right? The fruit of knowledge. So
yeah, choice. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good.
Well, choice is not imperfection. I'm saying.
Right. So my question would be, why would a God create a quote unquote perfect being to be tempted to have the choice to be tempted into becoming imperfect? You know what I mean?
Because, well, like, what value of life would you have without choice?
Well, I kind of.
I don't know
Can
if
you
that's
truly
me or him.
express love without? I'm talking. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that might have been me. Sorry, buddy. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm driving, so I don't know if I'm fading in and out or not.
You're good.
Okay, like most things that have of moral value, choice has to be involved with it. For example, love. If you to truly love somebody, there has to be a choice involved with that. It's not a feeling; it's an action, and actions require choice. Courage, choice to overcome fear instead of getting into fear. Most moral things that are of good, substantial worth, choice isn't necessary. But of course, the byproduct of that is bad. It's the evil. Go ahead.
If you were going to create something without choice, what would be the purpose of said creation, though?
All right, I want to respond to Witsit here. You repeated your answer to Hammer there, I think, and your response was him detailing like the temptation, like there is temptation, and that led to the knowledge. And by your answer, you're kind of implying that Adam and Eve were living a worthless life. Like, how can there be value to life if there's no choice? And I'm kind of putting words in your mouth, but just in the way you answered his question, right? Now that they know that there's a choice between good and evil, now the life has value, but before their lives were valueless.
No, they were made with choice intrinsically from the very beginning. That's my whole point.
Okay, then it just doesn't seem like a proper answer to Hammer's question, because that's how you answered his question. Why would he create people to be tempted? Like, why would he put that temptation in front of them?
Well, I even paraphrased it. First of all, if you actually look at the Hebrew, like to divine, and there's like personification of a snake, to divine is actually one of the translations of the word. Like to divine something, as if she became aware of possibility. But like either way, my point is, if the creation didn't have choices, then what would be the purpose of even making it? So how do you define choice then? Or I guess the question is, why didn't he limit the choices? Because I've never heard anyone answer my question. I mean, people don't find it particularly satisfactory for whatever reason, but it actually answers the whole point, and no one ever answers it. What would be the purpose of creation without choice? Like if you make robots, what purpose does that serve?
Well, I agree
with your point.
I was going to say something about temptation. The thing about temptation that most people don't think about, it's actually a trust factor that's involved in that. Do you trust what God wants for you over this temptation? If God said, don't do something, do you trust that he has your best interest at heart and that he knows what's best? Or do you want to go your own way and do your own thing, which means lack of trust? And my argument, when people talk about faith, It's not a faith that just, oh, I believe God exists. A faith in the Christian perspective or even the biblical narrative is a trust issue. It's trust. Do you trust God?
But then
It
when
does.
you
Yeah,
create,
but you
You
talked
do
about
kind of see.
temptation.
Oh,
You talked about
I know.
temptation there, and said, oh, right, so yeah, if you're tempted and then deny God, that's the whole point of temptation, isn't it? It's not that you lack trust in God. It's that you are drawn away by temptation, and hopefully at some point you turn around to yourself and you go, "Oh, geez, this wasn't worth it. I was tempted, for nothing." And then you come back to God. Not that you lack a trust in God, or not that you've lost your faith. It's you don't realise you're losing your faith. Temptation isn't saying no to God.
maybe I'm not being understood. Think about it like
what I'm
this.
saying. I think he was responding to me, and I was going to respond
Yeah,
back.
it was. Go ahead.
I mean, it's not that you lose your. Well, it's not like a. It's like I think we all on our continuum of faith, so to speak, if you want to call it that. There's areas in my life where I trust God, but in other areas I don't. Does that mean I'm overall, my trust that God can't take care of me and my family? Probably I do trust Him at that level, but there's other areas in my life where I don't like. So that doesn't mean all my faith is gone, but even all things, that's what the temptation is about. Because the Bible says we're all drawn away by our own evil desire. It's the desire inside of you, the thing that you want to go your way and not God's way. That's where the temptation.
I'll admit, I think
How could you
maybe.
metaphysically create light without dark? Like, my point is, if you think about it like this, maybe this will click, right? So it's like, if you're in the garden and you get to choose do you want to know about this good and evil thing? Do you want to know? Because if not, then you could just be like, why don't I get to choose whether or not I want to, I live the way I do in this existence? How come I don't get to choose? Why is it like I'm like, just, this is what I have to do? So we want to play the shoes of them, like, oh, why would God do that to them? But think about it all around. If you actually fully think about it, then it's like, what's the alternative?
It seems kind of contradictory, though, because if they were created as it says they were, they didn't know any better until they ate the fruit, right? They were like children. They didn't know they were naked. They wouldn't have known anything about that, right? They wouldn't have known about being tempted and all that other stuff.
Right. So they ultimately got to choose if they wanted to know. And the creator's suggestion was, it's better that you don't. Right. I mean, but he still had to offer. It's like, I look at it like a metaphysical alchemist beyond comprehension. Right. And the way you have to make things, they have to have a balance or an equilibrium, because that's the way everything that exists is. So it's like, it's basically like you're asking, why did you give us this much freedom? Why did you make life this beautiful? Why is it this complex and free?
Well, I go a little differently. I answer that question differently when it comes to the temptation in the garden. I mean, if you read it, the Bible says the knowledge of good and evil, right? That's what the tree was about. I mean, and ultimately, if you say what that means is the knowledge of what's good and what's bad, right? What's the best, what's the worst. And if they would not have known what the worst was, because if they had always been seeking what God would want, in a sense, they would have not known the bad, or because they're leaning on God for determining what's best for them. So that's why I put it in that argument, because it is a moral distinction, not a knowledge distinction. Yeah, they recognized they were naked because they were ashamed. Shame entered the world because they didn't do what God had commanded them to do. Nakedness is not a bad thing in general. It's not. Seeing someone naked is not a bad thing. If that's the case, anytime I see my daughter when I put her diaper on, I've sinned against God. So nakedness is not a bad thing in general. It's a shame issue. Go ahead.
I feel like this kind of makes it so that the Garden of Eden can't be a place on earth, right?
Well, actually, the some texts say that it was removed from the earth. Either way, Adam and Eve were. And so what's in the center of the earth, for example, I mean, I put no limitations on the earth. Have you ever seen the Northern Lights? I have no idea what's on this earth and where you can go and what's materially accessible. I don't. I have no idea.
Right.
I
It's,
bet it was
it's
for
an
all of our
iron
lives.
core center of the Earth.
It's funny you say that because it relates heavily to like Nirvana or the Garden of Eden, in like a Buddhist terms of being the axle of the wheel, where you're in that sort of wheel of Dharma, right? The infinite, torturous wheel of existence or whatever. But that Garden of Eden where you find rest or heaven or whatever, right, is to find stillness and balance right in the center where there is no rotation happening.
Yeah,
I wanna-
but wasn't the Garden of Eden like destroyed when Adam and Eve sinned, and they were
It doesn't say.
It doesn't
and
say.
then the floods, with Noah and the ark and stuff. Was not the Garden of Eden destroyed?
Some
I
texts
wanna
removed
talk
from
about-
some of the original canon say that it was like lifted up and that it will be brought back down during the new reign, New Jerusalem.
Okay,
Well,
so
I'm
it could be.
I'm not making
So
that
it could
claim
be
necessarily.
heaven.
I'm just saying some of the texts that have been removed do say that, but we don't know.
Well,
That's the point.
I think, if I just keep what we do know about the Bible, I think it's not about the Eden itself. I think it was actually about the tree of life. Because I think it says, if I remember off the top of my head, the Bible says, in a sense, it was protected so that Adam and Eve would not have access to the tree of life, so they would ultimately be living in their sin forever. So the thing that we don't realize too, even in the midst of all this, death is actually grace. There's an aspect of that. If you could live in evil for the rest,
Is great or is grey?
it's grace.
Great.
Grace.
Oh, grace.
GRAC. Yeah, so it's a way of God of stopping evil, to curbing evil. Because imagine if Hitler still lived, or the worst people that have ever lived on forever.
Death is grace.
Yeah, it's a form of grace.
Right. Okay.
It's a punishment, but it's also a form of grace.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
pretty
not.
beautiful.
Sorry, I'm not arguing with that. I just wanted to make clear what you were saying. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so God was he was barring what in the Bible is he was barring them from the tree of life, not necessarily from the other fruit in the garden, but mainly the tree of life. That's what he was barring them from, keeping them from.
Okay, but I think like what I picked up on like 3 minutes ago was somebody was talking about yeah. Hold on, sorry. I'm going to be quiet and I'm going to listen to you guys talk before I jump in. I'm sorry. I do this every time. I jump in too early before I know what exactly is being discussed. Apologies. I'll be back. I'm listening to you all. Cheers. Sorry.
Yeah. So I don't know. I will say this though. Just throw this out here. I'm like, there is 100% the manipulation of the true compilation of text and then being passed down. The Bible is incredibly held together and accurate, but they've been able to chisel away at some of the contextual text. So it's a very interesting thing. I think we're actually supposed to know a lot more details about some of these things than we do. And when I say supposed to, not to insinuate that Yah's plan is insufficient or something, because of course not. So with full wisdom of where the whole world is now and the grand scheme of things, blah, blah, we're obviously now in the age of the information becoming revealed. But I caution anyone to not be open to that, because I prayed and fasted about that, and there's no doubt that there's information the Creator is bringing to believers, but they have to be able to test with discernment. And there's like a whole bunch of stuff that we actually, I think, need to know for whatever era we're in. So, like, I'll just throw that out there. Like, even like for one, like example, like I know dogma is the reason that so many people hate or discount the Bible, and it's like men's interpretive doctrine portrayed as via dogma as definitive truth, because like it's what people are just like, my God, dude, someone else just told me this a totally different one, just as sure about it.
Yeah, I'm going to speak for people that don't believe in God. That's not why I don't believe in God.
No, okay, not believe in God. I'm talking believe in God, but specifically, aren't fully coming around to the Bible.
Yeah,
So
the reason I'm not coming around to the Bible is because of Christianity and Catholicism.
yeah, that's actually exactly what I still said though. Is a dogmatic forced interpretation claims as definitive truth.
Well, here's
Excuse
the thing.
me.
Let's talk about
What do
that.
you think?
I want to talk
What
about
do you
that.
think? What do you think is causing me? What
The dogma. I think he's talking about the dogma.
dogma?
Just like dogma of religion, yeah, like all these claims that are definitive. Now you're saying you don't believe in a creator at all. You say you don't believe in a creator at all. That's a bit different. I mean,
That's
but
not
yeah,
what I
just
said.
like you said, I don't believe in God.
I don't believe in a Catholic's interpretation of God. No.
Oh, honestly, I would agree with you. I guess simply my point is that I think one of the number one things that deter people away from a personal relationship with the Father or the Creator is religion, man-made doctrine portrayed via dogma.
Well, why are you looking at me? Look forward. What the fuck? No, sorry, my bad.
I was going to respond to that. It's like you can't judge God or Christ or even the Bible on people. If that makes any sense. You can't, because if Jesus is existed, if God is real, then it's not Catholicism, it's not Protestantism, it's not Baptist, it's not Catholic, it's not any of that. Those are just denominations that have different views on certain things. And I'm trying to keep it clear. And there's hypocrites in there, but there's hypocrites in the world. There's people that misinterpret the Bible I hear every day, on here, off here, everywhere. So you can't judge the book or God or Christ on the people. But the people are supposed to reflect, which is what I was saying earlier, made in the image of God. So we're supposed to reflect God and reflect the nature of God, but we don't. And that's the problem. That's the ultimate problem. We don't
I
reflect
mean,
the nature
the
of God.
Bible is full of suggestions, so that wouldn't be a true reflection. That would be a suggestion to reflect on their interpretation of God. Like that is not a personal, true perception, right? If I wanted to have an understanding of God, I would need to do it without outside variables telling me what to believe in. I would need a true
Yeah,
definition brought to me without this influence. That's why I
yeah.
don't
There is
trust Catholics and
there's one.
Christianity.
But that's the whole point, isn't it? That's the whole point. Yes, we're made in the image of God, right? The
Because like
image of God.
Christianity suggests that there's a whole bunch of remote islands in the Pacific where all these people are going to burn in hell because they never talked to a
Yeah,
Christian
well,
or read the
yeah.
Bible before.
Well,
There's
yeah.
a
Okay, why am
misunderstanding
I
there.
to
Yeah,
assume all these people are
according
going
to
to
the
be condemned
fundamental
to
list.
hellfire just because they never read the Bible? That's kind of
According to a fundamentalist Christian, but not according to all Christians, and also, it's it's free will. Yeah, we're made in the image of God, and yes, we have this Bible as a kind of guidebook, but we sin. It's natural. We will sin, and we're all born to, and all of this. God doesn't control us. God doesn't.
that's another misconception. If I could
Or any of
interrupt
this
you, you
stuff.
brought up an
We are
interesting
here.
point.
We are here with free will. We live our own lives, and it's up to us to decide what is morally right, to do.
Humans are not born with sin. Sin is put in us. It is a trained thought to be okay with certain things that aren't sins. That's trained. I don't think babies are just willfully trying to hurt people based on what they were born with. I think everything is put into
Sorry, explain that more. Are you doing the baby AIDS thing of, well, if God exists, why do babies get AIDS? Is that what
we
you're
don't
saying?
have to. We don't got to talk about.
No. What he's saying is that children are not born inherently with a sinful nature. Like they don't
Right.
go after.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is my mic okay? By the way, I know I'm in the street right now.
No, it's okay. It's you're a little bit quiet, but no, I think that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the Bible says about that sort of stuff, but as a Christian, not a fundamentalist, quite a liberal, left-wing Christian, okay, and I'm gay. So so maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but to me, God is God. When atheists and stuff say, if God's in control of everything, why is there suffering in the world? Why are babies born with AIDS? Why is the hunger? Why is the famine? Why is the war and all this? We created all of these things ourselves. It's not God's fault. We created all of these things ourselves. God, in my opinion, left us to it, and here we are, and we do, because Earth is the test. Here we are, and we ask for forgiveness for our sins, and we try to do our best, and we try to get on, and we try to do the best thing we can for ourselves and for our planet. God isn't a genie. He's not a magician who just snaps his fingers and goes, plague, right? The plague's sorted, right, COVID's sorted, all right, dead children, sorted. No, it doesn't work like that, and that might be hard for us to understand. Because if there's an all-knowing, all-being God, well, why doesn't he just do that? I think that there is more to it that we don't understand, and that is what faith is. We have faith in, the future thing of, right, you know what? If I do my bit, and I'm a good person, and I do my recycling, and I look after my baby, and I look after my neighbour who's poorly and all that. If I do my bit, then you know what? I know I've lived a good life and a helpful life. And
Can I say something? I think it's kind of unfair that Catholicism happens to align all of these, supposed values to things within Catholicism. It's just like they just automatically associate themselves with family values, being a good person, et cetera, right? But that's not what happens, like in history, the past thousands of years. That's not how they got to this position.
No, and that's pretty much what I'm saying, really, is that we're all after the same value, aren't we? Whether you're Catholic, Protestant, Baptist, or whether you're Muslim, or Jewish, what Hindu, whatever you are, we're all after the same thing. We're all looking for the same utopia of love and look after each other. And bear in mind, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism are all the same God. It's just the same. It's just a different version of did Jesus do that? We're all after the same thing.
Yeah, I believe the same thing, that the Jesuits created all the languages.
Catholicism and stuff, and that's why we're arguing. That's why we've got ISIS. It's why we've got bloody Britain first, and all these fun. Because we're arguing over getting on with each other. We're basically arguing over I think my God loves me this way. I think I should love God that way. Do you know what I mean? Why not look after your own little portion of the world, your house, your family, your next door neighbour, love each other, do what you can, do your recycling, put your bins out on the right day, and just love each other, for God's sake.
There's a lot of mental manipulation going on. People are literally, their behaviors are being influenced by their environment. So, people think that they're making choices for themselves, but there's too much influence when it comes to these environments. People don't know the choices they're making aren't truly theirs, even though they feel like they're theirs.
Yeah, I agree there. And sorry, I went on a bit of a rant, but yeah, go ahead.
I just wish it was that simple, you know what I mean? If we could all just get along. But there's, I think that's one of the reasons that the country that I currently live in recognizes individuals as being important, because there is, individual characteristics within all of us. Yes, we align with the groups of people, but oftentimes we're all unique, right? So when it comes to like making laws and, you know, looking after your neighbor, maybe that's not really what you're talking about, but just like one person's idea of how to live properly could be completely different than another. And that's where the whole putting these rules into place that people think are good, like you said, people start squabbling over this and that.
Yeah, I mean that is exactly what I said, and yes, I was simplifying it. You know, going, yeah, look after your own portion of the world and just look after your. Yeah, of course, people have different ideas because, yeah, how I might look after my neighbour, or you say you look after your neighbour, but then your neighbour commits a crime, and then you're like, oh right, well, do we hang the neighbour or put the neighbour in prison? So you know, morals and ideals and things all come into it's never that simple, and as humans, you know, we never will agree. I don't think, you know, we never all will agree, but what we have to do is learn to live with each other's disagreement. You know, it's like the common phrase, like at the end of an argument with your friend, you might go, okay, well, agree to disagree then. Yeah, all right, you know, leave it. I think, yeah. But again, that's a simple like, yeah, as if oh God, sorry, I forget. Oh, this is quite embarrassing. What is it? Of the oh Jesus, like Israel and that other. Oh God, Israel's like and Palestine and whatever. Like if if they let's just agree to disagree, or like in Ireland, you know, the Catholics and the Protestants, let's just agree to disagree. Then it's never going to happen, is it? Of course, it's not. God, if only it would, but it won't. But I don't know. Yes, I mean, so there is no right. So to a point, actually, I've wondered in the past. Well, is there any point then? Is there any point? Because we will constantly argue over this. White is brown, brown is black.
Can I bring up something to you, bro? Can I bring up something to you? Yeah, I think what people should start trying to figure out is how come God has to take the mantle for anything that is unexplained? It's like God is just, you know, in true definition to me, he is just the unexplained, the beyond, you know, darkness. So anytime something gets brought to a truth or is revealed, we don't call it God anymore, you know? You give it context outside of this word.
I'm sorry, I didn't entirely hear it. Not your mic is fine, but you just spoke a little bit too fast for me.
Can I circle back on something since there's a lull in the conversation? I was trying to jump in when it was brought up. Guy said that, you know, what about the people that never heard the Bible? Is he still in here?
Maybe, but I'd like to hear it. What's your response?
Well, I mean, remember, I think you were in here listening when I was talking earlier. Remember, there's a trust factor. Remember that ultimately it's about trusting God. It's not about believing in God. It's about trusting God. There's two aspects of this. One, the person that's looking at the person that's never heard about the Bible or Jesus or anything like that. Do we trust God that he's going to do what's best for them? You know, it's not my part. It's not my preview to say I know what God's going to do with them. I don't know if they're going to go to hell or not. I have no idea. I'm not going to make that claim. But there is certain things that they have to have put their trust and faith in who God is at some level. If they've not done that, then that's the decision. And then the other side of the coin is, how do you know they've not heard about God and rejected him? You know what I mean? So if they have rejected God and the nature of God and who God is, then they are going to be separated from him. So it's just a matter of, are we going to trust that God is just and that he has revealed himself at some level and they've rejected it, or they have accepted it? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. But also, you would agree that there had to have been some people that had never heard the word or the name Jesus Christ, right?
Well,
Yeah,
that's right. Hold on a second. Let me respond. I'm not done. I agree with you. There's going to be a lot of people that haven't, but there's also something. There's a book out. If you want to look it up, it's called "Eternity in Their Hearts," and it's about missionaries that have gone to these tribes that have never heard about anything about even Western civilization, let alone the Bible. And they document stories that they've encountered in these tribal scenarios. Let's see if I can think of one. There was one that there was a kind of I guess a dream that someone had that a man would come with a book and talk to them about the truth and who God is, and that's when the first missionary showed up with the Bible. There's another one where there was this ritual, like had this warring tribe, and this lady was a missionary in the culture, and she was trying to do whatever she could to reach him, and she couldn't. She just couldn't get through to him. And then there was this warring tribe that were warring against each other, and he watched them go through a kind of a rebirth process. And then after the rebirth process that they were doing through kind of like a ritual process to do, they would be nice to each other and they'd be happy and get along. And she thought to herself, crap, that's the being born again concept, the idea of being made new. And after she kind of made the connection, they came to know. There's another story of another tribe that say they knew the one true God, but in the past they were told that they had to worship the spirits in the forests. That they knew of a one true God. So if there's stories like this that are throughout cultures, so that means there's some level of understanding that there's a one true God out there. To me, in my mind, if God exists, then that should be ultimate purpose in life, is to seek and try to figure out who this being is that created you. And are they doing that? Are you doing that? Am I doing it? Did all of what I said come through?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Why don't people speculate the Bible the same way they speculate science? They're trusting these people from 1,000 years ago to play this like holy game of telephone about somebody that, there's just one guy we're supposed to be worshiping the past 2,000 years. Nobody else is as prophetic. It's kind of like slap in the face, don't you think?
This holy game of telephone, let's talk about that for a second. You really think that's how we know
hold on,
2,000 years
before you
went?
talk about that, can I just say that is a great analogy from electric. I love that. I do love that.
Yeah, I mean, typically when they hear the telephone game, it's the I whisper in your ear, and then it whispers to the next person's ear. By the time it gets all the way around, it's
in the
nothing
UK,
like
we call it Chinese whispers, but we're not allowed anymore because it's racist. But yeah,
we get it. We've all played it probably at some point in school. Well, the problem is that that's not necessarily true about the Bible. I mean, there's right now there's over 5,000 manuscripts of the New Testament that are in existence that are dated back within. Some of them are dated back within a few hundred years. What happened? So, but just the fact that you have that many manuscripts, it's not the telephone game, because you can actually compare manuscript to each manuscript to the other, and it's like you can reconstruct what you think maybe the original was like. And even in the Old Testament, for example, like in the Dead Sea Scrolls, when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, in the cave, when they had almost a complete book of the book of Isaiah, and when they compared that manuscript of Isaiah with the modern, manuscripts of Isaiah, they were virtually identical, maybe slightly punctuation differences. So the telephone game argument falls apart immediately because it's not the same thing. If I was to tell you something and you try to tell somebody that what you're saying would be true, but manuscript evidence is not the same. It's not the same.
But at the same time, in a way, the telephone analogy doesn't quite work here. But So even if all of the scriptures, match up and whatever is said in the Bible, it's then down to right now. Here we are in 2022, and we all take different things from the Bible, don't we? Like I said before, I'm a gay Christian, left-wing gay Christian. Some people don't agree with that because they'll point to a certain part of the Bible, and some people don't agree with sex before marriage and point to a certain part of the Bible. So so even though it's not a game of telephone, maybe we still can't all agree on what the Bible says because it's ambiguous.
Well, I mean, you'd have to say which parts are ambiguous. Now, I don't want to get into the topic of, homosexuality or anything like that. I don't want to derail the conversation.
Yeah,
but
things
that are. No, I'm just I just don't want to go there because I don't want to derail this conversation. But there's things that are not ambiguous, like "Thou shalt not murder." That's not ambiguous. We know what murder is.
But then
so there's some.
Then some Christians will believe in capital punishment.
Well, that's capital punishment is not murder. There's a difference.
Yes,
there's a difference.
Okay. So you'll talk about an eye for an eye, right?
Well, that's right. That's it. That's technically in the scripture. So you could.
That was Old Testament, wasn't it? That was Old Testament.
Well, even in today's vernacular.
So why did Jesus bother come in and say turn the other cheek?
Not willing to question scripture, even though it has to do with something like the death penalty.
Let's think about this turn the other cheek mentality, though. Okay, Jesus is like it's when the turn the other cheek is, let's say me and you get into an argument, right? And you go, Paul, you're a bastard, or son of a bitch, whatever. You slap me across the face.
Yeah.
Now I've got a choice to make. Okay. Either I can apply the Old Testament rule of eye for an eye, after I'll smack you back, or I can or turn the other cheek, cheek. Okay. Now let's take the same scenario, but I'm a judge sitting outside of that scenario. Well, you just assaulted me, right? That's why we have laws today. So technically, I will come in and bring justice to that scenario. I'll be the one to say, I'm going to put you in jail for slapping him. So you see, there's a difference in that. You see the difference? Do you understand?
No, because I missed the last bit. Yeah, I always thought I could understand the American accent, but
I'm stuttering too. It's probably worse.
I'm speaking too fast at the end of the sentence, and I can't quite. So I got the point of. So we're up in front of the. So you've hit me. Oh no, you've. I've antagonized you, and you've turned the other cheek.
Right, and that's what Jesus is talking about. That's the context Jesus was talking between me. When you slap me, I turn the other cheek. But now I'm talking about a third party, an arbiter, some separate from that. And I say, you slapped me in the face. That's assault. So I am the third party. I'm in a sense, the person that maintains the laws in the land. I'm going to lock you up for slapping him. See what I'm saying? Yeah. That's justice. That's justice. But see, that's also justice. Outside of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I agree. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. I do. Yeah, and that is justice because, turn the other cheek and stuff. Yeah, it's very easy to say turn the other cheek with things like that. Trivial stuff. When it comes to if my mum got murdered, and so, am I expected to turn the other cheek for the murderer? No, I want justice. However, I don't think justice would be killing that person. It's hard to say, and I'm sure if my mum was murdered, it'd be really hard to not go out and kill that person myself. I get it. But Jesus also preached, forgiveness, salvation, retribution, redemption, and all these things. So, we all make mistakes in our lives. Okay, so if whoever it was that, say, killed my mum in this hypothetical situation, they might have had a drug problem, they might have been homeless, might have been abused when they were a child, or their life problems. Okay, it doesn't excuse the fact that they killed my mum, but what I would hope for that person is, right, yeah, go to prison, but get the help that you need while you're there, and get, learn a trade and learn how to forgive yourself, number one, and all these things. So,
prison is not treatment. Prison is not rehabilitation. Prison is not healthy. Like, okay, just so you know.
No, but it should be. In my opinion.
Has the room thought about the fact that Jesus's death was ultimately at the hand of capital punishment?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well said. Right. So just to go back to how this bit of the conversation started was about us disagreeing on parts of the Bible. Right. Yeah. We can all agree with one God, and we can all agree that, okay, Scripture isn't a game of telephone, or maybe it is, but even if it wasn't a game of telephone, all the Scripture's there, but we still don't agree on it, do we? Because, and I use the example of capital punishment to make that point, and I think I have. So yeah, but yes, well said.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Napan, about
if there is a worldwide view that is so compelling and godlike, why doesn't everybody subscribe to it automatically when they're born? How come God has to choose who is destined to worship Him? That's kind of like
because of free will, I guess. Like if we were all born,
that you call that free will. So God is giving people the choice to worship Him, is what you're saying.
No,
so He's giving like a fraction of humanity to the devil. Is that right?
I don't know. I want to jump in on this one.
Yeah.
I want to jump back in on this. We actually kind of addressed this. We kind of addressed this earlier just a little bit, and what is probably a couple hours ago. I'll say this: God has predestined those that reject who He is to spend eternity separated from Him. Okay. So now that being said, He did not cause you or anyone or whoever it may be to be in hell. It was your own choice that sent you there. Because if I say you can come to my house, so you think
I'm choosing to suffer in my life? That's what you think I'm doing?
Well, now we're talking about separation from Him. I thought you were talking about hell. You were talking about something different. You're talking about your suffering in this life. Well, this life has evil people in it. There's things that are sickness and death that are involved in this life.
The most evil people I've witnessed in this world hide behind Christianity. Those are the most evil people I've been able to find. Are the Vatican, the bloodsuckers, the vampires.
That may be the case, and I'm not talking about that. And that may be true.
Why not? Why not? Why can't you talk about that? Oh, my Wi-Fi's bugging.
Okay. There's evil in this world. There's people that don't want what God wants. There's people that go and people yeah, because there's evil in this world. Drinking blood, they could be doing whatever they're doing. I don't know. And everything you said may be true. Okay. So there is evil in the world. Now what? Now what? See, that wasn't the question. You talking about people predestined people to hell. That's what I was talking about. That's a different argument. Something.
No, my bad. My Wi-Fi cut out. I ain't hear the first half of that. So
I said, well, I don't know what all you heard, but I said every evil thing that you said could be true and real. And I don't doubt that at all. But I thought what I heard you say was that God predestines people to hell. And I said, well, He predestined those that don't want to do it His way to spend eternity separated from Him. That's a choice.
involved in that.
What is this degree of separation if we are amongst his grace? Like, why is there a degree of separation to be had? It doesn't make sense.
Anything else?
Robot.
What's your line?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
I don't
man.
understand the next.
I don't know if it's my Wi-Fi or yours, man, but I can't hear shit,
Paul, you're
so.
roboting. Paul, you're roboting badly, buddy.
Yeah, I was about to say it sounded like
I'm
two
gonna take
people were
advantage.
talking.
I'm gonna take advantage of this bro roboting right now and just say, like, you know, after studying Catholicism, Christianity, being a Bible thumping, wanting to read the Bible with my brother every day and praying to God, like, I came to realize that, you know, they disguise themselves behind all these good values so they get away with nasty shit. The nastiest people wear the nicest masks. And that's just my observation. Nobody else seen that yet? Okay. We could talk about it.
Bro, look,
Okay,
what
can
I
can
see
you hear me
now
now?
is the bad guys are doing more good than the good guys are. Kinda, you're coming in a little clear, and then you roboted, and you're roboting, robot.
So the gentleman just said that most of the people that he interacts with, like, right, you find that there's evil hidden behind the guise of something like the Catholic Church, right? And
Oh
maybe
no, I think it's
there's
proven
evil.
that the Catholic Church uses
Sure,
deception on people.
sure.
It's proven.
Many Christians will completely agree with you on that, right? But what I'm
Right.
trying to say is, just because somebody hides behind Scripture and does evil things, it's like if I was an evil person and a greedy person and I wanted to fleece people of their money for my own edification and for my own gratification to increase my wealth, and I hid behind a charity, does that ultimately mean that charity is bad if I utilize charity in a way that is evil? Does that mean that you should not contribute to those around you? You should not help people around you because
I don't know why people choose to let Christianity embody all of charity. Why does charity have to be within Christianity's definition?
No, I'm using this as an example as removing charity from Christianity. I'm saying if I ran a charity, right? I started a charitable organization, but my sole intention behind starting this charitable organization was to enrich myself under the guise of helping others. Does that mean
that's Christianity?
Does that mean that charity, the act of giving to somebody else, is ultimately evil because somebody can hide behind that act of goodness and use it to their advantage if they're an evil person?
No.
Deception is evil. The only thing evil in this situation is deception.
Right. So what you're doing is you're finding one organization that may utilize Scripture in a way that is possibly evil, and you're trying to dismiss the Scripture because of the way that somebody utilizes it for their own.
I've read Scripture. I've read a lot of the verses, man.
Just one sec. But in Scripture, and it doesn't matter whether you're talking about the church or a charity, Scripture warns to beware of wolves in sheep clothing. Now, people don't think about that. That means that they are within the organisation. The wolf in sheep's clothing, the responsibility is on us to beware of those people. Okay, they are everywhere. Doesn't matter whether it's charity, church, scouting organisation. There are wolves in sheep's clothing. We have to be looking for them. Thanks.
And if there's evidence of people within Catholicism, you know, using deception, like, why should I trust any of it? You're just telling me to blindly trust, just like the same way Globers tell you to blindly trust science textbooks. You just want me to blindly trust the Bible because it supposedly aligns with charity.
So there's
Can I jump in on this? Can you hear me now?
There's greedy.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Oh, that's okay. I was just going to say, I mean, here's the thing: things tainted by evil at some point. Everything is. Do you do things perfectly in your life? If I go give $1 to the drunk on the street that's holding a sign sell work, or angry, take money I give him, he goes down and buys a liquor. He's done something evil with it. Isn't he? And fed his child with it, but also went and got him a bottle of liquor. What's going on there? Is that not a little mixed and bad involved in that? Is there not good Catholic people that are trying to do good in this world? By all means, yes. Did I go through that time?
You were roboting through most of it, but I kind of caught your drift at the end there. And yeah, I wanted to wrap it back to my analogy, and I'm just using charitable organizations to draw a comparison to the church, not that charity is solely done through the church. If we find that there is horrible people and corruption and fleecing within some organization, like let's say the Salvation Army. So with the argument that the gentleman is putting forth, he would say that charity in and of itself is evil and corrupt because he found an instance in which people were using charity to edify themselves as opposed to actually working within the organization out of the pureness of their heart to help others.
Yeah, or the single mom that's the secretary at the charity that's feeding her children because it's the only job she can have, even though the CEO of the company is extorting money from the charity. Did the charity do good? Am I dropping again?
No, I heard you. Was that a question to me?
Just whoever. I'm just making a point. Whoever wants to answer. As I said, did the charity do good? If a single mom worked at the charity as a secretary, providing for her family, and she got paid, even though the CEO was extorting money, did the charity do good?
I would say in one aspect, the charity may have provided something to somebody that they would not have had if the charity didn't exist. But on the other side of that, I would say that their intention.
Yeah, can I say something?
Overall is bad.
The charity is good, the man is not. Okay, the man is bad for extorting the money, but if the charity is doing generally good work, then the charity is good.
Exactly. I agree with that.
Can I say something to that? Like, listen, bro. Okay, you're talking about charity, but you have a system in play, and they're like literally implementing things that are causing people to need charity. It's like, you're dispositioning people. You literally got people suffering and needing their facilitated forms of healthcare and education. They got people desperate, and then they lead them to their forms of education, their forms of healthcare. You not see that?
I think
they create the illnesses, they create the miseducation, and then they create the place to get educated in the same breath. Do you not see that, or is it just me?
Let me ask you a question. Can somebody be a Christian without attending church?
Yes.
Yes, of course.
No, absolutely not. How? You mean without attending church? No, my bad. No, I misheard the question. Sorry.
Okay, because if you were saying no to that question, then I can understand why you may be confused in this realm.
No, I thought you said, can somebody be Christian without ever coming across Christianity? Like, is it a natural occurrence?
Church.
See, that's what I mean.
Going to church.
Christianity is taught, just like racism, just like the globe. It's all taught.
My question was, can somebody be a Christian without attending church or being part of a religious organization?
If you have knowledge of the practices, you could consider yourself a Christian. You don't have to attend church every Sunday to consider yourself a believer in Christ, right?
Yeah, so why are you equating somebody's belief in Christ solely with an organization?
Because they created the lane. They created the belief. They created Christ.
So
Did they?
many
They created
people have
Christ.
polluted
Well,
everything. Like
hold on a
why
second.
none
They
of us
created
know.
Christ. You said they
I gotta
created
mute up.
Christ?
I gotta mute up for a few minutes.
Well, you said they created Christ. How did that occur?
I think he's under the impression that this whole religion is a creation of the church in and of itself, not that the organizations and different sects of church or denominations had sprung out around the scripture itself. I think that's what he's trying to allude to.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, and that's
it's also,
a fundamental misunderstanding. Like to conflate the Catholic Church's corruption to the Scripture and the Creator and the Messiah themselves is very ill-formed. That doesn't really
yeah.
make.
Well, the Catholic Church didn't form until Constantine's time, so
Man, I
the
study
Bible is.
Christianity so much. I didn't come to this conclusion from a place of ignorance. This is after me studying Christianity. This is after me
It's
reading scripture and like looking
the
into
most
the organization, looking into catechism, looking into the Vatican, looking into the Smithsonian and all the evidence that they keep of what's they herald as like these artifacts of Christianity. Look into this
I would
stuff and
agree
you
with you
realize
there, man.
it's all just propped up garbage. They just prop up everything and just tell you it is what they
But I
say.
would
the
agree
law
with
of
you. Is what I'm
nations
saying. What I'm
and
saying is
come
I
back
agree
to
with
me.
you. I believe in the scriptures, but I agree with you. Like the Catholic Church, in fact, if you actually really look at the big picture, they do everything the opposite of what the scriptures actually say, which pre-existed the Catholic Church. The scriptures like provably pre-existed the Catholic Church. But they say, like, for example, they changed it to Sunday from Sabbath, from Saturday to Sunday, as in instead of the last day, the first day. And they had sun worship day, basically festivals on that day already. So they absorbed it into the time. It was just a control mechanism. They took the scriptures and then they changed everything. Call no man on this earth father. They literally call the priest father. They do everything backwards. They actually bastardized the text and the religion and made a religion out of that. So that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, I guess.
Yeah, and I would agree with that on another level too, because I mean, even in the biblical text, every Christian is a priest.
So
Catholic
you're admitting that that is literally a composition of stories put together by men, right?
Oh,
So you want me to trust
well,
men?
wait, hold on. Hold on a second. A
Red
compilation of
literally
men.
said that it is
We're
not
clear
based
about-
on the accounts. It is the amalgamation of people's stories about it. That's what you just said.
Red herring.
No, that's not what he said.
Well, here, let's talk about that for just a second. The Bible is actually a culmination of different books or letters or writings. So a man or people, yes, had to compile that, but that does not make the truth of the books in the Bible to be untrue or not. Do you understand that argument?
But what makes it true? I'm wondering what makes it true. You're saying it's not untrue, but where is the evidence that it is true? Because it just lasted this long? Because it's 1,000 years old?
No, that's not the argument. There's historical reliability, historical evidence that Jesus walked this earth, and there's a lot of historians, even atheistic historians, that agree that Jesus existed. So that makes the New Testament at some level potentially true. And they're dated within a couple of decades of the writings or of the events, not hundreds of years later. Did I drop again? Am I roboting again?
Now you're coming in good.
Okay. I don't know where you're getting your information, bud, but you need to do a little bit more digging.
Yeah, and I don't understand why you're equating what Whitsitt said to these men. It's just a compilation of stuff put forth by men, right? Because
all right, so what did God write down? I'm wondering.
Would you let
what
me?
did God? When did God pick up a pen and
finish
paper?
my statement? I'm just going to continue to talk through.
Well, man, you got to let him finish.
My statement. Because when Whitsitt said,
yeah, he's in the middle.
Your major attack here is against Catholicism, and Whitsitt said that most of the practices within Catholicism seem to be antithetical to the scriptures to begin with, right? And he pointed out that the scriptures say, call no other man father except for me, right? And what do you call a Catholic priest? You call him a father, right? So there's many examples like this of where that organization is antithetical to the scripture it claims or purports to be adhering to.
And I think when Martin Luther read the Bible for himself, he left the Catholic Church.
So you don't agree with Catholicism in any sense of the word?
I don't.
I'm not
These are the curators of the story of Jesus. You know that, right? These are the people that wrote Catechism, and they're holding the stories in their church. This is their church.
Yeah, you know why they hide it? Why they hold and hide a lot of it? Because they changed a lot and they made their own religion, integrated it into the pagan culture of the time, and became one of the most powerful organizations in history.
And why should I trust these people?
We don't trust them. I'm literally asking you not to trust.
Their context of God and Christ is what you want me to believe.
No, not their context, because they make up all kinds of stuff. The
Okay, so
Catholic
what is the
religion
context? What is the context of God that I need to be believing in?
what the actual texts and scriptures say, and then you should just pray to the Creator and ask for wisdom and for Him to reveal Himself to you, and you'll slowly start to learn things when you're ready.
Read it for yourself. Don't let someone else interpret
Bro,
it.
who says that I didn't study Christianity? Who said I didn't read the Bible? Who told you that?
Well,
no one's saying that. No one. You asked the question. I'm saying, like, I just explained. You obviously maybe overlooked a couple things because I'm explaining that the scriptures are fundamentally antithetical to majority of the Catholic Church's teaching. They actually invert the scriptures. Like, the Sabbath is on the last day of the week. You work the whole day, the whole week, then you rest on the last day. They made it the first day because they already had sun worship festivals. They have statues of Moloch outside their church to this day. They did everything backwards. That's all I'm saying. They made up a new religion to integrate it to the pagan because they wanted a ideological structure that could control everyone. So they integrated the scriptures. They couldn't get them to go away. The Nazarenes just wouldn't go away. They actually blamed a fire on them, right? Like the Romans, like they blamed a fire on them and tried to kill them all. But people just kept on coming around. People that had seen the Messiah, that had talked to him, and all the text that kept circulating. So they just decided to absorb it, tweak it, and then use it as the new religious control over all people at that time. And then they were one of the strongest, empires.
Okay. Do you understand? I call this cherry picking. That's what I call cherry picking, man. You're just choosing what you consider the truth in this time period.
No, I'm not cherry picking anything. This pre-existed this time period. That's my point.
That's what you're doing, dude.
Oh, I'm doing? What am I doing?
Yes, you are. And you're coming up with straw men out of nothingness. The Catholic Church has always been Satanist. Constantine was a Satanist.
And you want me to believe in Christianity while the Sabbath?
Christian church, but we weren't called Christians before Constantine. That was 354 AD. We still weren't called Christian.
I'm sorry, but like with all this mess going on that you're admitting to, what is appealing about believing in this type of God? Absolutely nothing.
It isn't. We're literally pointing out
again,
that
another straw man.
It isn't the actual scripture's description or creator, right? So I don't. So if you said, "Why?" Then why would I want to believe in it when he said that they're Satanists? It's like,
so
well, where do you get
Catechism
Satanist?
isn't an honest account of God's word, man.
My man,
so now,
how do you define Satanist? How do you define Satanist, bro? Like,
this is not my religion. This is your religion. I don't believe in this stuff. This is what the Catechism says.
Okay, that's not our religion. You consistently strawmanning us, saying that we are Catholics, dude. We are vehemently opposed to the ideology and the religion of Catholicism.
Okay.
They say everything backwards, dude. It says, don't call any man on this earth father, and they literally call the priest father. It says that only the Messiah is the mediator to the Creator that can forgive you for your sins. They say, come and tell some creepy dude in a dress in a box that's hidden all your deepest, darkest secrets, because that's how you get forgiven. They twist everything backwards. They are Satanists because it is the law of inversion.
Hey, you sound like me right now. That's something I would say.
Yeah, I
Catholics
have
aren't
disdain for the.
Christians. They're not the followers of the way. They're not.
Okay, but
They're a
okay.
pseudo
But what is the
version of the followers of the way. What Wixit's saying is absolutely true. They do everything backwards. Read the Law of Nations. Find out about the Catholic Church in the 1700s. There's other books. Go find out more about them from now back to the 1200s, who they really are, what they really did. You haven't done any of that crap, but you're here
Well, he
talking
said
all.
he
yeah? It
did
sounds
look
like
into. He said
crap.
he
That's
did
why
look
I
into
haven't done it.
Catholicism.
That sounds like
You
crap,
said.
dude.
Well, you said you did look into some Catholicism. That's what you said. But anyway, the point is simple. You get it, right, bro? Like, religion sucks. Actually, the scriptures, the main people that the
Yeah,
Messiah rebuked was overly religious.
Saturnarianism sucks. That's right. Luciferianism sucks. Yep.
The main thing that the Messiah rebuked were overly religious figures.
Yeah, Jesus had more contentions with the priest class than the average person. It's pretty clear when you read the Bible. And if you did read the Bible, you would understand. Actually, I was just going to ask you how much of your religious research was time spent reading scripture and understanding and praying for discernment within your own process, and how much of your time spent studying and analyzing religion was analyzing the words of other men and their interpretations as to what that book says. Also, I wanted to add that there is this thing called wolves in sheep's clothing that the Bible warns you about, and maybe the contention
Yeah, that might
you
be
have.
you. How do I know it's not you, bro? You're trying to get me to believe in a religion that I don't trust. Why aren't you the wolf?
We're not trying to get you to do anything, dude. You're making false
Listen to me. Then why are you talking to me? Then why are you focusing on me and my beliefs if you're not trying to change me?
You are attacking people.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, he was just answering the question. He was making a point.
How
How
am I attacking people? I'm just stating things about your religion. That's not attacking.
But he's asking you, is it possible that by chance that you've built your opinion based on the doctrine of different men or what they say about what the book says, as opposed to personally reading and praying and trying to figure out what it actually said? That's the opposite of religion. He's not trying to proselytize you
I
into
could ask
religion.
you the same thing. Did you actually interpret the Bible correctly?
I don't know everything about the Bible.
I can say you didn't because you still believe in this shit, bro.
It's the most
I
historically
interpreted
accurate.
it differently from you, and it caused me to stop believing in it. Who's to say that you got it right when you fell for it, and I chose to study it harder than you and not fall in line with their fucking indoctrination? Okay? Does that make sense? Because I didn't read every single fucking book about religion. Now I'm not a Christian. Now I didn't actually become a theologian or something. Get over yourself.
Oh, yeah, you're just self-projecting right now.
I think you need to look internally with that statement. But yeah, you say you're attacking our religion, and we all claim that we're not Catholic, but you continue to assert we are. So maybe listening comprehension problem that we're having here, and that's why we're talking past one another.
Yeah, dude, here's the thing, man. So, we're talking about being anti-religion because it pushes a lot of people away, and men use religion to control people. And when you have a religion and you adhere to dogma, dogma is the death of knowledge. Always being open to learning new things and knowing that you don't know everything and trying to be humble in your pursuit of truth is the only way that you really begin to understand truth. And that's all we're saying is like when you really look at the scriptures for what they are and you pray and you really like are sincere, they'll blow your mind. And how much it's been misrepresented by the mainstream Catholic Church or version of Christianity.
I've been there.
That's evidence for the validity of the scriptures, because if it was something created from the beginning as just this tool to deceive and control, you wouldn't have to so adamantly change it all and twist it all and lie about it all. You would just use it for what it was made for. You wouldn't have to change it and do the opposite of what it said.
Well, I tell you, the Bible, when it teaches things like love your neighbor, take care of the poor, take care of the widow, the orphan, to love God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength,
Gosh darn it, those Catholics, they definitely did manipulate everybody, didn't they? Holy cow.
Well, I mean, there's a fun one, right? If you go back to
really.
Leviticus, the priests
That's kind of
the priests were
basis of
supposed to marry
your argument.
and have a wife.
You're arguing against people that are not representing the organization that you're arguing against. Like we're in agreement with a lot of the things the Catholic Church has done as being anti the scriptures. So if you have a major contention with the Catholic Church, then you have a major contention with something that is antithetical to the scripture, not the scripture itself.
I got a problem with Christianity too. Stop trying to say that it's just Catholics responsible for
not
this.
through an organization.
Christianity is responsible for it as well, man.
Obviously, the scriptures operates in a manner that is completely opposite of what scriptures say.
Well, I want to address something. He said Christianity.
Basically talking about people that are not Christian, don't have the Christian, don't adhere to the scriptures, and then you're trying to condemn the scripture.
I think you're roboting and lagging, bro.
Really hard.
To are antithetical
Hey,
to the
Paul.
scriptures. It's kind of weird.
You're roboting and lagging.
Yeah. Robot. Look, there's so much that I can see that he's arguing from ignorance, and it's not like a shame on you moment. It's like, dude, the Bible tells the priests that they should get married. Why? Because they need to be able to do marriage counseling. How can you counsel when you have no experience? Interesting. But then the Catholic Church, which was the one who coined the term Christian, right? We were never called Christians. Christian is Catholic only, which are Satanists.
Actually, I want to correct that actually for a second. The Bible actually says that they were first called Christians, and I think it was Antioch. I can't remember, maybe not Antioch. And it said, and the reason they gave them that term is that in the Bible is that they were because they were Christ-like. That's what Christian means. So they were following what Christ is like. And they were originally
called followers of the way. There's a lot of changes that have been wrought on everything, and it's really sad. It really is, because most of what we're taught is based on things that have been altered already.
Yeah, well, all I was saying, I was going to agree with you where it said that the Christians called themselves the follower of the way. They didn't call themselves Christians back then. I was going to agree with you, but I was just saying, yeah. But the Bible says they were called Christians before Catholicism.
Even Jesus.
I just want to apologize if I was talking over people because I think I accidentally hit my my button that turned my speaker off, and I didn't think anybody was talking. So if I was speaking over people,
Right, you're all right. You're all right. You're all right. It's all good, man. That's that love thing.
The Christian term really though is like Nazarene and like followers of the way and yeah, to follow the Messiah and stuff.
Yeah, y'all want to beat up the point. Hey, y'all beating up the point that you think I'm talking about Catholics. Let's talk about the superiority complex you create when you give power to a being you can't see, and the only people that are creating your understanding of this being is Christian. Does that make sense?
Let's talk about all them ad
because,
hominems.
Well, it's a straw man. It's a straw man.
Ad hominem, bro. I'm not insulting you, bro. You're insulted because I'm coming at your religion. Get over yourself.
Wait,
no,
my man.
You're not
That's
coming
a straw
at anything
man, though.
of mine. I'm telling you, you're not even talking about anything that I believe in. You're not even.
I don't
close.
know. I don't even know who you are, honestly.
But you keep saying you, and then a false statement behind it. That is an ad hominem. That is a personal attack.
Bro, you're taking everything personally. That's not my fault, bro.
But here, Electric, this is the problem, bro. You're straw manning our actual position. Like, I can speak for myself, right? I'm literally saying the opposite of what you just said we were doing. Like, I'm saying, don't just listen to what other Christians or people say. Like, go read the scriptures yourself and pray sincerely and just ask. Like, that's what I did. I'm like,
did that.
Okay, well,
I
if
did
you
that.
do it, okay, well then I can't speak for you. What I can say is I open up 2,000-page books directly to a sentence that verbatim answers my questions and prayers. So, like, if you want to say that's me just being so subconsciously powerful or something. So I do know that there's something to this, and it has nothing to do with men or religion. And I actually correct most Christians because I think they know more than they do. And the Creator actually showed me via fasting and praying that people are greatly deceived about what the full truth is, and a lot of stuff's been messed with. But He does want people to wake up. And the Creator of the Bible is the real Creator. His name is Yah, right? Abbreviated, effectively. And like He loves you, man. He made it. Like, that's why the world's so beautiful. It couldn't exist without a Creator.
But here, I want to draw something else on top of that. The Bible says, if you'll seek me, you'll find me when you seek me with your whole heart. If you're seeking to find mistakes, you'll find mistakes. If you're seeking to find the good, you'll see the good. If you're seeking to disprove something, you're going to disprove it. You'll find the things that disprove it. That's why I think if your heart is truly to see God, to find and seek God, not some religion, not some something somebody says or what I say or what it says or anybody else says on here, you'll find God when you seek Him. But if you're not seeking
That's
Him,
part of the law of attraction, right?
The context of the word God is literally unexplained. Yes, you will find things that are unexplainable in your life, for sure.
But I'm saying there's a personal
That doesn't mean I got to go read the Bible, dude. Sorry.
There's a personal conveyance of information that happens, though, that I can personally attest to. It happens numerous times. So it's like a personable response. So, like, you can say, I mean, I live it, dude. So, like, there is 100% a way to communicate to the Creator, and He hears you. And if you're sincere, not arrogant or something like that. Because, like, I was actually kind of arrogant. In fact, I went in there and I'm like, worst case, I guess I'm just talking to the ceiling, is what I thought. But I couldn't get this thought to go away, so I went and prayed. And, dude, I got direct answers. And I've gotten many more since then. And so it is very real, bro. It's like the Creator loves you, man. This isn't some simulation. This isn't some everything came from nothing. Like, dude, you have light inside of you, and it's a spirit and a soul. And you have an individual personality that is your spirit and soul. And it's, like, special to the Creator. It was made for you. Life is a gift, and like that's truth. They want to sell you all this nonsense to keep you apathetic. But if you'll just wipe away everything men say because they're super fallible and they lie and they have pride and they lie for arrogance and then they mislead and they deceive and screw what men say. Just ask Him, read what He said and ask Him, and then always be open into learning more, like going to the actual Hebrew and seeing what was changed or what was mistranslated. It's the most attacked conveyance of words ever in the history of mankind, and it's because it will give you the metaphysical key to power, bro. And I lived it.
Well, the biggest thing is going back to the original text, right? Origins. And saying that men have tainted everything. Evil men have tainted everything that called themselves good. It's really weird. And it's not just in one. It's in all things. Math, science, chemistry, engineering.
well, I think I agree with you on that. I mean, discernment is actually not throwing everything out, but weeding through all the information and all the crud and trying to find the truth. And you're along the way, you're going to find things that are false and find things that are true. You hold on to that which is true. But don't throw everything out because of that, because there's some bad in it.
Something I find true is that Christianity is more like a tool rather than a framework for a belief system. It's actually been used to manipulate people rather than align them with good values. Do you believe that?
Yeah, I get that. That's what I've explained. That's what a few of us that actually were talking about the history of the word.
So the literal
Christian
application of this religion on the masses has done more bad than good, in my opinion.
Bro,
but it's because it had to be abused
finding
to do that.
Truth isn't a religion, and truth isn't a religion. Religion is following the words of men. I'm not following after men. I'm seeking pearls, gold, silver, and I'm walking on.
So Christianity is not a religion now?
Bro, the way it is now, it's following the words of men. It's customs of men, which, again, if you go back to the scripture, it says, do not follow after the customs of men. and do
Which is
not
what
do their
Christianity
vain
is doing.
things. That's just
That's
a
what religion
pearl.
is.
Following after the words of men. Yes,
Yeah,
God,
yes, that's what it is.
a creator of things that are created, isn't a religion. It's a fact. It's a necessary antecedent. It's science that you do not comprehend. Most people do not comprehend it. That's what it is. But
What don't I
everyone wants to
comprehend?
talk
I'm
as though
sorry.
they
What am I
know
missing here?
something.
I'm not missing anything, dude.
I like to point out that actually no one could ever fully comprehend. But it's just like you said, it's a necessary antecedent. Like the Earth had to be designed, and the
You're just
metaphysical
saying
is
that I don't believe in what you believe in, therefore I'm not comprehending enough. That's all you're saying.
No.
Facts.
I'm
I'm grabbing at facts around this.
Okay, where are the facts? I love facts.
Okay, the Earth exists.
Okay, that's a good one.
Okay, so it had to be designed, man.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, so that's the first step. Now you're talking a specific personal understanding or interpretation. Well, that's your journey. You
Everything
shouldn't let
I
other
see
men
that's
do it.
designed, I see man designing everything. I don't see some like universal. I don't see that. I see a lot of man's design.
But you think man designed themselves?
In a way, it has. Yeah, in a way, we have.
We didn't make
There's
ourselves.
more fun to go. There's a more fun way to go about this, Witsit, right? Because there's new species every decade. There are like 100 new species of different types of animal, but there were millions that have already gone away. Now, these millions of different types of
I
things
think you're
are
missing your whole
creations.
approach to this argument, bro. You literally just want me to just call things unexplained and then call that God. That's what you want me to do.
I'm not calling anything unexplained. I'm showing you creation. Antecedent to creation
Yeah,
is
something
creator.
that you consider
Grass, trees,
unexplainable.
flowers.
You consider that unexplainable, though, right?
Dude, necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a container.
Okay, explain why and how, and you can't. Therefore, you throw God into it.
Again, though, your chairs, mass
God is just a
production,
metaphor
these
for I
all
don't know,
require
basically.
creators.
If there's something in this world you can't explain, then you use God to explain it. That's what God is.
No. It's the acknowledgement of the
Repeatable?
inevitable instead of just aimlessly regressing with I don't knows. That's
You literally just said something amazing happened. I read a book, and it was so profound what I read. I don't know how I opened up to this page. It must be God. That is the
Bro,
true
I'm
definition
just
of
trying to
God.
take you
Things
down.
you can't explain. That's it.
I'm just trying to take you down Antecedent Avenue, and you're just going no. Hey, we're
What
not
is
even talking about a book.
Antecedent
I'm
Avenue?
not talking.
Let's hear it. Let's
I'm not
fucking
even
hear it, bro.
talking about a book. Antecedent Avenue, repeatable, testable, verifiable. Does something that is created have a creator? Well, yes, it does, because I can repeatedly create chairs, I can repeatedly create houses, I can repeatedly create tractors. Repeatable, testable, demonstratable.
You're creating the tractor. That's you. So then you must be God, right?
The antecedent to the creation is a creator.
Okay,
Just like with gas pressure, it's
cringy.
walls of a container.
Can I get in?
It's not cringe.
I would like
You're just
for
trying
that,
to be
yeah.
goofy.
Can I get in? Can I tag in? Can I tag in?
You're not convincing me of anything, just so you know.
But you tag in a little bit, man. A little bit.
Go ahead.
Okay, I want to
not
ask you
really-
a question. I want to ask Lecter some questions. Okay, there's only two. Would you agree with this statement? There's only two explanations for why things exist: either natural, random choices, or random things, or an intelligent agent.
Yeah, determinism or chaos, right?
No, I didn't say randomness or chaos. I didn't say that. I said you've only got two options: either just pure chance and randomness, or an intelligent agent. That's only two options you have. Would you agree with that statement?
No.
Why? What's your third option? What's your third option then if you don't agree with that?
You're talking about a complicated issue, trying to break it down to a yes or no type of answer. That's crazy to me. But it's a complicated. It's a complicated scenario you want me to talk about, right?
Yeah,
how's it complicated?
he didn't ask you a yes or no question though. He asked you what is the third option that you think exists. That's asking for a full explanation, my friend.
Humans are on Earth right now debating whether or not we have choices. So we can't even perceive if there is such thing as determinism or not. So who am I to say what is my opinion to this? I'll tell you yes. So all things are of choice, or yes, all things are of a supreme being choice. Okay, either or. I don't think my perspective is fucking good enough. All I'm saying is that makes sense. By the way, I'm saying like, is that too far out of reach?
Well, here's the thing,
You don't
though.
want to
I
take
mean,
a stance. That's fine. Yeah, but
Yeah, like my
yeah,
perception of this is just respectfully like what I see, and I don't see that being like two options. I think that humans have free will. I think that there's also determinism, and that we choose, within these bounds, which kind of is hard to really explain if you ask me. I've never tried to break that down. Sorry.
well, here's the thing, though. I wasn't talking about. We can discuss determinism and free choice, but that's not the question I asked you. That's actually different. You can take that's another step. I said for the explanation for the things we see, whether the tree that I'm looking at, or the existence of our existence, which means the whole universe or the whole realm, however you want to phrase it, you have two options in that. Either pure randomness brought these things into existence, or an intelligent agent. You said you don't agree with that. So even if you talk about determinism and free will, and there might be an interplay in that, even if there is still an intelligent agent in the interplay.
You're not giving me a lot of choices. You're literally forcing me to choose what you are giving.
Okay,
that sounds like not fair.
No, hang on a second. Oh, hang on. No, well, okay. If you think there's another choice, which means
that's what I said
there's
before.
a false economy. Okay, but
I think every human has multiple paths. That's what I believe, and we can choose.
I'm talking about existence. I'm talking about existence. I'm not talking about my path that I take. There's two different arguments. If there's a third option, which means is it a mix? Then you have to argue it's a mixture of the two. It's a mixture of randomness and intelligence, but ultimately you have to say intelligence because intelligence is involved. What I mean when I say free randomness, which means no guiding agent whatsoever, or there's a guiding agent. And if you try to mix it, you still got the guiding agent, so you still fall over to the guiding agent side. But if you say there's a third option, what is it? If you think that's a false dichotomy, you have to say that that's a false dichotomy and describe why.
That's a great definition, a guiding agent. Thank you for avoiding the word God to talk to me.
A guiding agent, whether you call it I could call that God. I mean,
can I tell you something, bro? I consider guide and God like something really flaunty and flamboyant. That is another word for God, right? And guide. So, like, I actually consider all these things fall within the same definition.
Hold on a second.
I'm not trying to draw from the point you're. I'm not trying to draw from your question. I'm not. I remember your question.
You're attacking my how I describe and not the argument or not.
How do people think I'm attacking them? I'm sorry.
I'm actually asking a simple question: Is there a third option? If there is, please explain what the third option is. That's an open-ended question.
I can't think of one.
Stupid.
It's stupid.
Not you. Well, I'm in the road. I'm sorry, road rage. Sorry.
He's trolling you. It really is sounding like he's trolling you because your question is very succinct. It's a yes or no. It is a dichotomy or it's not. But he just is avoiding it and trying to obfuscate into other areas.
I am not avoiding anything.
Well, then what's
I'm trying to think of one.
Well, then answer the question, my friend. It's a very clear. It's either a dichotomy or it's not. And if it's not, then you need to explain why it's not. It's really, really simple.
It's not.
Yeah, y'all are separating creation within what man does and what you consider, like, I guess, a celestial creation. I don't separate the two. I think that man could be responsible for the moon. Man could be responsible for Earth. And we shouldn't be trying to say that there was something before that before we identify what came before the moon.
See, okay, then your argument there, then it's an intelligent agent. The intelligent agent is man.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to eventually say. Because,
okay, that's the case. Then that's if
man
that's
is
the case,
responsible for this stuff, man. That's what I think.
Okay, man. Okay, that being the case, then man brought himself into existence, which means man did not exist, and then all of a sudden he brought himself into existence. That's logically
I know.
incoherent.
Wouldn't that be just as profound and perplexing as any other kind of being doing this? It's like, how come we need some kind of omniscient force to split itself and create a duality and, a singularity becoming a duality and creating all things? Like, why is it so hard for us to conceive an omniscient force doing this and a man doing this? It's like, I don't think that's hard to conceive. That is possible that a man was responsible for duality.
I don't think man as the man that I experience every day, which
because you want it to be an invisible celestial thing creating duality. That's the problem.
Electric, can I not finish my point? I
listened for 5 minutes. I literally talked for 30 seconds. Go.
I know, but I was in the middle of a thought and you jumped in. So, okay. I have not seen a man with the power and intelligence to create all of existence that I experience every day.
You know what a petri dish is?
Oh, so we're in a petri dish. So there's a man just like us that's manipulating a petri dish.
Hey man, I'm having trouble conceiving everything that I suggest.
Okay,
but on a grand scale, why not? We could be looked at as like a fucking petri dish. Why not?
Okay. Well, see, then again, you have to argue that there's an intelligent agent. So wait. Back to my original.
I definitely think the intelligent agent is man. That's me saying that we're responsible for our survival. That our true guide is our own consciousness. Man is responsible for us being. That's what I think.
So man is responsible for bringing about the ground under my feet, the water, the air that
is just as much of an anomaly as an invisible, multi-dimensional being doing. What's the difference?
Well, there's a big difference in the way that
it's both described. Inconceivable realities.
No, it's not. Actually, probably Winston and even Gregory, who's early, would make this argument.
So you can better visualize an invisible creature putting together our reality than a man doing it. Okay, I disagree. Then we just happen to disagree. That's fine.
Okay. I think you're trolling. I think you are trolling at this point because you really don't want to hear it.
Trolling. I actually love this Discord and I'll never troll. Swear to God.
Okay, we're to me a minute then.
Yeah, I did say right there though.
Time. Okay. If space, matter, and time came into existence in the ancient past, okay, do you think space, matter, and time came into existence in the ancient past? Do you think that
matter and time came into existence? I don't believe that there was a starting point to exist. Personally, my belief there is no starting point.
Okay, so this realm that we live in has always existed, is what you're arguing.
Particularly, I'm not trying to argue it. It's just like something that I can't see being disproven because we're humans. We're just here now. How are you supposed to disprove that?
Do you believe in the second law of thermodynamics?
Second law of thermodynamics. You want to lay that out for me, bro? I would have to pull it up.
That basically all usable energy is running out, which means ultimately what that means is that it had a starting point. Which means it's like winding a clock. You wind the clock and it'll run until eventually it's wound down. That is what's happening to the universe. The second law of thermodynamics predicts that and says that. So that means that there had to be a beginning. Things had to begin. Something had to turn the key. Something had to fire the engine. Something had to make things start.
Something like that is just as inconceivable to me as there not being the beginning. That's like inconceivable to you, right? I can't conceive somebody's so you're saying somebody turned the key and that's what started the universe. What made the key? Who's turning the key? Okay, what is the key being? Where is the key being? Where is the key placed?
Okay, well that's what I'm trying to make an argument for. You've got two options. Well, I don't lose my train of thought here.
It's back to that two options. Either if the universe came into existence in the ancient past, which means space, matter, and time came into existence, there had to be something outside of space, matter, and time that brought it into existence.
There would have to be something outside of space, matter, and time. Yeah, the
Right.
unexplained. That's pretty much, you're just using the word God to explain something beyond reality.
Right. So that thing that's out. Let's see, space, matter, and time is physical, right? It's physical. That's physicality. Well, the thing that brought it into existence doesn't have a physical substance.
A thing
So
brought
if you
it
want to call
into
it an
existence.
invisible God,
Like when you
call
say
it.
a statement like that so nonchalantly, I start raising a ton of questions. I'm not satisfied with this statement. Things brought into it, like how, why, like where, when. Doesn't make sense to me.
I'm not even talking about how, when, where, any of that stuff. I don't know how God brought the world into existence. I don't know how.
So then don't try to tell me that it had a starting point if you don't know.
Well, I already said that the second law of thermodynamics indicates that it did.
Entropy.
But you said you don't understand how it started, so why would I believe how it started?
Understand. Okay, I don't know how a computer works fully, but I use the computer and I understand the basic idea of that. So I don't understand how God brought the universe into existence, and I'm not saying the mechanism in which God brought it into existence. I'm not talking about any of that. But if it came into existence in the ancient past, something outside of it had to bring it into existence. And if it's outside of time, that means it's eternal. That means it's always existed.
This is this would require faith, right?
You're on.
Doesn't require logic.
Well, that's okay though. But everything we do in life requires certain level of faith and trust.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay,
I
so
don't
that's
disrespect people that believe in this. Like,
that's not an argument. The believing or not believing is not the point. Is what I argued logically consistent or inconsistent?
I would say something, if you don't mind, to add to this.
Sure.
The first law of thermodynamics, that matter cannot be, or energy can't be created or destroyed, kind of contradicts what you're saying about a starting point, doesn't it?
If you're a little bit more clear on the first law, inside of this universe, matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Right.
Inside this universe.
So that contradicts the starting point.
No. Well, it's something outside of this universe can bring it into existence.
Well, but that's an idea, that's a theory. But if it always was and always will be, like God, right? If God's eternal, then it always existed. Then it always existed, right?
Well, the second law says it all had a beginning.
Well, that's the thing. There's a contradiction there, and I'm not trying to take sides. I'm saying there's a contradiction. If matter can't be created or destroyed, then that indicates that there is no starting point. That it always was and always will be.
No, that means remember it's within the universe. Matter can't be created or destroyed. The second law says that the amount of usable energy to do work is running out.
But does it really run out, or does it just change form?
Well, it changes form where it can't do work anymore. That's what it says.
Well, maybe it does work in a different way.
But if it's completely spread out, how can it be used for work if it's completely spread out?
Well, it just spreads out and adds to other, energy and matter and has a different purpose. If it can't be destroyed, then it always has a purpose.
Well, I mean, has a purpose. I mean, that's getting into a different realm.
Well, this is what I get to when I get to this argument, because if matter can't be created, if energy and matter can't be created or destroyed by the first law of thermodynamics, and entropy, within this universe, that's all we know. That's all we can talk about, right? Because we don't know of any other universe, right? So if that's the case, then it's possible that everything in existence always was in existence in some form or another.
Oh my God, I'm not alone. God damn, it feels nice to hear someone else say that.
Let's think about this for a second. Let's say you're right. I'll give you that for just a second. Okay. Who rewound the clock? What rewound the clock?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, if entropy is always heading towards, if the whole universe and everything is heading towards increase in entropy, something had to rewind it. If you're saying it, like it had to be a rewinding for it to go again, rewind. Because if the universe has always existed, that means it's been for all eternity running out of energy. Which means that doesn't make sense. Running out of usable energy. So something had.
Well, why is it running out? But why? How is it running out? If the first law is saying that it can't be created or destroyed, then it would never run out. It would just change form, right?
Well, I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. The amount, what the second law says, the amount of energy to do work is running out. It's running
But what
down.
do you mean by running out? Going away? Disappearing?
No, it's just like the clock. It's not. Well, let's say the energy is there because it's there because it can't be created or destroyed. But it gets to the point where you can't use it for work. It ceases to be able to do any kind of work.
What do you mean by you can't use it for? If it's just a different form, it does work in a different way, and it adds to other energy, and then it takes a different form, and it continues on. Entropy may be the breakdown of a particular system, but that doesn't mean that particular system disappears.
I want to know what you're imagining a pile of ashes that I took from my fireplace and put in a box would do.
Or the gasoline that's the carbon that's all over the area now. It's gone out of my engine. Where'd it go? What can it be redone into something? Or when the sun's gone with all this nuclear fusion occurring and it's all gone, or whatever you want to say, electric energy within the sun is gone. How can it be brought back into doing something else?
Well, that's metaphysical, possibly. But it is still, you have to stick to the first law of thermodynamics. If it can't be created or destroyed, you're saying that entropy is a destruction of some sort, then, right?
It's not a destruction. The matter and energy. Okay, the matter and energy is still there, but the amount to be able to do work is gone. It'll be gone at some point.
But you have to define what it means to do work.
Well, work is what's the Wait, that you might be able to help me if you're still here. Is it force over distance or something like that? Somebody help me. I think it's work is to be able to move something over a distance, or force over a distance or something like that. I can't remember exactly. So when it gets to the point where that thing can't happen, then all usable work energy is gone.
Okay, but that means it's destroyed.
It's not destroyed. Okay, you can recapture the energy, but you have to have something to rewind the clock. That's my back to my argument again.
Let me explain it this way. So if you had an amount of energy which was useful, which is then becoming useless over time, the net amount of energy remains the same, but it transforms from useful energy to useless energy. The point is, at some stage in the past, it began in a useful form. Now, how did it all begin being useful? Who said it to be useful?
It's no longer potential energy.
Yeah, it becomes useless energy. So it had to be created in the first instance in a useful form.
Okay, but useful. When you say useful, it's kind of a subjective opinion about what's useful, right?
Such as a perpetual machine, right? You can imagine that.
Yeah,
right?
I agree. It is. I'm just trying to really simplify the terminology we're using here, not in lots in the weeds. I was trying to explain that this realm we live in commenced with an amount of useful energy. The second law of thermodynamics says it's running out. We're heading for a heat death, or whatever you want to call it. But the useful energy is becoming useless energy to us. So how was it that it was useful to begin? Who created useful?
Your mic's really bad, bro, but I kind of got what you're saying. Yeah, so to us, it's useful or it's not useful, in our opinion, or our evaluation of it is either useful or not useful. And that determines its purpose. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's why they use the term work.
It's changing. It's changing from useful to useless, right? That's entropy. But the point is, at beginning, it was a certain way. Why was it that way? Who created? Did something create that?
Yeah, I'm not arguing I'm not even trying to argue at all. I'm just trying to add to the whole logical deduction of this, all of this, because yeah, I believe there's intelligent design, but intelligence could be the essence of everything, right? So if the essence of everything is intelligent, right, and everything is not creatable or destroyable, and it may have different stages where it's considered useful or useless, but we don't even know how that uselessness becomes useful again, because if it's not destroyed, then it has another purpose that it continues on to. And if it always was in existence and everything has an essence of intelligence, not to say it necessarily created itself, but everything just is. And it has an intelligence. There's an intelligence like we see with the Fibonacci sequence or the, sacred geometry. There's an essence of intelligence to everything. Now, to make that an outside source that created it is the leap of faith that, or the maybe even a contradiction to the first law is what I'm saying. If God can always be and always was and always will be, and the essence of everything is that God code, that essence of intelligence, then maybe everything always is and always was, and that's just the way, because of the different forms and the entropy of a certain system breaking down. That doesn't mean it went away and it was gone, and it doesn't mean it had to have a starting point. In fact, it makes it more significant if it never did, in my opinion. If everything always was and always will be, maybe part of the psyop is that to separate us from God, they made God this idea of something that's outside of us rather than within everything.
That's what I feel. I think that we are the most godlike creatures on the earth. We are responsible for creation and love.
Well, I didn't say
suffering. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't mean that. Okay, but I just mean everything, us included. Everything, us included. Not we are the most intelligent or any of that. Just that everything has an intelligence and works within this intelligent overall system that could be, always was, and always will be in some way. That is not to negate God, but just the idea that it had to have a beginning and an end, I think, is where the whole thing has to be like, why is that necessary? It's actually more significant if it's not necessary. It makes us more bound with God if God's within everything and working through everything all the time. It doesn't have to have like a beginning and an end necessarily.
But it attempts to combine into the material world's human confinement. Like, first of all, what is work? And then you got force and displacement. So you're like, oh, well, if you apply the first law, no energy can be created nor destroyed. Like, that's a human confinement. So then to put that into a metaphysical confinement based on like human interpretation of the material world, I mean, I don't see where you can make the leap to then invoke a creator, because the creator isn't limited to the first law.
I can see that. Yeah, I can understand that. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the creator, that you're negating the creator by saying that it's within everything that always was. Like to separate the creator from the creation.
Oh my God, that's exactly what I believe.
Doesn't necessarily negate the significance of that creating intelligence, that essence of intelligence that's within everything.
You just have to decipher between the material world and the metaphysical, though. Like, because created in the sense that we have matter. So, like, what I would say is what caused the etheric vibrational displacement that created the material world.
Can I say one thing? But what confines a human to just its material body? What if our consciousness is more human than what we consider our bodies in this realm, right? Consciousness could have created material. Okay.
Well, consciousness had to come before material, but that's the whole point. It's like, it exists outside of the human confinement of the first law, which is a material confinement.
Humanity, it's more prevalent in humans than any other being we see.
Well,
like,
it is kind of
pre-existed and was always existing in the metaphysical. That still doesn't actually throw out the fact that the material world was created. So if there was like some pre-existing energy that whatever the creating force utilized to manifest the material world, in theory, right, that always existed. Because what exactly is the creator, right? For us humans to try to even fully define it is impossible. But the point is, if that pre-existing energy or always existing energy existed, the material world did not have to, because of that. The material world is a result of a vibrational displacement in the metaphysical, or what people would call the ether, or whatever this ever existing energy would be. So it's like the material world still requires a creator via antecedents.
Well, yeah,
but really
right, I understand. But what if it's like more like a chicken or the egg type scenario with the metaphysical and physical? Like the physical is created by the metaphysical, and they're like maybe they're synonymous. Like there is no material without the metaphysical, and there is no metaphysical without the material. I don't know, but I'm saying that it's like a something out of nothing type scenario that we get on ballers for, in a way, when you think about it. Like, how can something come from nothing? And I understand that argument. If God can create something from nothing, then we're saying that it's outside of those confinements, which is fine. And that's a possibility. But to say that it's necessarily that way or another way is kind of a false dichotomy, because there could be an eternity or an eternal existence for everything, whether it be material or metaphysical. It works together, and it doesn't necessarily have to be like this came from an omnipotent being that decided this is the way it's going to be. It's like this within everything is that omnipotent intelligence that always is and always was in some form or another. And it doesn't take away the significance. It just makes it so that, it's like we want to think in a logical way of like people live and die. We're born and we die. So we think there's like a beginning and end to everything. But, because our energy goes somewhere after we die, and whatever, that metaphysical transformation doesn't mean there's an end to even one life, so it's just a different form of it, and it continues on. And I can't even imagine what a beginning would be. So why would I assume there is one?
Yeah, but it's not that it comes from nothing. I hope I'm not breaking up, but it's not that it comes from nothing. I don't know if I'm breaking up. Am I breaking up?
No, we can hear you.
Yeah, so it doesn't come from nothing, right? It's like a pre-existing, ever-existing energy. Well, that's what the creator, like a pre-existing, ever-existing energy. But it's like the material earth itself, right? I mean, just based on everything that we get to observe. I mean, I don't understand that. I can't even formulate a thesis for you, like as in, okay, so there's a vibrational, etheric background, and the material world is a spectrum of that, but that spectrum always existed. Right? Okay. Like that material spectrum just always existed. I just can't make that leap because it really shows that it requires like immense amounts of energy input and movement within the etheric background to manifest that. So it's like, well, what was the driving force to make the material world manifested in such a way that it's like very clearly perfect, like perfectly placed.
But aren't you saying that it always existed if God is that metaphysical energy that created the material?
That's what I'm saying. The energy always existed. And it can even maybe be argued that the material is a version of or a modality of that ever-existing energy.
Sure.
But to actually form the mode itself that we experience would require some type of design.
Right, which I agree with. But design, then we have to figure out what we mean by design. And if the design is the essence of intelligence, is within everything that makes that design work the way it does, then that's that God element. And if that God element always existed and it's within everything, then that's basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, and antecedent to the material earth, as far as I can even conceivably see it, is like a designing force of pre-existent energy. So I don't think we fully disagree or anything like that.
Yeah.
I just think, people usually get contention with the personification aspects, but I think that's actually that's like a personal journey thing. So,
right. That's the baggage that goes with the personification of it is what people get caught up on with this whole thing more than anything, because there's a whole thing that you have to see, like, oh wait, what version of it are you trying to push on me, or are you trying to promote, or are you trying to believe in, or say I should believe in, rather than we're saying the same thing, because beginning and end, regardless, if God didn't have a beginning, then there is no beginning, right? Because God is everything, right? So it's eternal in both of our minds, and both of our, no matter how you look at it, because something can't come from nothing. So God didn't come from nothing.
Well, that's interesting, right? So it's impossible for us to fully wrap our mind around the infinite, but yeah, for there to be a driving creative energy that created the material world, for example, then yeah, it had to just be there, right? It had to.
I think that driving creative energy you're talking about is prevalent in humans today. Like we're literally landscaping and terraforming our entire Earth. We are the most responsible for creation.
Well, I agree that we're certainly the maintenance crew, but I think that we're just a version of, right? Like we're a small, more limited version of, because I think that's kind of the thing. Religion, and religion kind of rips that away from people. Ironically, they rip away what makes life so beautiful, which is that they have a piece of the Creator in them.
Right. Right. Yeah, and I think that people get. Yeah, I think that people on the quote unquote creator side of the argument aren't necessarily, or maybe are sometimes saying that people don't believe in God because they don't think of it in a biblical term, or in a God had an intention and we have a purpose that was designed to do a certain thing. When that, I mean, if God is the energy that is within everything and it always existed, then that's it's not necessarily that interpretation that you're criticizing. It's just that there's like we said, the baggage that comes with that and the implications on both sides of the argument is where people seem to be disagreeing when they really are just agreeing. Because the details we can't really know, but we can all glean that there's a universal consciousness. It's like if you try to convince an atheist even, or anybody, that there is no universal consciousness, you could not convince them, right? Because that just seems like we all know there is some type of universal consciousness, right? This seems like there is.
There's a universal consciousness.
Well, I'm not saying you're convinced. I'm not saying you're convinced, but if I tried to convince you that there absolutely is none, it'd be hard to convince you. It'd be just as hard to convince you that there absolutely is no universal consciousness.
You shouldn't be trying to convince me. You should be trying to prove something.
Well, yeah. What I'm trying to say is that it kind of like even if we don't logically get to that point, like, okay, yeah, there is a universal consciousness, but to try to convince someone the other way that there absolutely isn't one is something that would be really hard for a lot of people.
I'm not on that side of the argument. So can I give you my side of the argument? That's not my side. My side is that man is the most high intelligent designer in our existence. That's my argument.
That we know of.
I'm sorry, just one more point. When I say man, I'm talking about man's consciousness. Now, that doesn't mean that at one point a bazillion years ago, consciousness could have been a primordial soup. Consciousness could have been a fucking multidimensional alien. Consciousness could have been a regular human being. I don't know. But I don't find this as unfathomable as it being an invisible single being. Like, why are we displacing power when we see it today?
Do you know what you run into?
I would just like to point out that Satan said the same exact shit. So. Whatever.
And also, you run into a problem when you start arguing the way you're arguing, that there's no singular entity. You run into an infinite regress. Then you have to say, well, where'd that consciousness come from? Where did that consciousness come from? Where did that consciousness come from? Where did that human come from? Where did that human come from?
It's not like your concept of God provides more explanation. Now I'm just individualizing these forms of consciousness. You want me to generalize it, and I want to specify. That's the difference.
Specify how.
You want me to consider one being responsible for everything I see. And I'm saying that there is a entity of consciousness within man, which makes man responsible for everything we see. Like, I think the most, I'm
Where did
repeating
that
myself.
consciousness
Do I sound like a broken record?
No,
guys? I'm
that's
sorry,
okay.
guys.
Where did that consciousness within man come from?
It came from consciousness is what I consider God. Like when we talk about consciousness, I'm thinking of intelligence in charge of like designing shit. But it
maybe if you
exists
combined
within
all
man.
conscious,
Man is
all man's,
responsible for designing shit.
imagine putting all of man's consciousness together, right? That's kind of what I'm.
Yeah, my
So
headphones are dying.
you put all of man's consciousness together, what would you get? We obviously can't be equivalent
humanity.
to the compilation.
You get humanity.
Right, but we can't be equivalent to all of them together. We're just one piece individually. That's kind of the point.
See, but this is like the perspective of somebody that's not thinking like this. Then you want to revert it back to, okay, now we need the definition of God. Like, what is wrong with my understanding?
Oh, no, I'm just explaining that, like, if it's consciousness, yeah, we each individually have a consciousness, but if consciousness in principle exists, then it exists on a larger scale.
Not necessarily. What's it?
Okay.
Just quickly, Paul, that infinite regress rhetoric, even though I'm on your side of the argument here, it kind of bites us as well, because other people can say, well, where did God come from? You know, like that, where did it come from? Ultimately applies to what we believe God the Creator as well. Where did that come from? And our answer is, he's always been, he's eternal. Well, that doesn't really satisfy, it's not a satisfactory answer to a lot of people. That has to be taken on faith.
You have to have something. You do have to. I have to argue, or I will concede. You do have to have something eternal. You can't have an infinite regress, and you can define that eternal being as God, whatever term you want to give to it.
Yeah, there's a paradoxical nature to our reality, and I would say it's a necessity, because you can't say that the infinite regress is a fallacy, in my opinion. Not that you are, but infinite regress isn't a fallacy. It's just an identification of the paradoxical nature of our reality. You know, the paradox is there. You can't get away from the paradox. The paradox is there. You can't negate the paradox by calling it a fallacy.
Well, a paradox is when two contrary ideas that can't coexist, that can't exist at the same time. Which that's a paradox. An infinite regress is not that. It's a fallacy, infinite regress cannot exist. Even in reality, it cannot exist. You can't have an infinite number of hotels. You can't have an infinite number of human beings. You know, there has to be a finite of anything. Has to be a thing, like a physical thing, or even time has to be finite.
Well, that gets back to the original, false dichotomy in a way, because if the first law is saying it can't be created or destroyed, and the second law is saying there's no infinite, then they're contradictory, right? Because there's an infinite and an
conflating the two. So you keep conflating the two. Energy is something that can't be created. Matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed. Okay, but the amount of usable energy to do work is decreasing. Means it's going away. Those are not the same thing.
Yeah. In layman's terms, it's like we can't make it or destroy it. We can only find it, use it, and then it's done. That's it. There you go.
That's it. Good point, right there.
It's not that contradictory. It's not that much of a contradiction.
Well, if we're talking about energy in general, if we're talking about existence in general, if there's an infinite existence, then that is God, right? Then that infinite existence is responsible for everything. And whether it's certain forms of it are useful or not useful is just a subjective, evaluation of its certain form, its current form as opposed to its future form.
Right. So that's just playing with the unknown and the maybe, right? So you'd have to find examples of where the absolutely most useless thing ever is somehow being used, and then you could start really having some evidence for that. But
what I mean by a paradox is more like what does your nose smell like? You can't. Your nose Your nose smells, right? It doesn't smell. It can't smell itself, and we can't. Like, it's kind of like the brain can't look at itself because the brain is looking, right? In a way, it's the paradoxical nature of our reality. Because of the infinite regress, you can always ask, well, who created God and who created that God? And if God created everything, then who created the God that created everything? That is a paradox. It's not like it's not a fallacy. It is a paradox. It's not a bad thing. It's just that it is a paradox. We can't know that answer, and that's fine.
Well, here's the thing. Hold on a second. I want to address that though, because you're God. See, the thing is, I don't make the claim that God was created, so I don't say God came from somewhere. My claim is, and I think the argument is, God has always existed. So to ask where did God come from or the cause of God is a moot point. Because you can't have it, since you can't have an infinite regress that eliminates that. It stops. It grounds and stops at God.
Infinite. It's infinite.
No.
I was under the impression. Oh, go ahead.
It's not an infinite regress. I've stopped it. The infinite regress is stopped with God.
I was under the impression that the argument was that attributing everything to the word God is lazy, and it's not like next level thinking. Where going into this infinite regress is next level thinking, where God created himself, therefore, than a cycle of circles, where that sounds more like the lazy way of doing it.
There. God, okay, let's think about what you just said. You said God created himself. There's a logical problem there. That means God had to bring himself into existence before he existed.
Yeah, I don't agree to it. It doesn't sound logical to me. It sounds more logical that that the answer is unknown and that we were created.
No, the answer is easy. The answer is easy. God has always existed. He's the grounding of all being. He's always existed. He grounds everything. Everything's grounded in him.
Where's the ground for human beings? If God has always existed, why haven't humans always existed? God created humans. When did he do it?
That's real simple. That's real simple. I have not always existed. I was born a finite time in the past. And all man's experience means that he came. There's no eternal man that exists.
There's no eternal man that exists.
Okay, wait. So if God's infinite or God's eternal or however you want to define it, we'll go with that. And if God's within everything, right? Do you agree with that? That God's within everything.
You have to be more clear about what you mean by that. God is everything. What is that?
Well, if God created everything, his force is what created it. He put himself into the form to create everything, right? There's a part of God in everything. Is that not something you agree with?
No, I think we're separate from God. I think he sustains and upholds this existence, but this existence is not him.
Why is that necessary?
Well, he's separate. Well, that's just. I think that's the worldview. I mean, he brought the world into existence, but and the substance is different from who he is, because remember, he had to exist before this world existed, which means he's not the same thing as this thing. So he's separate.
But why is it such a stretch to posit that maybe God is within everything, and that's why everything has an essence of an intelligence? Because that essence of intelligence is God.
Well, you say God is there, or God is actually there?
Well, I mean, I was going to respond to that.
In language, that's all it really is.
No, I think this. Well, I mean, you could argue that his fingerprint is on existence, which means you see signs of intelligence. You've seen signs of creativity. You see signs. If he created man and he's given us an attribute of his nature, then we have free will. We laugh. We communicate. There's aspects of his essence or who he is embedded or imprinted on creation, but that doesn't mean creation is him.
Yeah, if you made a vacuum cleaner, are you part of the vacuum cleaner?
Are you the vacuum cleaner? That's a good point.
Well, that's a way of looking at it. Yeah, I can understand that. But the intelligence that you put into it is part of the vacuum cleaner, right?
Right, but that's not the same thing. I could put a program that I designed and all this into the vacuum cleaner or in a computer. So your computer, I can put a lot of myself through the writing of a program into the program, but I'm not the program.
Even if you do it with DNA, it's still not. You know, my kid is not me. I am me, and my kid is my kid.
Well, maybe the
They're
only
not
way to make the
overt.
vacuum cleaner have consciousness is to put a part of yourself into it in that
Yeah,
metaphysical way.
but that's what you could say. Like he breathed his life into it. Is about the extent of it,
right?
You know, but doesn't mean
Well, I
that
mean,
it doesn't. Like I think personally, like I happen to think that God is a part of creation is almost like blasphemous as fuck.
I agree. I
Really?
think there's
See, I see it the opposite. I see it's
I agree
almost
with that. I think too.
blasphemous to separate God from the creation.
Well, I mean, I think the thing is that you are not like. Would you say that you're equal to God?
No, not at all. Maybe a
Right.
fractal
So,
of
like,
God.
well, see, right, but I think to say that you're a fractal of God is blasphemy.
But why
I
is
think.
that?
I think
That's
it's
interesting.
because it's merely it's like form dictates function. You know what I mean? Like something that's created. Like your vacuum cleaner's gonna run out of whatever. Something's gonna happen. You know what I mean? It's gonna get. You know what I mean? Like you can't. I mean, you could try up to speed to I don't know how long you could have a vacuum cleaner for, but like the point is that you're gonna have like a time limit on something, and I think that like anything, like the creator created you.
I just want to ask
Like
a very simple question.
Yeah, but if the vacuum cleaner can have its own vacuum cleaner children, and that consciousness is passed
well,
on
no,
from
I mean I think
generation to
like
generation,
hold
is
on, though.
different.
It's like this though. If you create an organism that just can keep recreating itself, or like a virus in a fucking whatever that can keep creating itself, like I don't think that like. I just don't, I think it's completely separate from the creator, and I personally, I think, and I understand why people go into that thought, but I think even that thought of like the most height moment of psychedelica, if you're gonna say that you're God, it's like that is like blasphemous beyond fucking belief. Like you're just experiencing what you are, which is man, which is good enough, should be good
Would you
enough.
ever? Would you ever
Well,
feel
wait a minute. I think
comfortable
that's a
if
bit of a
if
straw
you
man,
made
though. I think it's a bit of a
if you
straw man to
made
say that you have an essence of God within. That there's an essence of God within everything and within you. Isn't blasphemy? It's a straw man to say that you're saying you are God. To say you're a part of God doesn't mean that you're saying you have all that God has. It's totally different.
right. So if you made these vacuums, if you created the vacuum, would you be okay when everybody's like, "Man, you are the vacuum. This vacuum is just as good as you. I am the vacuum." It sounds stupid. Like you're
It's
not the
not
vacuum.
you're qualifying it
Let's
that way isn't necessary. To say it's just as good or just as good. To say you're a part of God
So
doesn't
you
mean
would
that you
feel
are as
Well,
good
how
as
about this?
God. That you
How
have
about this?
wouldn't you
everything
feel
God has.
insulted
Give
being
us
But to
called a
say you're a
vacuum?
fragment
real
of
world
God is
new perspective. Give
makes
me a
more sense.
microcosm.
I
Give
mean,
me a
it's a
microcosm.
fallacy of division. That's what you guys
Well,
are committing.
well, 1 second, real quick. I just would like to hear
Emitters,
an
sinners.
example. And you may be right, sir. But I'm just saying, like, what's an example of something that creates something that's in it? Like, what's the microcosm of that thought?
Children. It's pretty easy,
Right,
right?
but well, that's what the gentleman said earlier. Is that you have a child, like you're not your child, right? You're not
He
thinking.
was a good guy.
You're completely separate from them.
Not
But yeah,
completely.
that's a good
So
Not
what
completely.
is a
There's an essence of
microcosm?
you in your child. There's an
Right, right.
essence of
What is a
you in your child, right?
What is a microcosm? Like,
It's
we
not
can break
just
it
your
down.
essence; it's your blood and your DNA and everything about your genealogy as well.
Right, but they're still not
Like
you.
literal physical parts of you are in your child.
Yeah,
No, they're
there's
not.
an
They have their
equivocation
own. They have
fallacy.
their own arm. They have their own leg. They have their own everything. Right.
But it
Can I
couldn't
get?
have happened without you. It's like
All right.
when
Well,
you're
how about
building a
depend?
vacuum,
How about this?
you gotta
Other.
go to like an iron manufacturing distributor or something like that. When you're having a
I'm just.
child, all you gotta do is have sex. There's a difference.
I
You
grant.
can't
Grant.
compare
But
having
like
a child
Does
my
the
to
point
building
is
child
a
that
ever?
vacuum.
what is the example and the microcosm of where I'm actually like you would create something and then you're actually animating it completely like you're a part of it.
Unfortunately,
There
guys,
is. I
I
just
love
happen
the
to think.
conversation. I wish I could be here more, man. I gotta go. Good
Cool.
game.
I just think that if there isn't a microcosm, let's say, of that, like for me, children isn't good enough. Like, but like if there isn't an other microcosm, you know what I mean? Then I think it's logical. It's illogical to think that you would be a part of something like that.
I think it's illogical to say you wouldn't be. That's
never,
interesting. Not to argue, but I think it's just interesting that we would have that. To say that we're a part of it makes us closer to it and makes us more directed by it, in my opinion.
Well, I think hold on though. Intuition and all those spiritual things are the capabilities of man. I don't think that you lessen the value of them by saying that it's not God. Those are the gifts that God gave to man, so that one could be in tune with the resonance that He created for man. However, he himself maybe have interwoven, lessons for us that we find godly. But I think the moment in your mind when you cross over into that gap, where even at the heights of psychedelica, it's fucking blasphemy.
That's interesting, though, because I think it's blasphemy to say that you're separate. I think it's more blasphemy to say that God isn't within everything, that there isn't a part of God within everything, and that intelligence doesn't come from that part of God.
I think there's a biblical passage that actually kind of help this dialogue a little bit. The biblical writers calls it, we are made in the image of God. And there's other passages where there's a partaking of the divine nature, which means there is aspects of our being, which I'm not going to deny, that are like God. But that doesn't say because we are like Him or we reflect something of Him, doesn't mean that we are Him. And
saying you are Him is saying you are Him, and saying you are a part of Him is totally different.
Yeah,
I'm not saying I'm a part
of it. And there are parts in the Bible that say God. I mean, I'm just saying, this is what the Bible says. There's gifts given that are God-like, like prophecy and intuition. And it does say that these are gifts from God. I'm just putting it out there.
I mean, if you say when you're saying in Him, I mean, I guess that's. I mean, what do you mean by that? In Him, in God. What do you mean by that?
Who said it? I'm not sure.
I don't know who said it. He said we're in God.
I was saying there's the 7 gifts. I mean, this is just what the Bible says. It says like the 7 gifts of it's like wisdom, counsel, knowledge. What else? But then you can get then you can perform healing and prophecy, speak in tongues. These are supposedly gifts from God.
Yeah, I mean, when I think in the biblical, in the very first beginning, I don't know if those are the things he was talking about. I think the things that we reflect God are we communicate. God speaks, we speak. He is intelligent, we are intelligent. He has emotion, we have emotion. We create. He creates, we can create. I think there's a lot of things that we can and do reflect that are from Him. I don't know if it's the end thing.
Yeah, it's a very serious jump to say, to be created and say, you know what, I am my own father. I am my own dad. Fucking, I'm my mom too. That's a little bit ridiculous, honestly. Doesn't seem logical. It just doesn't seem logical. Like,
wait, it doesn't seem logical to say that that
I birthed myself. No, it doesn't.
Well, no, you didn't birth yourself. Well, I don't know. I think that I don't know. I thought that part of the biblical idea is that God is within everything. I thought that was part of the whole tenet of the whole thing.
Yeah, God is in us.
That's all I'm saying.
I don't think. I think there's a difference between. Hold on a second. I think there's a difference between God is omnipresent and God is in something. Like He is everywhere, but that doesn't mean He's in everything.
Why not? I mean, why? But what's the objection to Him being within everything?
God can't.
There's a difference. Like if it's you're breaking up. So there's a difference if we're playing pretend and I'm a ghost and I jump in you, I'm in you, but you're not me now. I'm just in you. There's a difference. We should all clearly see the difference and understand it.
Right, I see, but why is it so separate? Why is it so important to separate it as if that there couldn't be something like a part of you that is a fractal of what God was or what God is?
Yeah, maybe.
Why is that why is
all.
it so important to separate it completely?
Because it's just, to me, it's just not logical. But personally, I mean, I can logically separate that something. Now you are, yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if I was
Just
coming
because
through.
it's
I
not
was actually
logical,
coming
but I mean, it makes more logic. If God blew the breath of life into the creation, then that breath of life is what keeps everything going, right?
Well, I mean, I would like
breath
to
of life
respond to that. I
becomes a
mean,
part of you. It's not separate from you. It becomes a part of you. It becomes the essence of your intelligence, or the overall intelligence. The overall workings of everything is that breath of life.
well, you'd have to make the argument then, if that's if what you're saying is true, that the breath of life is God. But see, that I was making an argument earlier, which I was trying to. I don't know if you could hear me. But God, if God is in something, that means He would be in evil. And if He's in evil, that means He sins or He does evil, and that can't be the case. So God can't be in everything. He can be present.
Oh, that's where it
with
is. Okay.
everything. Yeah.
But see, that's where I think that I think that's where the dogma might be tripping people up, because it's that the idea, first of all, evil is subjective. To some degree, we have to agree on that, because, you could kill an animal to eat, but is it evil to kill? I mean, there's all kinds of paradoxes there as well, right? So, the judgment of what is good and bad, I think that there's an innate sense of that, in all of us, and that could be that God, consciousness or whatever that's within us. But as far as like separating it, because God can do no evil, is also contradictory too, because they can't have light without dark, and if God's the light and the dark, I don't see a problem with that necessarily either, because intelligence has to have two sides to continue. There has to be two sides. There has to be a balance, and in my opinion, it doesn't necessarily blasphemy to say that they're both within everything.
Well, I feel like you just can't fathom no dark. I feel like that's just something you can't conceptualize. Yeah.
Well, hold on a second though. See, the thing is, you can't say there's light and dark in God. It's one. There's a bit of a contradiction in there, because you have to define what evil is. Evil is the absence of good. Okay, so you have to, because that's what it ultimately is. If you know that it's good to take care of your neighbor and you don't, then that's evil, or it'll potentially be evil.
Your mic's going bad for some reason, bro.
Why isn't good the absence of evil instead of evil being the absence of good? Rex, can I ask you real quick? Rex, can I ask you one question, a quick one?
Sure.
Why do you state what God must or can or cannot be?
Well,
was there a premise involved? Who are you to say that?
Okay. Well, it's okay. If there's things that are grounded in God, there's certain aspects of Him that cannot change and are immutable. Okay. For example, He cannot not exist. If He's eternal, that means He has to always exist. He cannot not exist.
Why? Who are you? Why would you think that you would know anything of what it could or couldn't be? What? I don't get this.
You came in very late, so those things already were going through. I don't want to go through them again, to be honest.
Okay. Well, yeah, we can move on. Okay, back to the good and evil thing.
Bad. I just didn't know if it was a premise or not.
Well, we've been talking a lot across a lot of spectrum on this topic. So, evil is the absence of good. It's not the other way around. Because you got to know what the evil is to know. You got to know what the good is to know what the evil is. You have to have a standard by which you can evaluate the good or the bad. Even in we kind of understand that in a lot of ways. In other ways, like, but that's not a good. That meter is not that. What's your measurement is not a meter. Sure. Well, you have to know what a meter is. So that meter doesn't measure up. There's different aspects. So morality is the same way. Your goodness is the same way. So in that sense, if God is the grounding of all moral and all things that are good, then there can be no evil in Him, no darkness in Him. There can be nothing that would bring any shade of darkness or gray. So then you can look at Him and say He's the standard for goodness. He's the evaluation. If you want to see what goodness is, you look at God. He's the standard. Not me, not you, not somebody else.
Couldn't you? just that technically, couldn't you take that the other way and say if you were born in a inherently bad situation that always is, and then the absence of something, like instead of being struck every time that someone says hello, you're given a hug and you're shown something different that could, I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
heard.
can call good evil and you can call evil good, but whatever you're basing, starting as good, then that's how you determine what's bad. So when somebody comes up to hug you and that's bad. That's the opposite of what was good. It's not the other way around.
Right.
It'll start off as
Right.
bad.
But yeah, you could say that. You could argue in that sense. You really just flip it the other way around. And then not hugging people is the best thing you could do. And if you hug somebody, that's bad. Or in a
That doesn't
society where
change good and bad.
yeah, you have to have a standard to know what the bad is. If you don't have the good, you can't tell what the bad is. So God is that standard. So there cannot be evil in God. There cannot be bad in God.
It's similar to the argument of the whole chaos argument, right? You had to obviously have order. I mean, logically, you had to have order to know chaos. You can't have chaos to know order. It's just very logically obvious.
Yeah, but that's ridiculous. There is no such thing as chaos. Show me chaos anywhere.
Anything that falls from order. That's all it is. It's just a word. Yeah.
Look, Rags, the logic that you keep, the perpetuating the balance of the good and evil and the standard, to me, I keep hearing it like a catch-22 circle, like a snake biting his own tail, like constantly like changing the point. Like it doesn't seem like a balanced circle logic. It seems like a perpetually having to say, but then this, but then this, but then this. Like it never catches up with itself.
What you got found in the store. I don't get what you mean. I don't understand the perpetual circle. I mean, if God is the ground of all being, the ground of all good, then there is no perpetual circle. I don't get what you're saying.
Why do you see? That's what I'm saying. Like, where's this premise coming in that God is the all good?
Okay,
Are we calling good what he wants, what it's supposed to happen, what is supposed to be? That's what you're saying is, because then you come right back with morality is a gray area. So where are you getting the good?
I never said morality was a gray area. I never said that.
Okay, I misheard you there, and I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but I guess I misconcluded what you were meaning.
Yeah, I don't think morality is a gray area. Now there might be different applications of the moral in different circumstances. Like, we all recognize that you need to honor your family, honor your parents. There's an honor that we all recognize, and some people express it through celebrating their mom's birthday or celebrating Mother's Day. Other may be what happens in Oriental countries where they actually have shrines to their ancestors. In both of those circumstances, there's an honoring of the parents. We all recognize what courage is. Now, the expression of what courage is may come out and manifest differently in different situations and different cultures, but we all recognize courage is a good thing.
Okay, well, I didn't want to cut you off, but before you go into the second point, I don't necessarily agree with the first point. We all, it's fair to say you would want your kids to, maybe it would be nice if they honored you, but dude, I'm sure there's some philosophies where they don't give a fuck, dude, and they want their kid to champion them and cut their head off and take the throne. Who the fuck knows?
Go it. That's the point. That's what I was going to say. Get it. Also, Rags, your mic is bad. You got to fix it. But this is the thing. Show us a society that is pure evil and they thrive on it and they love it, and then maybe we can talk. But as we can all agree that see and only seem to find people who desire goodness and love and peace. Whether they have to kill to get the peace, they still desire peace at some point.
But that's not fair. Just because you have a large portion of the sheep that make up society, just because the wolves don't want that. So why do you just get to say,
they do want that.
No, I'm saying the wolves are different. Like, the wolves don't want niceness. The wolves are cool with murder.
No, the wolves want their own form of goodness and kindness and peace. Yeah, but they think that you are. They want their own form. Yeah. You don't have to agree, but they also want the same thing that you want, but they think that they have to go through you to get it because you've just shown yourself, or I've just shown myself to be unreasonable, and I'm not getting on board, and I just don't understand, and I'm detrimental to their peace. Yeah.
Dude, I keep hearing the hyper macho left out, as if the hyper macho give a fuck about good. Like they just want to dominate and conquer. They're not going to give a fuck about I wish it was good and nice. Why do you get to speak?
Because that makes them feel good. Yeah. Because it
My
makes them
point is
feel
you're
good. That's
biased.
the point.
The point
No, that's
is
the
when we
point, is it
start
makes
off
them feel
talking
good.
about good, the moral compass Rags is using is going to be talking about your traditional moral standards. So now we're shifting in the good, right? And that's what I was trying to tell him. He has a constant moving goalpost, a snake chasing his tail to make this logic work here, right?
Well, my good and your good can be different, like on certain areas, but generally speaking, everybody wants at some point whatever form of peace. Whatever, if the macho man's fucking form of peace is having 12 wives and making sure all men kneel to him, but he still wants them to kneel, and if they don't kneel, then then he doesn't feel good. But
it's all good.
That's what he wants.
That logic is it's all good under the sun. Whatever God has produced is therefore his and therefore good. Right? So murder is good, everything is good. You don't get to hate on anything.
No,
God made it the way he
right.
wants. But then
So show
it
me. You'd
sounds
have
like
to show me these people. These scenarios I'm making up is a made up scenario. That you have to show me the societies that live this way.
That's fine, but it sounds like when we get to that point, that it sounded like Rags was talking about like, well, therefore, God can't be that way because why would he?
Because
I didn't get it.
Because-
That's why I was trying to get clarified.
Well, this what my take on it is because men are always seeking goodness, right? They really are, whether you see it or not, whether it's through their evil ways, but they're still ultimately seeking what they believe is good. That's the driving force, is good, and anything that doesn't make them feel good is evil, the opposite of good. And they have everybody has this moral compass. However you think you got it, we all have it in us, and it's leading us somewhat in the same direction. How we get to it might be different, but everybody's getting in. Somehow, the entire world is pretty much got the same moral compass. Somehow, some way, without communicating with each other. Nobody has a society of hedgehogs.
I do not agree with that at all. I think we could say the whole world has the same survival compass. They all want to survive. To keep saying they have the same moral compass, that's just crazy.
Can you show me a culture that doesn't revere courage as a good thing?
I mean, are you talking to me or him?
You. Can you show me a culture that courage is not a good thing?
Okay, listen. Did you hear the challenge I'm making? Everybody has the same moral compass. What?
Everybody has the same. Well, I'm asking you, because I'm showing you that we all recognize that there's something moral and good. I'm actually trying to show a point, and it's
The
something
only
beyond.
way we got to say was it was all good is it's all something that we want. That doesn't mean it's all the same.
No, everybody has a compass, regardless of who. They all have a compass, and it points them to what they want, because what they want is what they think is good. Yeah,
right, and that just points on back to, and then you're just into nothing is bad again. Everything is good.
I don't know if I am. I'm just telling you. That's just the facts of the world. Everybody's got this compass. Period. Amen. That's it. I mean, that's it.
I think they have a survival and a desire compass. I don't think they have a fucking a blessed moral compass.
But what makes makes survival good? What makes survival desirable?
Well, actually, let me go back.
Go ahead, Rags. There's two different questions.
What you talk? That's okay. I was actually in the store ordering something, so I mean that's why I asked the point about courage. If it's purely about survival, right? And that's why courage is something I brought up, because courage sometimes may cost you your life, which is not about your survival. It's not about your survival. But we all recognize when courage occurs, and we say that is a good thing. He gave his life. He gave his life for somebody else, or he stood up against something that was evil. We all recognize and we go, "That's a good thing." And that has nothing to do with survival. Nothing to do with survival.
Look. That's fine on the challenge of the survival point, but to make a nurture versus nature statement here, we're getting at talking about a primal programming, a primal like instinct of this goodness. You got to show me unconditioned courage. You got to show me that unconditioned self-riskingness. Show me that. How you know every situation that you've seen this in isn't conditioned by society, conditioned by a primal instinct of survival, say my children. Then you get conditioned to believe your neighbors are your children or whatever, whatnot. Okay, you got to show me the unbiasedness of that behavior first.
Well, let's talk about my children, our children then. I've got 2 kids, both one a toddler and one a 5-year-old. There is lots and lots of crap that goes on in our home, obviously. But the moment we recognize when one of them does something good, like my wife says, those girls love each other, you know, and you see them over there hugging and being a good thing. It's just something inside you goes, we're proud of them in that. But they were fighting a second ago, but now they're getting along and they're actually playing together. We recognize that there's something good in that. There's something bad in the fight. There's something bad in the fight. We recognize there's something bad in that, but there's something good in that they're getting along. We reckon it's instinctual. We know, we recognize it. That is primal, if you want to call it that. We recognize it. We see that it's good.
I think we're unlocking the blockchain, and as we make these confident decisions of what we really decide is good or bad, that's writing the program. That's giving God the data that he possibly is searching for. And if that's not the question, if we're not these free will decider, program writer, love searchers or whatever, then we should, if that's fine. But if that's not the case, then we shouldn't really be saying what should be good or bad or whatever. It's not our place to say. It's God's place to make the environment, and we live in it.
Yeah, well, we're all saying the same thing. So, I mean, what's making us all say that?
I hope so, man.
Well, the reason I brought back, I'm sorry. Well, the reason we brought up the good argument about God's goodness or whatever was mainly because we was trying to establish that good and evil are not dualistic in God, that God is the good. That's what we're trying to. So we're getting into how that works itself out. So we're trying to bring it back to full circle for the argument. So we have to know what is good. What's that?
I said it does kind of change. It gives me 2 definitions of good a little bit, but I do agree with your logics. But I'm gonna listen offline. Thank you, Rags. Thank you. Thank you, Ron.
You're welcome, man. So how about them Gators?
Gators. You know, I've long posited that you know, even though we have this moral compass, right, that nature, humans, everything is completely self-serving, which is, I believe, in my understanding, is the sin that the Bible talks about. That every single action everything that we humans do is sin. Every action we take is self-serving, right? Nature is self-serving. Everything around us is self-serving, and that we can't even imagine pure goodness. So we have to imagine it, that the only true goodness is God, because we can't even imagine it, because every single thing, every single movement, single step is self-serving.
But and actually, that's a good point that you bring that up, because it's like we all recognize when someone's selfish. He's being selfish, or they're being selfish. You know, or he wants to get his own point across. He doesn't want to listen, you know, or when someone takes the time to listen, or someone takes the time to be or be selfless and give to somebody else, and we go, wow, there's something about that that's good. You know, it's just that indicator is huge. And that points to, like C.S. Lewis would call, you know, like he said, he would argue, I'll paraphrase it, he says, you wouldn't know what a crooked stick was if you didn't know what a straight stick was, right? And so there has to be something that you're evaluating it against. And even if you say it's selfish, you know, being selfless is the better way, that is your standards. So if you evaluate people around you, are they being selfless or are they being selfish? You know, so it's the standard.
Yeah.
What's that?
Well, it's not self-serving is not selfish. It's not the same thing in my self-serving. Like it makes me feel good. I'm not going to do anything good unless it makes me feel good. Like I'm not going to help you unless it makes me feel good. Yeah.
But see, here's the catch in that. I mean, there's many times I want to strangle my kids. And there's many times I don't want to have to get up in the middle of the night to clean up puke sheets. You know, it doesn't make me feel good. You know, it doesn't
No,
make
but
me
you
feel
want to get
good
it.
when
You want to get it done.
yeah. So there's nothing,
I mean,
but you'll recognize if I neglect my children. Come into my house and there's puke on the sheet. They haven't changed. The diapers haven't been changed. They look malnourished. You know, you go, we need to call them social services on this guy. You know, it doesn't make
right,
me feel good. It
why
makes him feel good. Go ahead.
It's so you clean up. You know, I mean, so they throw up. You have a choice: clean it up or don't clean it up. Does not cleaning it up make you feel good?
It might in the moment.
Leaving it.
It might in the moment,
What?
but not later. It might in the
Right.
moment.
So then,
I think it's good in the moment, but not later.
right. So you do it for you. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I really do. I mean, honestly, I think most parenting would say you do it for your kids. You don't do it for your.
Yeah, we
There's
try.
not a. I mean, yeah, but I mean, I don't do it because I'm worried about DSL.
What I'm saying is, we try as humans to be selfless. We try not to be selfish, but no matter what, we're serving ourselves by doing that. No matter what, there's just no possibility of not serving yourself. It's impossible.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna, I mean, I guess I can agree at one point saying that the good you do to others does benefit you. You know what I mean? So there's an element of that, but I don't think you should be helping others because it benefits you. Does that
Right.
make
Yeah.
sense?
We can't live in that reality. We can't live in that thought and that reality that this is benefiting me. But what, even on the most micro scale you can think of, it's like, damn, every single thing I ever do is it serves me. Even if, so by serving you, I am serving me. Or by, I mean, I don't know. I could think of anything. Picking up this roll of tape, moving this around. I mean, going upstairs to make dinner for your family. Every single thing. It's serving me. It makes me feel useful and purposeful. Yeah. Or something I know, whatever it is, just anything. So you can't. So it's difficult for people on the other side to imagine a God who could possibly exist who is selfless and not self-serving. It's very difficult for people to imagine because of what I'm saying. Yeah.
Well, I want to circle back. It's funny you brought that up because if you go back, I was going to circle back to what something Electric was saying earlier. Is if you read the Bible, when I read the Gospel of John for the first time, and I really did an in-depth study on it, it hit me. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I said, here is a God that came to be not to be served, but to serve. Think about that. The creator of the universe, the creator of all existence, stepped out of eternity, put on human flesh, and served mankind. And eventually, the people that served killed him. So think about that. So, if you want to say that's the Catholic doctrine, but if God exists and this is the nature of the God that's out there that brought the world into existence, why wouldn't you want to get to know this God? Why wouldn't you want to know him? You know. So
no, I'm on board. I'm on board. So then, if everything in like a tree in nature, like a tree it serves itself only. Like that's it. It just would take and take and take from the earth and give nothing back. It's just by beautiful design that what is it? It's excess. It's waste happens to by beautiful design feed the ground below it, which also takes and takes and takes, which just by beautiful design gives to the earthworms below it. And then the bumblebee that comes along to eat, from the flower, it's not worried about the flower. It wants to devour all it can, but just by beautiful design, it's now pollinating the area.
I think a tree is like proud to give you its fruit. That's my opinion.
Tree.
I swear, dude. I think tree. Yeah, bro. I think there's way too many correlations between humans and trees throughout the scripture. I think we'd be amazed at the potential sentience of trees. They do give back. They give fruits. Literally, trees could just feed everyone.
I agree, but that's by design. That's not its nature. That's not the tree's intent. The tree's intent is to just keep on devouring sunlight and oxygen, or and water. Yeah. That's It's only designed independently, as you know, it's in a system, but independently, it only serves itself.
I mean, I see what you're saying for sure, but I think it's a beautiful point that you're making. That only like the creator can actually fully embody selflessness, effectively. Like,
Yeah. Well, so it's like then if you
selfless.
imagine, yeah. So if you imagine everything, right? So God designed everything this way, right? So So then you imagine everything is self-serving, and every human, every tree, every plant, everything. But it's this beautiful system that gives back. Then maybe God is self-serving, right? But how could He be self-serving and sinless? That's the amazing thing. Yeah. That's why He's God. Yeah, or whatever. I don't know. That's why that's God. But we can't even imagine it, and all we can do, it says the Bible, is we're always going to self-serve because that's our nature, but we have to serve God because that's the only way that's the only way our sins can be worth anything, because everything we do is sin. You know, self-serving is sin. Yeah, just another word, I think. Yeah, so it becomes difficult, I imagine, for an atheist to imagine it, to imagine that this thing is even possible. You know, because they look around and they see things this way, and they can't imagine it. But then you look at nature and how beautiful it is, and how amazing it is to make this system, and you should believe that it's possible and have faith that it is possible.
Yeah, I mean, you like I started thinking. I'm like, I do some stuff that is selfless, but I guess the caveat of, well, it makes you feel good, or it'll benefit you. It makes it kind of bulletproof in a way, right? Because, like I sold a bunch of my stuff, and I like went around in the world and was trying to talk to people and wake them up to the true nature of the earth and how, I mean, there's a creator. And I took a lot of like negative side effects from that. And I genuinely believe, like, to my core, I was doing something like selfless for the better good, if you want to call it. But I guess in a way, yeah, it made me feel good.
But that's that
I have
compass.
pride.
But that's that compass inside of you that I believe is given by God. That's God's compass, right? Telling you that this is what you need to do. It's going to be self-serving, but it's for me. So do it, and it's good. Yeah. Yeah, it's that compass telling you to go do that. I mean, it's not bad. It's just that's why I don't want to confuse selfish with self-serving. You know, because then you start living in this like terrible mindset, and it's not terrible. But yeah, I was actually watching. I'm like an hour and a half in, so it's Witsit versus Taylor and Jen, and Jen's got a terrible headset, and this dude Taylor, I just want to punch him in the face, and about an hour and a half in on that. It's pretty entertaining.
Yeah, that was really exhausting, bro.
He was such a dick. It's like, and he's going through cog dis like from like 10 minutes in, and
Taylor is probably the most punchable person ever to be on modern day debate. I would agree.
it reminds me a lot of who's that? He's in movies like he's real skinny. He's in like real skinny, tall, nerdy. There's like this video where he's like a video game girlfriend or something. His girlfriend's in a video game. He has to fight for her. I think he's young. You know, his voice and everything reminds me of that guy.
Are you talking about Link from Zelda? Like someone like that?
I didn't hear you.
Were you talking about like a specific character or just a generic? Like
No, he's a movie actor. So he's in this movie where his girlfriend is like he has to.
Oh yeah.
You know, it becomes a video game.
He's I know who you're talking about. Is Scott Pilgrim, wasn't it? That's the one you're talking about.
Yeah, Scott Pilgrim like saves the world or something. Yeah.
There's another actor called Jesse Eisenberg who looks exactly the same as that guy, but I can't remember that guy's name. They're like the same person.
Let me look it up. Michael Cera is the one that is the Scott Pilgrim. What's the other guy?
Michael Cera and Jesse Eisenberg.
Let me see.
Yeah,
Jesse.
Michael Cera and Jesse Eisenberg, they literally look the same. They're the same kind of. Literally, like 300 years ago, those guys wouldn't have been able to get girlfriends.
Yeah, they're pretty close. They're pretty close. But that Taylor dude is. He really reminded me of the Michael Cera guy.
Right. Just like no testosterone at all.
None.
Like some of these dudes, I swear they've got like negative testosterone. It's like they suck the testosterone from other dudes around them.
You got to balance to find equilibrium.
You're right. No, but he is fun. Doesn't mean that he's not funny. Michael Cera is pretty funny, especially in Arrested Development and Superbad.
Yes, is it Superbad that he's in? Yeah, that's what it is.
Superbad.
Superbad. He gets dragged around.
But
I didn't want to say the wrong one. Yeah.
What he gets? What about what?
He gets like dragged around, right? Like, doesn't he get like they put him in the back of the car and he gets dragged around. Yeah. He gets
That might
taken
be
about.
He'll reverse the world.
No, he's bugging out in the back of the car. Yeah. It's been a while. You might be right.
That film's probably getting on for 20 years old. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's probably when I saw it. It was like 20 years ago.
You talking about McLovin?
Yeah.
Yeah, McLovin was in the back of the police car. Yeah, but McLovin was in the back, not the. They were at a party trying to get beer.
These are all the same freaking people to me now. They're all just one guy now. Yeah.
They're all anti-testosterone.
Yeah, they're all just becoming one. Yeah.
Do you guys? I don't know if you guys give a shit about BuzzFeed at all, but they've got like different channels, and BuzzFeed Yellow is their. I don't know. They've got different color channels, and one of them's for basically the. I don't know, whatever. But they tested the testosterone of the 4 dudes, and their average was about a quarter of the normal average. So like the 4 dudes put together had the same testosterone as like me on my own, or something like that. It's just absurd.
This is a real thing they did?
Yeah. Like, look it up, man. Just like BuzzFeed testosterone test, something will come up. And they've got like shockingly low, like 200, when the average score is like 600 or something. It's like really bad.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'd pop a bunch of like testosterone pills before I took that test if I knew I was going to get put on blast.
Yeah, you don't know that they didn't. That's the problem.
Oh, that's even worse. They probably did.
But like you can tell looking at them, like super skinny, like no muscle. They've all got really high voices, and like you can just tell that like they're very effeminate, but they're not gay. Like like that kind of person, that kind of personality is like very, very feminine.
Yeah. And on a more serious note, I believe that they're probably being drugged. Yeah, probably something in the water. Like this can't be. We just can't be naturally popping out this many feminine men. It has to be something going on.
Yeah, I agree.
The jabs at the beginning of their life is not helping.
Yeah.
It really has genetic material from boys and girls mixed in there.
I've actually thought about something along those lines. I'm trying to jump off for a minute, but I mean, there's actually people that have said that when they've had heart transplants and kidney transplants, that their personality changes and start having memories of other people, of this other person. Yeah, I don't know if you guys ever heard that before. And I've often wondered, you got the DNA from, these vaccines or research from the DNA of infants, which they want to argue or not. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't talk about that. I retract. On vacuums, they're vacuums, and they're not baby parts. They're something else. They're dog parts. But anyway, I wondered if some of that might be part of the cause, because maybe they're getting some things that they're not going to, and it's affecting their personality. I thought about that. But whether I can prove it or not, is a whole different question. But I can't.
Well, they have genetic material from the opposite sex injected into them at a very young age. I mean, we do know that. So it's
right, that's what
a pretty interesting correlation, because the number's gone up as well as the number of men with low testosterone, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Well, yeah, they talk about it like it's some big mystery. It's like, oh, the average testosterone in the West is dropping on the average testosterone is dropping 1% a year or something like this. It's like, well, not if you have a good diet and lift weights. Like it's only amongst guys who are chugging soy and aren't men really where that's happening, and they don't make that distinction.
Yeah, for sure. Like none of them work out. If they went and worked out, they'd come back and their voice would be like much deeper, like noticeably deeper.
Yeah. But also like just simple things like having a girlfriend. Like this might be a bit graphic, but like looking like being aroused by your girlfriend, let's just say, without going too far, that massively boosts your testosterone, right? So if you don't have a girlfriend and you don't have like intimacy with women, you don't get that testosterone boost. And that's one of like so many elements of being a man that is really necessary to your health, is like boosting your testosterone by doing normal guy things.
Yeah, for sure. That's got to be a huge part too, because they got all the guys just watching porn and playing video games, like just doing that.
Yeah, there's an objective. I don't know it, but I theorized this back when I was in like high school. I said there's something up with porn. Like it's doing something to men. It's gonna. I don't know. Back when I was in high school, I said gay is gonna like it's gonna turn everybody gay, or it's gonna make it's gonna do something. You know, it's gonna make something happen.
Studies showing that it does change your brain chemistry. It does change it. So
yeah, I think my old theory was like they're using porn to like depopulate the world or something. I don't know, whatever, some shit. But
well, it's going to decrease sperm count and lower testosterone and result in ED. But it literally corrodes your brain, like he's saying. It does all kinds of things. It socially engineers men to be cucks. There's a bunch of crazy stuff. It increases just like it desensitizes depravity, like the utmost egregious depravity. It desensitizes it. It also psychologically gets all these men thinking like they're gonna find some like perfect model female with a perfect body when they couldn't even talk to like the girl in their grade at lunch.
yeah, I'm on board with the the part there you said that makes them cuck. Yeah, it makes you a cuck. It makes you can't get it up anymore to girls. You got to go back to your computer. It's like fucking crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually it's all of that, and it's actually worse because now, like obviously, beauty should be something that's revered, and in our culture, beauty is generally kind of trampled upon by the grabblers, let's say. But then now you have these like beautiful women with very, very attractive bodies doing degenerate things. And I think that link is important. I know you said the thing separately, Witsit, but the link between very beautiful women doing degenerate things is also deliberate. Like they're not just like some disgusting women that no one desires. It's like it's almost programming you to desire degeneracy.
Exactly. I mean, it is free for a reason. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, as I always say, if something is free, then the product is you.
Yeah, and I mean, we think we all know who really owns the porn industry.
Yeah, I mean, I go to church almost every Sunday, and I'll tell you one thing that the pastor always hits on is porn addiction. Like he just meant it must be a lot of people because he hints at it with like, hey, don't steal, don't kill. Maybe you have a porn addiction. Like, dude, it's like everybody come to him like, hey, I got a porn addiction. Like,
dude, I saw a survey that like 80% of pastors struggle with porn.
Easy, yeah.
I don't know how real that is, but
the thing is, if you want to control some people, you don't want strong, masculine, manly men running around flexing all over with guns and doing tough guy shit, right? You want to have a whole bunch of pussies that are easy to control. So
yeah, like if you wanted to invert society, you'd have the women run the society for sure.
But what's even better is then you get the pussy men to be kind of roadblocks as well for the more masculine men, and you see this now, like whenever like you get like a masculine behavior, then you get all these kind of pussified men like opposing them, and it's like, dude, you wouldn't say that to my face, but because communication isn't done face to face anymore, that's how it's done. It's like you get stuck in these very circular, silly arguments with these pussified men, and that's how.
Sorry.
No, I was just saying that it's true, but it's more complicated than. It's like they're actually being used as a meat shield against the more masculine men.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there's an absolute objective to porn, and it is doing what it intended to do. People will say it all the time. They'll say, "How come you can do all that? You can make sure that no misinformation is on the internet, but you can't stop child pornography for some reason. Every little itty bitty piece of misinformation is tagged, and the second you put it up, you can make the meme yourself, put it up, and in 2 hours it'll be tagged. But you can't get the porn down. No, it's intentional. Yeah, I mean, regardless if it's good or bad, it's intentional, and if it's that intentional, there's something more to it. Period. Amen. There's something else to it.
Yeah, very Zionist central control on the porn industry. So
there is good news though, in that the porn addiction solves itself if you just stop watching it. It's not like it's permanent damage. You just don't watch it and it goes away. It really is that simple. And it's like I don't know. I don't like if you want to solve that, it's not complicated. Just turn it off.
yeah, there's some say the chemical reaction is like a more addictive than heroin. Like I've seen a study that says that the actual like response in the brain or something. Certainly with like younger boys. Again, I don't know exactly how true that is. I've never done or tried or tested any heroin addiction. But yeah.
I would say it's horseshit because heroin is pretty addictive. I mean,
that's not true because I was addicted to painkillers, which I don't know if it's heroin or opioids or whatever, but and I watch porn all the time, and I haven't watched porn for like a week just now, and I'm fine. But I stopped taking the pills. I stopped taking the pills, and I was like going through withdrawal, sweating and shit, like all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah, but people, places, and things. Are you thinking about porn now? I mean, are we triggering the porn?
I mean, I
don't mean like physically. I don't mean not physically, specifically mentally.
Yeah, but there's no mental drug addiction. It's all physical. I mean, there is no such thing as mentally addicted to drugs. It's all physical.
I used to be addicted to having to smoke tons of weed every day, and it was like a mental challenge for me. I had slight physical effects. It was like, oh man, this movie would be way better if I was stoned.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe you're on something, but yeah, hard drug withdrawal is in the same category. It's like
I would agree.
It's like vomiting, fucking robbing your mom. I mean, that shit's like crazy. Like throwing up, shitting yourself. That's feeling like there's bugs crawling inside of you. That's like like not real bugs, but like just not being able to get out of your own skin. That shit is not the same as wanting to watch porn.
I guess the idea
maybe it is.
Even the idea that it's anywhere in the ballpark of the mental connection in your brain shows like a similar magnitude of reaction in your brain. It's kind of wild. I guess. Yeah, I mean that's just what the article said. I don't.
Yeah, I've heard another. I can't even speak to it. I have to look further into it. But if any of these ring a bell, so there's the sun, right? And then if you so there's a sun in the sky, right? And there's let's say there's the vortex in the North Pole that projects, and then there's the black sun. Say you stare at the sun there's this thing people do. Let's stare at the sun for like 2 or 3 days until it turns black, right? So it's the blackness, it's the void. It's the same component that the computer screen is made of. Or your iPhone, it's the same energy. I'd have to look deeper into exactly what it's called, but it's the same. You're looking pretty much into the black sun when you look into the computer, and it has this effect. Yeah. I don't know if anybody's even heard of anything like that before. Nope. Yeah, it comes into play with like more like holistic people talks and conversations, you know, and they're like talking about like they'll get into like Kama Sutra at in the same conversation. So it's definitely beyond of what I know, but yeah, it's definitely beyond what I know. But there's something that the screen is made of, which is the same thing that like the void is made of. So the screen itself is giving this energy that is addictive. Just the screen itself, a black screen with nothing being displayed.
Yeah, that's a true.
Yeah, but it's still meaningless until I have more information on it. It just sounds like nonsense. Do some work outside.
Can I just go back to the previous topic just quickly? I don't know if you guys have noticed how, like, obviously you guys must have heard of the NoFap movement, right? There's this movement online to try and conflate the NoFap movement with white supremacy, right? I don't know if you heard about this. Now, the first time I heard this, I obviously laughed out loud. I was like, "What the fuck are they doing? How could not touching your dick have anything to do with like white supremacy or whatever?" But I understand what's happening now is that they're trying to conflate basically the rejection of their narratives with something that everyone disagrees with. You know, so it's like, you know, the more they say it, the more people are going to start to believe it as well. So it's like, if you're strong enough to reject these silly narratives or these silly traps that they've got you in, like porn or a number of other traps, then they're going to smear you. You're now a white supremacist. You know, I don't know if you guys have seen these articles around or whatever. But...
No, but yeah, that makes sense. It doesn't have to have any logical correlation at all. Just say the bad word. Do what we want you to do. Become social engineered or bad word.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy that we've gotten to such a lowered vibrational state that works on a lot of people. Like when I see the word anti-Semitic, if I see someone described as anti-Semitic, I should probably look into this guy. Like, I'm not even joking. And not even because, like, you know, however anyone wants to twist that, but that's just one of those words they use to discredit anyone that challenges certain people. So I'm like, okay, this guy probably just was over the target somewhere.
I mean, I don't really think anything's wrong. Is there something wrong with porn, or?
Well,
like, I never thought there was really anything wrong with it.
It like corrodes your brain. It lowers your testosterone. It results in ED. It lowers your sperm. It desensitizes you to the body. But it literally does corrode your brain. Yeah, it has like a pretty bad physical effect.
After how many years though? Because I've been watching it like a long time.
Yeah, like I would say you have suffered some of the effects. Like I watched porn for a long time too, but if you quit watching porn, then you'll notice the difference. You'll actually be able to kind of tell a difference.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's been like 2 or 3 weeks for me now, so we'll see. I haven't really noticed a change.
It's a bit like if you run regularly and then you stop running and then you go back to running again. It's like it's going to take you a while to get back up to that previous sort of fitness, so to speak. You don't just like quit watching porn and then you're solved, you know, you're fixed. But at the same time, like if you only watch porn, say once a week versus someone who watches it 3 times a day, there's going to be a different effect, you know?
I was way over 3 times a day.
Yeah, but again, you just told me you didn't watch it for a week, so that's like
maybe
I don't know. But that's
hold on. Somebody's having some kind of mic.
Microphone is
somebody has a mic. What's going on? Michael.
We can't.
Your mic don't work.
Just mute him, big boy.
Mike, whatever your microphone is doing, you need to like do something else.
I'm muted. Give me a second, Mike. You want to hear us? But your mic sounds crazy. Maybe back out, come back.
Something, yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
I would just. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, it depends what your pattern was, depends what your pattern is, it depends how long it's been. You know, as I said, like, let's just say someone went for 2 runs a day, they'd be a lot fitter, right, than if they went for one run a week. So, and then if you've been doing one run a week for a month versus someone who's been doing 2 runs a day for a month, like, do you know what I mean? Like, you haven't given me enough information to really know what, you know, what's going on.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's been like a couple weeks probably now, and I feel the same. Maybe I have been a little bit more outgoing in the bedroom because my wife's like, "What's gotten into you recently?" But
I think that complicates things more because, like I said to you before, like if you're physically intimate with a woman, then that massively increases your testosterone. So, like, I don't know if it negates any like effects of watching porn, but I do think that, let's put it this way, I think it's a lot healthier to be doing that with a woman than to be doing it solo. And so if you've got a blend of the two, it probably doesn't affect you as much as if you didn't like have that regular intimacy.
Can I have a mic check?
Holy shit. Why has everyone got shit mic tonight?
Mic check, mic check.
Dude, you sound like you're at the bottom of a very large well.
Well, I'm in a big ass hallway, so that's why it sounds like that.
Yeah, it makes sense. We can hear you there, go on.
I think you're conflating the difference between because the point of porn is not to be intimate with women. So of course the people that are doing porn have lower testosterone according to what you're saying, because they would obviously not be with women because they're doing porn. I mean, they're watching and participating in porn.
Yeah, I mean, that was my point. That was what I said earlier.
Yeah, but that thing about the low testosterone, that has a lot to do with like the food and stuff that we're eating. They're like purposely putting like estrogen or whatever the fuck in the food, which is why the ladies nowadays have bigger breasts and all of that, because there's more hormones and stuff. So while it's good for women, it's actually bad for us because it lowers our testosterone and our ambitions.
Yeah, I actually heard water and beverages stored in plastic bottles for a long time does that as well.
Oh yeah, I actually heard that. I heard that from a guy called Dick Gregory. Yeah, that he was talking about how the petroleum it goes into the liquid, so you end up just drinking petroleum every time you use a plastic cup.
Yeah, I tell you what, guys, I bought a new distiller the other week, and I hadn't drunk distilled water for about 6 months. A couple of complications with my home life, and I bought a new distiller last week, and it's been quite hot in the UK. But I'm used to drinking a lot of water anyway. Normally, when I drink water and it's hot, like I sweat a little bit, you know. But when you drink distilled water and it's hot, you sweat like instantly. It's like 10 times better at hydrating you because there's just no. It's just water, you know.
Yeah, it's crazy. I can't wait. We're getting a house in the beginning of August. I can't wait to finally get to plug my mega home distiller back up.
Yeah, man. Seriously, guys, if you don't distill your water currently, fucking get on that because it's really important. Also, store it in glass. Don't store it in plastic because then you basically just the thing about distilled water is that it leaches like I think they're called xenoestrogens from plastic really easily because there's no impurities in that water at all. So just make sure that you're like storing it in glass and not in plastic, but definitely get a distiller if you don't already.
Do you guys have a curiosity? We're renovating the other side of the house, and at some point we need to install something that we can actually do that with. If you have one, like if you could link one, if you have them, I would love it.
I personally suggest the Mega Home Distiller. It's kind of expensive. It's like $250. But mega home.
Just mega home. All right, that's too easy enough.
Yeah, I can see if I can find it.
Yeah. The one I bought was about 120 quid, which is probably about $180, something like that. And it was 4 liters, does a liter an hour. It's really good. The only issue is that obviously because it's actually boiling the water, then you have to wait for it to cool down. So it's good to have like a little area in the fridge where you can just pop it afterwards. But definitely worth it.
That's a better deal. This is about 100 more. It also takes like a long time, so you might want to look into the one he got. What'd you say yours was?
Austin, if you can, post a link of the one that you're talking about, of the mega home one.
All right.
Yeah, I mean the bigger ones actually I think take longer, don't they? If it's personal use or just for a couple of people, it's probably better to have a smaller one. But the larger ones you can leave overnight, and it'll be fine in the morning. But
yeah, like this one takes a long time, man. It does 1 gallon, but it takes like 4 or 5 hours.
Oh yeah, that's about the same as mine, to be honest. But you do get these huge ones as well. That'll do like 20 liters or something, but they take forever.
Yeah, but it's cool. It's like you said, you just get like a glass container. What I would do is I get a glass container, I would put it in the fridge, like a giant glass with a little nozzle that'll pour the water out, and then I would drink it out of individual glass bottles. And then I would always I would move it around in like a circle to kind of like get the little swirl, the vortex in the water, because they say it like helps to electromagnetically realign the water within that vortex. And then I would just sit it in there, and you got plenty of water. I mean, a gallon of water is a good amount. I mean, I didn't have to run it like all the time. It's like always running, whenever I was out. So I also used to run a detail business, and I would use distilled water for my products because you get they work way better, like cleaning products, like soaps and stuff. So I was running through it, but that's the worst part is it takes a while to do it. But it's incredible, dude. I went and bought distilled water from the store one time just to test it, and I put a gallon in there, and so much stuff came out of it. And then I put spring water from the store, a gallon into it, and dude, it was like an inch, almost a full inch of like white residue, which is really, really bad.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't drink distilled water, the first time you distill water and you just see the gunk that's left at the bottom, it's just like, oh my, that would get in my body. That shit would get in my body. Especially if it's like green or yellow, you're just like, ugh.
Dude, and it smells so bad.
Yeah,
like
it's
it smells. Yeah,
it's awful.
Like you can't unsee it, dude. You can't unsee it. You're not gonna ever drink out of the faucet again. I promise.
Also, I don't know. There's a guy on YouTube. Funnily enough, he had his videos up, and I think his account got banned, and he wasn't even a conspiracy guy. But what he did is he took a bunch of different types of water, and I don't know what the process is called. Maybe you guys know, but he put like a couple of prongs into the water to, I don't know if it was electric or whatever, but he said it was like separating out the particles in the water or whatever. I can't remember exactly what he was doing, but like some of them would come out green. Some of them would come out yellow in the glass. Like it looked clear. Yeah. These 2 prongs in,
yes.
It's green.
Like the English do. He does smart water and everything.
Are you guys talking about the HHO generators that they put on cars?
No. You can test what's in the water by putting this like a little electrical current in it, and it'll turn like smart water turned brown. Like it was wild.
Yeah, disgusting. There was tap water that he did that turned green. There was another one turned like blue. What the fuck is blue in water? Like what? It didn't even make any sense.
Don't they put a lot? I thought they put a lot of stuff in smart water. I can't remember what exactly, but electrolytes and other shit.
Yeah, they distill it. It's actually vapor distilled water, but then they introduce all kinds of stuff to it after distilling.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I just want my water to be water. I don't really want anything else in there.
Say, yeah.
I want Brondo in my sink, you know? It's from
But
Idiocracy.
they try to scare you like, oh, you're not going to get the minerals you need if you distill water. Like, I literally try to scare you. Dude, you get your minerals from what you eat, man. You just want to drink water, bro. You need to be hydrated.
It's like, yeah, I get all my minerals from my water, man.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
You can just put mineral powder in or mineral drops. It's like, if you really want to, that's possible, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but that's isn't that how you get a what do you call that? Kidney stone?
That's like dehydration.
Yeah, but after like so much I know like from that workout, pre-workout stuff. After a while, people get fucking horrible kidney stones from that.
Well, you can put stuff like magnesium drop or iodine or something like that.
Oh yeah.
In your water. But like that just
you're right
really
about
the best water is. Okay.
I was to say you're right. He's like, why would you expect to get it from your water if you eating properly? You just get it from your food.
Yo, can I just run this conversation back like 5 minutes or 10 minutes, just real quick? When you say watching porn, do you mean like watching porn and jerking off, or just watching porn?
Well, jerking off would be the worst combination, like the worst of the two. But watching it itself actually corrodes your brain and desensitizes you, and results in ED. And
so, just watching it, you're saying not even you don't even have to jerk off.
Yeah, like it's gonna be worse if you do jack off, but yeah, for sure, watching it itself is bad.
All right.
It probably also depends on exactly what you're watching, without getting too graphic. Like for instance, if I go down to the beach and I see a woman naked sunbathing, like I don't think that's quite the same as watching like sex. Like it's not going to have the same.
Yeah, that's totally, yeah. I mean, I guess if you want to call that porn, we're talking about the modern day porn, bro. You know what I'm saying? Which is
of course. When you're talking about this stuff, that unfortunately the details are important, because it's like just looking at an attractive woman is actually good for you, but it's then like watching all of that degenerate shit afterwards is what corrodes your brain.
And I think like specifically in real life, like I think if you see attractive women in real life or have interactions with them in real life, that's when it's really gonna be good.
Yeah, 100%.
My bad. I didn't want to derail the whole thing wherever you guys were.
I was disappointed at first, but I like this though. I was like, yeah, because Witz was going to say something, and then he brought up a porn and all this. Actually, I like this conversation.
I mean, I'm gonna have to unsubscribe to Kosho's OnlyFans. Sorry, bro.
Well, it's all right. It was somebody else, anyways.
Yeah, so when I masturbate, I just to go into it.
Kosho, have you got an Only Hats account?
Because I mean, I'd be watching that shit for the plot sometimes.
Oh my!
I'm not even joking, dude. I would just like watch it with just like I don't know.
Well, just stop, man.
But seriously, it's been like 2 weeks and I haven't done any. And my wife's like, what's gotten into you?
No wanks.
We've been doing it more.
Yeah, of course, man. You have a wife, man. Stop giving your freaking sperm power to the internet.
Yeah, no doubt.
I think this is why a lot
pretty addicting, though. It is pretty.
No,
addicting.
I agree. I think the best thing is for men that have overcome it to be transparently honest about it. Because like when I first, like I actually was like kind of, I don't know, promiscuous. I don't know the word you want to use back in the day. And I realized I had to get a grip on it. And like I actually had to like isolate myself. I know it sounds bad, but I'm just trying to be transparently honest. Like I had a problem. Like I just really enjoyed like hooking up with girls, And when I did that, then like to also not watch porn was like a lot at once. And it was pretty difficult for me to not do that at first. So I think kind of being honest with people is the best way you're going to be able to help them. Like it is not particularly easy when you first try to quit if you've been doing it for a long time, which most people in the younger generations have been doing it since they were like 12 at least. So,
I mean, I've probably been doing it since I was 12, dude. I'm like 40s. I'm in my 40s.
yeah, so exactly. I mean, that's what's crazy because it's much more damaging when you're young and becomes much more addictive if you start when you're young. It's like proportionate almost to your age.
Yeah,
You know
be
what
real
else?
promiscuous to it. Go ahead.
You know what else fucks up your like, your pursuit of women is having a girl who you DM or text all the time, because then you know you never seek that. So if you have those bitches in your life, you kind of want to get rid of them so that you can seek actual relationships. You know.
What do you mean? Like, so someone you just DM but don't ever hook up with?
Yeah, like a Discord relationship that you just DM. She takes up your time. She asks you how your fucking day was, and you respond every day, kind of thing. And you're basically wasting your time. You could have been doing that with an actual girl, you know, or a potential girlfriend. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
People are scared to talk to girls now. People are literally scared. Like when I used to go out, everyone would act like I'm some type of hero because I would always approach the girl. I'm like, it was always so foreign to me though. Like, this is weird, bro. Like, you're a dude, but dude, people cannot talk to girls, and so girls actually, it's such an advantage. Like, all you have to do is like be able to say like a mid-tier joke, and they'll just be so turned on by the fact that you had the balls to come talk to them out of all the gamut. It's really crazy.
It's true.
I remember watching a show. It was like an Australian show. Had a guy on there who I didn't quite like his kind of political outlook, and one of the guys on there who was like on the other side, on the far left side, he basically said that like women should be afraid of men who approach them in bars, and he was saying stuff like Tinder is a really good thing because, you know, the club scene is really dangerous for women and all this other stuff. And I was just like, man, I live in London. I go out, I see women dressed in absolutely nothing everywhere. These are not afraid women. These are not scared women. Like, where do these people like get their information from? Because it's not from the real world. Like, when I leave my house and I see real women doing real women things, they aren't scared at all. So I don't know where these people get these ideas from that like women are scared and men are just all really, and then it feeds into
they get it from the same place people believe the globe. They get it from the same people that perpetuate the globe lie, right? The same mentality that men are somehow victimizers and women are somehow victims.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is it feeds into what Witset's saying. Like, a lot of young men will grow up and they'll be like, oh, well, I won't be like that. Then I won't be the guy who's victimizing women by approaching them, right? Which is completely fucking stupid because women want to be approached, right? That's factual. Women want to be approached when they're single. And if they're not single, right? If they're not single and you approach them, then it's fairly easy for them to say, I have a boyfriend. So there's actually nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah, I will say also though, the girls play a role in it. Society overall has moved in a certain direction together, and like females, they're able to show a filtered version of themselves on Instagram, half naked at a certain angle with a push bra and filter, and so they just think like society's catered to them like they're so much better than everyone, and so some of them actually do kind of start to walk around like, you know, how dare you approach me, but.
No, Kosho. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm Austin. Not some of them, bro. The grand majority of them, bro. This is their nature.
Yeah.
This is their nature, bro. The thing is that we have to stop lying to ourselves, right? These things are written even in the Bible. That means that even back then they realized that these creatures have a certain nature and we have a certain nature. Right, that doesn't mean that that makes them bad and us good. No, it just means that we have to love the bad part of them. Right? It's just think about all the songs they used to write about every rose having thorns. What is the rose? The woman. What are the thorns? The shit that the fucked up part of their nature.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is men have gotten more cucked and more gamma and don't approach women now, and women have also become a bit less approachable now. But if you actually do approach them, then you have a huge advantage because they're like, "Whoa, you went through my barrier of BS."
True.
Yeah.
They
And the
become
thing is, as
easy.
well, but they're doing that for a reason as well. Like, so, let's just say that if let's just say you go up to a girl and you're like, "Hey, how's it going?" and she's like, I only date guys who are alpha, right? And then she goes to you, I want to know if you're alpha, and then you say to her, yes, I am alpha, and then you go off and do your own thing. Like, that's not gonna actually be a good test of who you are as a person, right? Like, so because there are so many cucked guys out there who wouldn't defend them if shit got real, they have to test to make sure you're not one of them. And
Yeah,
they're
I
not
agree.
going to ask you, are you a cuck? Right? Because cucks are going to turn around and go, I'm not a cuck. Because maybe the cucks don't even realize that they are cucks. Who knows? But like, they need to test you to make sure that you're not going to be like emotionally weird or like have a whole host of other psychological problems. Like, they need to find that out by testing you, basically.
Sure, I agree. That's natural, and it's gotten worse because it's reactionary to the men current state. So I think it definitely falls on the man primarily in all situations like this. Like women like kind of have to. You gotta, if you're gonna be fair, they kind of have to do that nowadays too, because look what they're doing.
But if you go throughout time, like, and even into today's world, like, women's sexuality has always been, I would say, like, reactive, or maybe it leads. So like, when people people say, oh, men are like, they have to approach. Well, what are you approaching? You're approaching a woman who's wearing high heels. She's got push-up bra on. She's wearing the skimpiest, tightest dress you've ever seen, right? Do you think she's not doing that in order to get you to approach her, or at least in order to get someone to approach her? So then, who's actually being sexually aggressive? Well, it's her. She went out looking like that, knowing that she'll get that kind of attention from you.
Agreed.
And depending on whether she finds you attractive or not, one of those things makes you creepy, and the other one makes you cool.
Yeah, that's true. But be fair, you wouldn't approach her if you thought she was unattractive, right? So there's that element to it as well. And I get it. A lot of men, they feel like really like, oh, that woman was really mean to me. And women can be very cold when you don't know them and you're approaching them. Like, in a way that they basically don't even treat you like a human. But if you didn't find her attractive, you wouldn't actually have an interaction with her at all, because you wouldn't even approach her. So I think that is a two-way street, personally.
It's vocal minorities being propped up in media. Like, for the most part, I think men and women are exactly what you say they are. They're horny. They want to fuck. They want to meet. They want to talk and hug and stuff. But this new wave feminism, or this new wave of LGBT stuff, they don't even know how to talk to each other. They barely, they don't know how to flirt and stuff. They've been taught it's bad.
Yeah, well, there's this thing where a lot of like younger women, like say 20 to 25, they'll be like, "Oh, I like older men." It's like, well, what do they like about older men? It's not it's not going to be the physical element, because younger men are going to be better physically generally than older men, right? Yeah, it might be the money, it might be the success, or my personal opinion is that older men have usually had a few girlfriends, and they understand that women are just as horny as men are, and that they want the same things from a feminine perspective, of course. But it's not like when you're younger, and especially when I was younger, I had this opinion that like men were imposing their sexuality on women, and that women kind of did men a favor by having sex with them. Right? This is because this came from somewhere. This wasn't an idea that I came up with. When I was like 14 or 15, this was my opinion of male-female relationships. I was like, oh, women are so nice to have sex with men. It's just like, when you have a few girlfriends, you realize, oh, that all of that shit that I was told is total bullshit. And that actually, yeah, they are just as horny as we are. They do want to cuddle. They do want to kiss. They want to do all the same shit we want to do with them. And that's okay. And I think maybe it's that older men have kind of discarded that bullshit, and younger men sometimes haven't, and that's why some women prefer dating older men, because they don't have to deal with the kind of bullshit that you described.
Yeah. I feel like I've always been this way, but I'm like a unique man, and I'm a dude, you know.
You guys
But,
ever approach women at the gym?
No, time and a place, bro. Time and a place. It's not a bad idea, though. It's not a bad idea. Like, there might be myths about that, but
The thing is, though, some women dress in the gym like they want to be approached.
Yep.
So,
That's
like,
right.
not
It
being
just doesn't
funny.
make sense when they wear like skin tight yoga pants and then they get mad because you're staring. It's like, you're wearing that, but then you're mad because people stare. Like,
plus you
Yeah,
want
that-
someone with common physique or whatever, like, or training. You want someone putting work into their body if you're putting your work into yours, you know? Is that gay? No. Was it gay?
makes sense.
I think it's
Fit
very gay,
bodies.
dude.
Yeah.
No,
There's a
actually,
big policy.
girls are into dudes right now. I don't know if you read this, but I saw it in Men's Health. But if you've never worked out and you're like fat, a little overweight, women are actually into that right now.
Like with a beer belly,
Like
or
dad bod.
Chubster.
They call it a dad bod.
Dad bods was last 5 years. This is like a new body. You have to have that fat guy smell.
Dude, you're weirdly into like fashion and like gay shit, bro. Like what the fuck? Like what kind of magazines are you reading, Koto?
I'm a metrosexual.
So they're not into the six pack abs anymore.
Well, no, yeah, they're not into six packs anymore.
Okay, obviously there's different types of women. You're not going to meet your wife at a club unless you're some kind of fucking... Unless
Like a
you want to
fitness
meet your
club,
wife.
or like, are you talking about a fitness, like a gym, or like meet me in a club, bottle full of bub?
Yeah,
Like
I mean, grinding on some dude in a club, yeah. Like I wouldn't, that's a different type of woman there.
I can almost guarantee you that you're never going to find your wife if you're grinding on a dude at a club.
If she's grinding on a dude, yeah. That's funny though.
Unfortunately, bro, most likely your next wife or girlfriend or whatever is probably grinding on some dude right now or getting her back blown. It's just how that goes, bro.
Not mine. Yeah, no, you're right. Not this guy. Not this guy.
I mean, I don't even remember. I've known my wife for many years. I don't even remember how it was that.
Did you guys
I know.
Speaking a little bit off topic, Ivana Trump, she died, but they're saying that she had a bunch of blunt impact injuries to the torso.
Oh,
but they're
shit,
saying
really?
it's in accidental.
Hey, by the way, you cut out at the end of what you said, Jeremy.
They're probably gonna pin that shit on Trump somehow, so get him not to run for the presidency or whatever, that type of shit.
Maybe they're saying maybe she fell. Who knows? But still.
Wait, what happened?
Y'all posted.
Oh, his ex-wife. That's the same ex-wife that accused him of rape.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
This is the
And then she
mom, right?
recanted it though.
Yeah, probably.
She accused him and she recanted, I think.
I don't know. They said it was a heart attack, and today it's blunt impact injuries to the torso. Okay.
She died. Damn.
I thought. Oh, you didn't know? Yeah, I thought you were gonna say blood clots. I bet you she was triple penetrated.
Jesus.
No, I meant
it says accidental death, but it says blunt impact to
Yeah.
the torso.
Like,
Fuck,
what
dude.
the fuck? Right? Like
Could have
yesterday, they said it was a heart attack. I don't know, man.
You could have accidentally
Was it-
like fell down
Fall,
a stab
right.
or something.
Didn't
Wasn't that comedian that died like similar? He like had a heart attack in the hotel room or something and fell.
Bob Saget, yeah. Hell yeah.
He's dead.
I was about to say that.
He died.
Bob Saget
Yeah,
died
Bob
the same
Saget.
way. Same way. He was like supposedly fell down some stairs, but then the coroner said he was beat the shit out of with like a bat or something heavy.
Huh. Oh, they can
It's-
tell if you just fell into something or if something hit you.
Oh yeah. He's
Okay.
They blunt force trauma, yeah.
Whenever you whenever they find somebody dead and they say it's because of cardiac arrest, it's not usually a heart attack. They just that's how they report people to have died.
I agree. Blood clot.
Well, it could be anything. It says it's a the blunt force to her body or whatever.
Shut, brother. It says what? Sorry.
No, whatever it said. I see different things. Like it said, like a blunt object or blunt force to her torso. But it says she was found by an aided individual in quotation marks. So I don't know what aided individual. I don't know. Could it be a
I assume
prostitute?
she has like maids or something or helpers, right?
That's fucked. I wonder what it means, first of all, because it's just his ex. Well, it's pretty terrible
Was he paying
for the kids,
alimony?
right?
Was he
The
paying
3 kids?
alimony?
This is Ivanka's
Was he
mother,
paying
right?
alimony?
Ivanka and
It's all 3 of the kids. All 3. Eric, yeah.
No, but this
he
is the
paying
other.
alimony though.
I'd say so.
No, this is the other daughter.
Oh, now this article says she was found at the bottom of the staircase of her Manhattan home. So maybe she fell down the stairs.
Maybe she was getting fucked on the stairs. That's not
Maybe.
important. This is Tiffany's mom or whatever. That daughter that doesn't really like.
Oh, the one that's like kind of busted.
You never did it on
Bob
a staircase,
Saget,
Coach?
though. Were you guys impacted by the Bob Saget dying?
No, I didn't even know he was dead.
Yeah, I was.
I was.
Like,
I
what
was.
how are these young people?
Oh, no, you weren't.
I was.
I was impacted.
Sorry.
How
You were
so?
impacted by what? You cut out.
No, I was agreeing with Jeremy. I was agreeing with what you said. Yeah, I was impacted by it too.
How so?
Yeah, and
Well,
he was.
Bazzizel's telling his.
What's that?
No, it's a glad Bazzizel. I was letting him know you were intending what you're thinking.
He was recently awesome in like interviews and stuff. I think he was on maybe Joe Rogan. I'm not sure, but I definitely remember a few interviews, and he was cool.
My dude
Well,
has a
his
video
his
of
best-
him making a joke about raping children, and it's like a 10-minute long video, and he goes into detail about
Yeah, he's
raping
pretty
children.
dark guy.
The Aristocrats.
His best thing was when he was in Half Baked and they went to rehab. Some movie where they were in rehab, and he's like, "You're in here for weed. I used to suck coke for dick."
Yeah,
you don't remember that?
for dick.
That's the meme now.
Oh, wasn't that the Bob Saget guy? And didn't he pass away too?
Yeah, well, no, we're talking about Bob Saget, but Norm Macdonald had died before Bob Saget, though they're good friends.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's the McDonald guy. That's the guy that he's always in like Adam Sandler movies and shit.
But he was like the original SNL host, and they told him to stop talking about Michael Jackson and his issue with children. So he just did it again anyway and got fired.
Yeah, he got fired. Yeah, from Weekend Update.
He was in the Orville.
One of the funniest comedians ever, in my opinion.
Norm's he's good.
Yeah.
Norm's in my top 5. Maybe he's probably my top 3. He's in my top 3 for sure.
He was talking a lot about the jab a bunch, eh? Like before dying.
He called out a lot of stuff last week.
Yeah, and the lockdowns, and there's a great comedy sketch like from when the lockdowns began, and it's pretty goddamn good.
I like all his stand-up. I think he's got 2 specials on Netflix. And he's got another special, but it's not on Netflix. I think it's on HBO.
Dude, he has an interview with, like, I can't remember if it was the 5 or no, like Oprah or not Oprah. I can't remember, some famous show.
The View.
The View, maybe, yeah. And he straight up calls out the Clinton body count. Calls out like Bill Clinton killing people or Hillary Clinton killing people.
I posted part 1 in the chat. He's really friggin' funny.
Well, he's definitely, because you're Canadian, so I mean, bar none, I'd say he's the funniest Canadian, in my opinion. Just because he's in my top 3 anyway. So
yeah, gotta be funny.
Yeah, like Jim Carrey's Canadian. He's pretty funny.
But his stand-up's it's not as good.
I know. I agree. Yeah. Although his first have you seen that stand-up special that like kind of got him famous? Where he's kind of like borderline suicidal.
What are you talking about, Jim Carrey?
Yeah, Jim Carrey's like first stand-up. It's really like good.
I've seen his earlier shit. Yeah, he started when he was young too. I think he was like 14 or 15 when he started doing stand-up.
Oh, I don't know. It's definitely not his like first. It's just like one of his specials.
Like older stuff,
first special, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, he's
comedy is all but died.
It's all dead, you said?
It's all but died.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, sorry, go ahead.
Kind of funny. I was saying there's like a few people left that are kind of funny, but sorry, it's just so politically correct now that it's not. Comedy's dying.
No, you actually have to go to the show. Like, if you go to one that's not like a special or something, it's like I went to Ari Shafir's. He came to Ottawa. You guys probably know him. Some of you.
I've seen him here in Austin.
Yeah, and like you see how awesome his comedy is, but like you'd never know that if you just listen to his podcast and listen to his interviews or whatever.
Oh yeah.
It's like real dirty. It's against women sometimes. Like it's really funny, you know?
Yeah.
Have you heard of Andrew Schultz?
Andrew Schultz? Yeah, he's okay. He's
funny. He's like the most popular guy now in the younger generation because there's like no one left that can be funny without being canceled.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. I've seen his recent Joe Rogan interview.
Well,
he's all right.
We live in a friggin' clown world, huh?
Who?
We live in a clown world. We live in a clown world.
Oh, you're saying because of the like PC stuff?
Yeah, everything. Like I get my news from interviews, and I mean, it's just a terrible. The entire thing is terrible.
You seem to be exhibiting some clownophobia there.
Clown?
Nothing wrong with good clown.
Yeah, it's a clown world, man.
Nothing wrong with clowns.
Do you have a fear of large shoes?
Yeah, and red.
No,
Infinite dudes coming out of a car. No, but you know, comedy is like the last like it's the only art form. If you were only doing stand-up comedy, you didn't have like some deal attached with some show or something, then you can basically say whatever you want because you know you're not being tied to any other person or whatever's ideology or whatever. But what's his name? The great stand-up dude. Who's the guy who played that parrot from Aladdin? Gilbert Gottfried. Yeah, Gilbert Gottfried. Like his stand-up's funny, right? But he was working for the voice for that duck for Aflac because he made a tweet about the tsunami and he got let go from Aflac the next day. So it's like you have to worry about your fucking deals if you're not just tied to your comedy, but if you're tied to only your comedy, you can get away with saying anything you want. As long as you know nobody's reporting it.
Yeah, I think that's like the front line of free speech because like you're able to talk about pretty much everything or every group, nothing's off limits because you can say bluntly hard truths, but in the form of jokes and everyone laughs. And so you're able to address some of the serious subjects with like some protection. And so I think if you want to know where free speech is in the society, just look at what the comics are allowed to say, and it's not looking so great now.
Yeah, George Carlin was the other guy. He was good at unpacking it, and then also fucking it being funny. You can get away with it as long as it's funny. And who's the other guy that everybody says like Alex Jones? That they think he's Alex Jones. What's his name again?
Bill Hicks.
Yeah, Bill Hicks. Bill Hicks was the best at it, I think.
No, there's George Carlin. Carlin is great, and the guy who smashed watermelons. I'm telling you,
yeah,
Gallagher.
Gallagher.
Yeah, go back and watch some of Gallagher's comedy. He's actually so political and good. He's very much like George Carlin and stuff. Am I saying that is George Carlin his name, or am I getting that name wrong? Yeah,
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah. George Carlin, he's in my top 3 as well.
Yeah, he's too good. But
how large is your top 3?
It's not really watching comedy. What are you saying? Sorry.
I'm just saying to Kosho, how large is your top 3? He's got about 5 people in his top 3.
No, I got 3. I got 3.
It's
I got
actually
3
30,
people in my top 3.
All right.
Yeah, the other one is Dave Chappelle. Those 3. That's my top 3 for stand.
Your top 3-0.
Don't you guys think
3-0.
that whole Chris Rock slap thing was definitely part of limiting comedians' free speech? That's part of the reason they did that?
Yeah.
The funny thing is, I was about to bring that up. That's the only now that happened, and then also Dave Chappelle got attacked recently on stage. So when that starts happening, that's like the only way that you could take out stand-up's freedom.
Yeah. Did you know that it was? Did you know that Chris Rock was on stage before Dave Chappelle at that same concert, and it was the same security team that was working the Academy Awards as that Dave Chappelle concert where they did that fake attack?
Are you sure about that? Because if that's true, that's kind of weird.
That's what I heard.
I wouldn't. Yeah. I mean,
I have to admit, I've got a bit of experience working events, and to say that it's the same team versus the same company, like they're not the same statement. You know, like a lot of these guys, they kind of just get sent by a central agency to wherever, and so and that will be done on a rota basis, or it'll be done centrally in some other way. I'd be very surprised if you could even organize it so that the same guys were there on that night.
It doesn't even matter if it was or wasn't, because both things seem to be a total psyop.
Yeah, sure. Well, the thing is that what actually happened on the night and what you're told about what happened on the night aren't necessarily the same as well. So there's that to consider as well.
The news kind of wants to promote fear and panic, so it's not really a psyop by the CIA or whatever, but it could be, you know. But
well, it's like people.
The news definitely wants to say it's like a scary thing and make everybody afraid. Like that's their job, right?
Well, afraid to do stand-up comedy and have free speech is the whole point, right? Because the comedian now can be attacked. And so for you to go up and say something controversial might be something that they want to limit for a certain reason, for good reasons, right? Because
yeah, well, not only afraid in that way, but yeah, afraid like it'll make constitutional Americans afraid that their liberties will be taken away or whatever. Yeah, which I agree with 100%. You know, Big Brother's killing us all.
by the way, both Bob Saget and Norm Macdonald predicted their own deaths. So I doubt they really died, to be honest. And Norm Macdonald has a secret concert that he recorded before his death too. That's coming up or is out or something too. So
How is Joe Rogan not dead? Is he going to be the thing? Do we live in a TV show right now? Like, this is so stupid. Like, yeah, because I was born so-and-so year, here are my fucking idols. Here are my news personalities. You know, here they are. Is Joe Rogan dead next? And then I feel sad. You know, that's what it is.
I actually do think we live in some sort of Truman Show. Like, I think
it's a game.
Somebody's watching us. So why would they be so persistent in taking our like information all the time? Like, where did this information ultimately end up, bro? Why did it constantly want our names, where we are, what we're doing? I mean, it's weird.
Worth a lot of money.
Have you seen? I can't even post some of these screenshots.
There's companies. Sorry, go ahead, man.
No,
it just makes sense for anybody that has a name that's like the legal fiction name is worth more than what your rest of your life just fizzling out would be, you know? So you retire your legal fiction name, you stage the death. Not that they're in control of it. It has to be approved through the higher ups, however it's done. So you can fake your death and then they get a piece of the residual from that, like whatever the sales from your records or your secret concert gets some, if you're about at the end of your career, that just seems to be like the going thing to do. Fake your death and then you get the record sales.
I don't know. Have you read Tom Sawyer?
I think you have to be really rich to do that, like MJ level.
Well, I don't think being rich, I don't know if you know this, but I don't think that's very appealing. Not as appealing as it sounds.
I mean, that's like, in order to live in a place and or like say suddenly shift your location to another country and be able to be sustained, and everything, you have to unless you're getting help like the FBI or whatever to be under some kind of protective program or whatever.
You don't have to be on a protective program. You just, get some minor plastic surgery if need be, or just change your identity and move to a different city. Have a very, different life, or even become a star again, even become famous again and be a totally different person. They do that.
Yeah. I'm sure that's not that sounds relaxing, right? Having plastic surgery and then moving to a completely new place, making everybody start from scratch with plastic surgery. I think that if they're celebrities or whatever, I don't think that's appealing to them. Like, I think it's probably more appealing just to keep their money and keep their life.
Well, why wouldn't it? What do you mean appealing?
Like,
you go out a legend, then you go out a legend rather than someone that just faded away.
Like Bob Dylan, he's kind of funny now. No, man. No, stop this line of thinking.
Both Prince and Michael Jackson definitely didn't die the way they say. It most likely still alive. In fact, seemingly still alive, both of them. As well as a lot of others. David Bowie. A lot of them.
What about faking the death and then, the Illuminati sacrifices them on an altar? How about that theory?
I don't really think that appeals to the way that everything works, because if the game was played that way, nobody would want to play the game, and they'd find out that's the way the game's played. The idea that they're sacrificed is more appealing. You know, the idea that you got that you were important enough to sacrifice. Not to say there's not sacrifices taking place. I'm just saying that the reward system works much better than the fear system.
If they fake the person's death, then the lower level 33 degrees or lower, you know, whatever, they wouldn't know. They would think it's a death. And then once they get initiated fully or blah, 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 they learn that these idols or whatever, their deaths are faked, and then they're brought to blah, 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 you know. That's just a theory, guys, you know.
I don't even get what your theory was, the blah, 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 blah part. Or what you meant by that?
Like, you know, the whole Molech sacrifice, the Baal, you know, bloodletting ritual. What else, you know? What do these witches do?
Well, these people seem to be, you know, a part of the plan. They're not. It's not like they're taken out without their own knowing. They drop clues. I mean,
yeah.
Prince's last tweet to his fans was, "I've transformed." And then he comes back in a fat suit as his sister Taika and comes out with an album called A Brand New Me.
Oh, sure. I'm not saying I haven't dug into that. You might. I mean, I'm just saying a fake death, you know, and then they take them. And you say they live on an island forever or whatever. They live out their life.
Well, no, Prince is living on as his sister. Seems like Michael Jackson's just doing his like costume thing and appears in different places. Apparently, and he's on Larry King Live as a burn victim, watching his own hearse take him to the funeral. Right. So there's a participation thing going on more so than like a sacrificial thing going on at that level, at least it seems.
Well, I've watched that. Yeah, I've watched that. But I'm talking about these people who sell their souls to become famous or whatever, like Hollywood style, and then they get, you know, the who's that, the driver from Fast and Furious, you know, whoever it is, the public hears that it's just a car crash, whatever. But their time's up. They made their fucking deal. You understand? And that deal might be more real.
It could be sometimes that it could go that direction, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking literally a signed deal with a Sony executive or some kind of high up thing, you know, and he has a direct communication with like Satan, basically. That's why Michael, you know, I mean, they all say it. They sold their souls. I mean, whether it's metaphorical or literally, this is the only way they could express it, right?
Do you think that there's anybody who's ever, like, let's say they worked as a huge celebrity, a famous celebrity? Do you think there's anybody like that who's actually just died?
Oh,
absolutely.
For sure.
Absolutely.
There's never 100% anything, you know? Like, I'm not.
It's like 99% of the people who have ever been famous are still alive. They're not dead. They fake their death.
Majority of actors and famous people who die just die normally. You know, I'm talking about the ones that make these deals or whatnot. They either get taken out or, yeah, they fake their death and they fucking bring them to an altar. Anyway. Illuminati. We're talking about Illuminati. So the universe is flat. You guys know that, right? It's astrophysicists say it's flat, and it stretches out in all directions in like we're standing on a balloon that's being blown up. Like the ground's just receding away from us in all directions.
I was starting to have a. That's actually why I logged in. I'll have to bring it up in a second, but I had a revelation about, the expanding universe, Big Bang cosmology, gravity, and all that stuff. And give me a couple minutes to conceptualize it again, and I'll tell you guys what I've come up with.
Well, they say it's stretching out like that, and it's perceived and measured flat. And they also say that it might wrap in on itself. The end.
But when they say it's flat, they're just talking about the geometry.
Well, they're talking about it stretching in all directions, and it's freaking flat. Apparently, I don't know how that's what they say.
Yeah, I know, but they say that they just mean like the overarching like universe, like an entirety, whether it's like spherical, flat. But when they say that, they're talking about like the geometry of the universe itself.
Yeah.
So same way if there was like triangles on the sphere, you'd be able to see that they're above 180 degrees. That's how they try to map it out that way and see if we get 180-degree triangles are bigger or small.
Well,
that conclusion though, the flat universe thing, I think that they don't have enough data. I personally think that they don't have enough data to make that conclusion yet. Possibly, it'd be like just like on the Earth if you did a spherical axis in like your room or something. I don't think that they have enough data to make that conclusion.
Yeah, they're not. They're just saying it. That's how it is right now. Like that's how it's viewed. We don't have the instruments. We can't see far enough. Blah 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 blah. Right.
It's cool that we're investigating that stuff though. But yeah, I mean, I think so many answers are going to change over the next 50 to 100 years. It may be completely opposite.
Yeah, it's insane.
I mean, specifically about like the origin of the universe, like the entirety of the universe thing, not like everything science, but yeah.
There's a few thousand people working on that, while like 7 billion people are just fucking around and we're using old technology while they're kind of literally examining the universe.
Hey, Chronic's doing it.
It's pretty nuts. I guess it's more than a few thousand, tens of thousands. Yeah.
All right, give me a couple minutes because I gotta think about this thing for. I had this thought. It was so compelling. It compelled me to come in here, but I gotta remember what it is now.
All right.
Might not have been that.
We're take all the time you need, bro. Is anyone else thinking anything?
Regarding what postulations of the Illuminati?
The Illuminati. Stretching flat universe theory. Have you heard of the flat universe? Apparently,
I have. I mean, what are the implications of that?
Is it like a spiral galaxy, like flat, kind of like that? What do they mean? Is it like a plane of like a? They say it curls back like a donut, maybe, or like a tube shape.
How do you have a flat donut?
But we have
or a flat.
Yeah, so right now they say, well, sorry, okay, what I meant to say is it measures completely flat and everything, and they say it might curve back on itself and be like a pipe shape or some kind of donut or whatever.
Based on refraction, probably.
Geez, I don't know, dude. That's what they were expecting.
It sounds to me like the all-knowing don't know everything is what it sounds like to me.
Oh, well, for sure. There's never going to be a point where anyone's going to just suddenly, yeah. If you do your research and you're decently, decently skeptical, you will know just as much as this. Yeah.
When you think about it, it's just interpretations and postulations about the things we see in the sky, right? Very little empiricism applied to any of it. So, who knows? I feel like there's things within this realm that are beyond our comprehension, and maybe we don't need to understand who we are and where we are, if that makes sense.
I think it's understandable though, right? Like it's so simple and dumb in a lot of ways. I think, well, how about humans? Like what we've made of the world is terrible. Like we're a shitty influence on everything. Like I can describe to you, say, like the evils within what we do, and how we destroy ourselves. But like the earth and the creation like God made is like spectacular kind of thing. So
yeah, I think it could possibly be a case of like let me give it an analogy. Let's say you and I decide to take a few heroic doses of shrooms or LSD, and we're chilling in a car, and we start looking at the windshield, and we see all the rock chips and the dings, and we see the refraction of light through them, and then we start postulating and assuming that these dings within the windshield are like galaxies and all that, right? You could see where the simple can be made extremely complex.
Yeah.
If you try to ponder on it too long and you try too hard to figure out what it is, right? The simple answer is it's a fucking windshield. But you just spent 4 hours with your buddy on LSD thinking that you're observing the universe right outside.
I hear you. Makes sense.
I don't know if that, yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if that analogy makes sense, but it's like an overthinking with some underlying assumptions can lead you down a path that, 4 hours later, you come to your senses and realize, Jesus, I just spent 4 hours postulating the universe within my windshield.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. They're like, oh, the multiverse and all this crap, right? Like the infinity. Yeah. They ponder that and they waste their fucking time. They don't care about God. They're just like, it's an infinite multiverse, and you can just there's a they just and it's all in their imagination. Yeah. And in the math, it's like it's all written down and it's in their heads. Yeah. But it's completely pointless and useless knowledge. Like for all intents and purposes, like until they like find these black holes or whatever, and then actually utilize the technology, it's all theory right now, and it's all useless. And the trillions of dollars they've spent like on the Hadron Collider and everything to disprove God, basically, is all wasted time. If they were, if the results show that every time they've looked for something and then what a waste of time.
Yeah, it's almost like if they reeled the tape back a little bit and they realized like, oh, we made a mistake right here at the beginning of the reel. And unfortunately, we created a whole entire story based on that mistake.
It's like we're studying the multiverse. That's my
No, it's a windshield with rock chips, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying. I get the analogy. It makes sense. Not that I agree. However, it does make 100% sense.
Good. I know sometimes my thoughts can get lost on my analogies. Yeah, the answer is probably a lot more simple, more simplex than we give it credit for.
I'd agree. And probably way more terrifying and fucking weird, like, than any kind of movie we've watched, yeah.
Yeah, possibly.
Like, we didn't get it. Can't grasp it, right? If there is some other dimension or another afterlife. Afterlife?
The spiritual realm or the non-physical realm that we may enter into as we exit the physical. You could possibly get there and you know, if you had the ability to ask a question to something that would give you an answer as to what this place is. It's probably such a simple answer that you slap yourself in the forehead if you still had one. Like, oh, gosh, I spent most of my life postulating what these things in the sky were. And they're legitimately just cogs within the wheel to give us signs and seasons to tell us when to harvest crops and to better live our lives. Oh, I got it.
Oh, yeah. True. Well, that would be very biblical. But also, you know, the book of Enki, he talks about, like, when he first landed on Earth. Do you know about the book of Enki? And when he first landed on Earth, he, like, first of all, he was, like, dizzy because of how big he was and how the planet's gravity and blah, blah, blah. It was spinning really fast. And he was dizzy. And then he talked about how he saw, like, quote, you know, the majesty of, like, the Lord's creation and how it was like clockwork. And he like recognized the orbits and all this stuff. And you there's like a specific huge chapter that talks about how it's like the moon was put there by God and blah, 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 like kind of stuff. It might be just Zechariah Sitchin's dumb imagination and translation of the Sumerian. Like Zechariah Sitchin kind of does that, but it's just cool to read that it's like clockwork and it's actually a creation, and it makes sense with the perfection of the moon's like influence on Earth, and going back with like all the zodiac stuff. And
yeah, I mean, if you look at it from a perspective of the possibility that we have these two bodies in the sky, one that provides us energy, right, gives us life and growth, and one that may possibly help with putrefaction and degeneration in the form of the moon, kind of an anode cathode type situation, an input and an output, and the synchronicities and the harmonies that these two bodies have, and the interplay and the relation that we have to them, along with the background of the wandering planets and the what seem to be fixed constellations, right? Having these cyclical patterns that seem to repeat over and over again.
Well,
giving us.
I have the yeah. I get what you're saying. Again, they're cyclical within like our region, but like even we're moving millions of miles per second kind of thing, right? Like the entire thing, but it's still insignificant in the vastness of like you wouldn't see different stars in the background. Anyway, like parallaxing and shit. I don't know. It's fair. Those time scales are way larger than the movement of our solar system and stuff.
Or these things were put there for us, right? And we're fixed and immovable.
That's for sure. Like I agree that it's either repositioned and perfected and put there for us, kind of in a sense, or it was like literally created in some kind of Matrix style god. Like we have a god and a creator. Isn't that insane?
A god and a creator, or a creator god?
Yeah.
Is that an insane idea for you? The idea of a creator or a god?
No. I'm Christian, pretty much, but I've dove into other religions as well.
Gotcha.
The texts. Jesus is the Son of God, and he was sent for your sins. However, there are many other spirits that were sent who were born on earth. They just weren't God's right hand little helper, Jesus, They were lesser angels and shit that were sent, like Krishna or something. If you
Prophets.
and minor prophets, yeah.
Or
even whoever those prophets were talking to, the angels that were talking to the prophets, or like the messengers that told Joseph, or the messengers that go and visit Hercules' father, or the messengers and the ones that go to Krishna's parents,
Yeah. Not hugely familiar with that story, but
the three are great. Like Hercules, Krishna, and Jesus. Actually, and Moses. All of them had messengers that visited their parents. I used to have a chart that literally had all four, and then it said the commonalities between them. Warned them, kind of told them that they were going to give birth to an awesome kid that's going to do some cool shit, and they gave them tasks and all sorts of stuff,
You feel that these stories are one and the same, or
see, that's the thing. I was just about to explain that bit. Is in like Zeitgeist and stuff, you'll hear that they are one and the same, and they're all, the sun god and is Jesus, and he rises on the third day, blah 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 blah. And that's not true. They're not the same stories. Go and read them yourself. These people are just talking out of their ass. Yeah.
Similar stories.
Similar stories, sure. And Krishna and different prophets explain that they are sent from the same super soul, kind of. They call it like a super soul that sends them here.
Like a godhead?
Yeah. Krishna uses that word, super soul, godhead. And when you like die, you kind of remerge back with your super soul that remembers all your past lives. And if you did shitty, you reincarnate. But if you did good, you don't reincarnate. That's to summarize the Bhagavad Gita for you.
Yeah, I've read. I can't remember if I read the whole thing. That would have been years ago. God,
it's good. Audiobook it.
Yeah, I'd have to revisit that text. I want to say when I read that, It was like maybe 2001, so it's been a while.
I wanted to know what the similarities were, or like how they were born, how the religions, the different religions, how they were born, how the main figures were born, kind of thing. And
how the prophets came into existence.
Yeah, basically, and they all have these common traits. It's great. But it makes sense. There is like some kind of super soul sending these souls, in my mind at least. God, it's God sending these souls. I just don't know what the hell kind of thing is this. Is it like God and his son are like literally king and son, and then these angels are sitting at his right. Like if you read it properly, read the Bible, this is like a battle cruiser. Like it's like he's the captain and his son is the co-captain, and then there's like these angels that are the deckhands or whatever. Right? Like it's a tiered system. It's so fucking strange.
Hierarchical, and sometimes those deckhands are sent below deck to make sure that everything's running the way it needs to be.
Yeah, like it's like a Star Trek episode where they're helping out and they're sending their crewmates. And instead of sending crewmates, what they're doing is they're sending souls to like be born. Or they're actually sending souls like through some kind of technology to manifest in this lower dimension, and they're influencing, our world. It's insane. The whole thing is insane. However, you kind of just believe that there's a creator and a God, and we're not just random.
It's insane, but it's also not. It seems to be very grounding, though, as well.
It all kind of makes sense if you've Googled and researched this shit.
I feel like a dismissal of that leads you open to kind of just wander around aimlessly and get involved in the pitfalls and the traps and the deceptions that are abound within this realm.
Nice. Yeah, that was a good way to put it. I said materialistic life, or like you become absorbed with the world. That's pretty much what Jesus says and what Krishna says.
Yeah, a lot of people tend to worship the creation, not the creator, right?
The angel that talked to Muhammad, that's another one that you like have to read.
What book is that?
Just the Quran. Just read it or audiobook it. It goes exactly with what like Krishna and Jesus talked about, like what they preached, and you can see the similarities and the beautiful nature in which they kind of speak. It's awesome, but don't you'll see if you read it.
Gotcha. Yeah. I need to do a little more study into some other religions. I did that back in the day, but I also didn't have my mind right back then as well.
Nice. Yeah, you gotta kind of get into the groove again, and then you'll drop out of it and then get back into it.
Yeah, I feel like at that point in my life I was searching for something that maybe I wasn't finding fulfillment with in my life, right? But I was probably doing it for the wrong reasons, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I hear you.
Most of the time in which I tried to delve into other religions and trying to look into alternate, theories as opposed to the Christian religion, I I was also very unsatisfied and of this world, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, you lost someone there, yeah. But yeah, for real.
Yeah,
the Bhagavad Gita and the Mahabharata. I'm not sure which one is the good one, but they're both really good. There's just one's better.
So are you of the do you have an idea that obviously kind of what you've been talking about, that multiple prophets have come throughout the ages?
Oh, for sure. And Jesus
kind
even
of give
says
us right, kind of give us either warning or insight or both as to the nature of this realm and
its pitfalls.
Yeah, and there seems to be some pretty congruent stories between all of them.
100%. Yeah, Krishna and God. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wish we could just mind meld. There's too much to describe, but yeah, it's amazing, and it solidified my Christianity more than ever. Getting into other religions and their origin stories and what the angels actually talked about, kind of thing. When you get into that, it further solidified and created the history in my mind of why Jesus was important, why Muhammad was important, why all of them were important, Krishna, why Buddha, why Journey to the West, good freaking movie, by the way.
So it's almost as if these teachers have come here and us as students are just arguing over which teacher is right, even though they're all trying to give us the same message.
Yeah, and they even say, kind of like what you were saying before, they say the same thing. They'll say that, look what you did to my previous messengers, or my other messenger. They'll literally say,
Right.
you killed the past ones, or as in the days of old, when so and so was sent,
Yeah,
and
even Bob Marley said, "How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look?" Some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book.
Yep. I remember that.
Redemption song. It's my favorite Bob Marley song for sure.
Yeah, he was good. A few years ago, I'd listen to him, but not anymore for some reason. I think I've overplayed Three Little Birds, Redemption song,
Sure.
No Woman, No Cry. I've overplayed them.
Yeah, that can happen.
Unless
put it
I
down.
want Jamaican. But it's not even that funky. It isn't that funky, You want Jamaican funky.
Yeah. I feel like Bob Marley was an interesting character, and I feel like he was pretty in tune with God, and his many of his lyrics would allude to that as well. Kind of his overarching ideas and what he was putting forth with his music.
Those episodes of life were great. I agree. It's a stupid game, and he played his role perfectly. He is great.
Have you heard the time when somebody was interviewing him and asked him about whether he was rich or if he had a lot of money?
No, probably, but I wouldn't recognize what.
Yeah, I can paraphrase it, meaning I'm not going to get the exact verbiage correct, but it was along the lines of this reporter asking him if he was, if he had a lot of money, and Bob's response was like, "What you mean money?" And he's like, "Are you a rich man? Do you have a lot of possessions?" And he says, "Rich, what you mean by rich? You think possessions make you rich? Nah, I'm not that kind of rich. My richness is life forever."
Yeah, he was a good guy. Was he
Kind
Christian?
of like
Some kind of
Rastafarian, right?
Which is based on the Bible, right? They just have a couple different additional teachings. Like they really think it's important to grow your hair out, which is actually scripturally supported as well.
Yeah.
And locks, yeah. And then they think that bud brings you closer to understanding what the Creator's trying to tell you.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And I
They
think
are
his
right
response about being rich, and he says, no, I'm not that kind of rich. My richness is life forever. Kind of alludes to scripture even within that response, right? Like possessions and money mean nothing to me. My richness is stored in heaven, kind of thing.
Yeah. Yep. He's basically quoting Jesus right there, yeah.
Yeah, I mean Rastafarian is literally based around the Bible.
Is
it? Yeah, look at him and all his sons. They have an infatuation with Zion.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Like, of course, not the Zionists, but like Mount Zion.
Holy Mount Zion.
Zion is referred to, like there is Mount Zion, but it's supposed to come back as well, I believe. Like that's why it's shown in like the Matrix, like end time scenarios. You'll see like the city's called Zion.
Yeah.
It's like the wet dream of theirs.
I have an interesting take on the Matrix. I think it's all backwards. I think Neo's the Antichrist, Morpheus is Lucifer, and there's like the Trinity there, and then of course it's got it inverted, and like you said, like the underground area of survival is Zion, and I think that the archangels are the agents. So pretty interesting because and you'll hear the angels talk about like how do you deny this design and like how amazing it is, and then he touches Morpheus and he smells him, tells him he smells bad. It's like alluding to sin. It's like that's why they need Neo, the one they've been waiting on that can actually fight the angels, because they can't, because they're so powerful. And then it has the scene where he walks by the woman in the red dress, but it's because it says in the scriptures that the Antichrist will have no like love for women, like will have no affection towards women. And it's just my opinion, but I think that it was originally written from the other perspective, and then they hijacked the script and then inverted it. And it's very interesting. And if you re-listen to you can watch it on YouTube, re-listen to the 3-minute conversation between Neo and Morpheus at the beginning, and just think about Neo representing mankind, because the Antichrist has to be a man, right? And Morpheus representing Lucifer or Satan. And it's very crazy. He's like, you ever feel like you're not, or do you believe in basically destiny? He said no. And then he said, why not? He said, I don't like to feel like I'm not in control of my own life. He said, I know exactly what you mean, alluding to not liking the rules and the order that he was given by the Creator, so he bucked the system. If you rewatch it, it's very interesting. I think it's a pretty deep Gnostic take on creation, and it's the Gnostic Trinity. And then you got the Isis and Osiris with Trinity and Neo being represented. And then when she's first introduced to the movie, he says, Jesus Christ, I thought you were a dude. And she says, most dudes do. And then her name is Trinity. So it's just very interesting.
Well, was all awesome. And thanks for like doing that. That was awesome. I love that. I love to hear that kind of shit because, like, you know, have you seen the Mr. Smith theory where like Mr. Smith is the good guy on YouTube there? Well, sorry,
I've
Mr.
heard
Smith is
something
the
about
one. Mr. Smith is the one. Like he becomes infected by Neo, and then he breaks from the Matrix and takes over the entire Matrix, and like he's responsible for the reset and all that stuff, like him and Neo. But there's this whole theory on that where Mr. Smith is like the one. If you type that in, Mr. Smith the one kind of thing.
Yeah, very interesting. I did a live stream breaking down the Matrix, and it was like my most censored stream ever. The stream just went like completely black like 5 times, and then got kicked offline like 3 times, and then immediately was pulled down. And I was just showing like a few second clips from the movie, then breaking it down for like 20 minutes each clip, and all the clips are already on YouTube, you know. But yeah, dude, they just like they I think that it's like the most popular movie ever, right? They don't really want people to kind of understand what they're putting in front of everyone. I don't know. Maybe it's coincidence.
Well, what the hell? It's so obvious. Like the technology's moved so far. You know how like back then, it's clearly like a lot of the pieces of the puzzle you're putting together are like obviously there in the Matrix, and they obviously are 2 brothers, the writers. You know, they were clearly influenced heavily by like esoteric, you know, stuff. You know, it's 100% obvious, and they even say as much. You know, if you go to their house, they have the shit on their walls. You know, so you're not like off by going into this shit, because obviously they put that into their art, and obviously in 2001 or whenever this shit comes out, they were 100% propelled to their status for a reason. They were given the budgets and signed the deals for a reason. You know, it's not just because they worked the hardest. It's because they did some fucking, it's, you know, whatever it is. I don't know. But definitely they're injecting this shit into everything. And back then in the Matrix, obviously, like that influenced my entire high school generation. It was an insane event, you know?
Yeah. And it has the passport, of course, has 9/11 on it. It was I think any time that a movie's seen by pretty much everyone, it's got like a lot of subconscious sublims in it.
It has to be. It's yeah. I mean, a giant theater screen that was made for us to go watch movies, millions of dollars spent, you know, they have to inject their politics into it, and all the programming and brainwashing, subliminal shit as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I still had that stream. I'd share it, but I don't even know where it's at. It might be on BitChute or something.
And I was gonna say, just like CGI, it's like our ability to detect how shitty it was back then is getting better and better. Like we aren't that lost. Like we can watch the shit as it comes out today, and we can see the garbage. We can see that it's lower quality. You know, we could compare it to previous movies and previous generations of talent, and we can see that they've clearly done something where they're either hiring the shittiest people possible, which is basically what they do at Twitter and Facebook and shit, like to moderate us. They hire the dumbest people to moderate us. Discord, garbage. Anyway.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So the quality of their shit, I mean, they think like they have better technology and they're able to hide the propaganda better. It's like, no, you know, we can see it from a couple years ago. It was trash. Like you, and then you go back a decade, and you can see the movies like Eyes Wide Shut all this shit. Kubrick was telling us shit, right? Nowadays, they've bought and paid for all the. There's none of that anymore. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, they got a much stronger hold on it now.
Didn't Kubrick die before Eyes Wide Shut was finished? Meaning there was probably a lot that was not even put into the movie. Possibly.
Yeah. I mean, and then you just go back a couple decades and you literally are watching like CIA brainwashing videos. You're listening to Attack of the World, or what's it called? War of the Worlds. Like the live radio broadcasts, and like you're hearing about LSD experiments on entire towns. It's just a joke. There's some heroes though that they report the news or whatever and get killed, and they're like the ultimate heroes. Speaking truth to power, like Bob Marley. Michael Jackson was doing that, eh? He was doing live performances and just like talks in front of mostly black audiences, and kind of Martin Luther King style. He was rallying people together, and he had a whole like cross America tour planned, and then ba-bow. Ba-bam.
Do you think that these actors and newscasters and all of these people are part of some club or have some sort of knowledge that's given to them, even though they are kind of useful tools that can be discarded at any point in time, right? Like
maybe
playing a role, and in order to play that role, they have to have a little bit of knowledge or insight, or
I don't think they would all know. Not like for the majority, no, they're just gullible. Not gullible, but like ignorant, just unknowing. They're like quote unquote hardworking, dumb sheep that just kind of live their lives. But maybe like the higher ups are all bought and paid for sure. And somewhere along the lines, there's someone who's bought and paid for. Lower level crap, that's why the brainwashing works, and that's why like our parents are completely just triple boosted and everything. They don't care. They're completely lost. They're like, yeah, put fluoride in our water. I'll vote for this stupid idiot. I love Trudeau. Like it's a game. It's a dumb, stupid game. And everyone's like a terrible player. They're actually really shitty characters. Like I spawned into an awesome body with 6'1", 185, decent physique, right? And I'm pretty intelligent and I'm funny. Like I thank God for all of my attributes. I love bragging about it too, He gave me that ability. He gave it all to me. I just waste it. But no, I don't waste it. I do shit. They're shitty some are shitty characters and they didn't work on it. They spawn in with decent physique, everything, and they don't work on themselves. They don't fucking. I'm not saying go jogging. I'm saying lift some weights. Burn off the fat first. Then go jog. I don't want you to have a heart attack. But like these people, and not only that, they don't research. They don't study. They don't read the news. And you go and talk to them, and they're basically killing themselves the same as you are. They're all fucking dumb. They're all drinking Red Bull and being dumb. In fact, they're having kids and all sorts. Like some of them are having them at the wrong time. You know, like there's a lot of dumbass people out there. And then you got people that see it. Like you got people that see it, right? Like Witsit here, you, Kosho, a lot of these people, everybody, like there's decent people that do see it, men and women, like proper God-fearing, awesome people that fear God or like love God. However you want to put it. I love to say fear God. As soon as you hear someone talking about how evil this world is, you're like, oh yeah, this guy's probably a God-fearing Christian, or this guy's a good person, you know? This girl's a good person. Look at him.
Do you feel we're in a time where more things are being revealed to people, or people are garnering a better understanding? Or do you think that there have been these revelations throughout time to select groups of people?
Well, probably yes to both, actually. Like there's probably been revelations to groups of people in the past. And I'm talking maybe like thousands of years ago as well, and millions, maybe not millions, hundreds of thousands. We've only been here for few 100,000. Definitely insane. But yes, we are able to learn more, and we have a way deeper like wealth of knowledge than we did a few 100 years ago. Yeah. And in terms of revelation, like or divine intervention or people receiving messages or people receiving some kind of revelation, like I do think that's increasing. However, I haven't like seen any pastor or priest or anybody famous, you know, because obviously the media, everything's controlled. So I haven't seen any kind of real prophet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, you know, you were talking about prophets in the past, and I was wondering are we just in a lull when it comes to prophets, or have we had certain figures that maybe we've overlooked or have been downplayed?
No, I mean, has maybe, you know, there's only been a few people that have come up with that claim that have gotten to that point where it's been received by me, say, like, or received by you, like to the point where it's famous enough. And that's that guy, the reptilian guy, David Icke. Like, who else has come out on public TV or whatever and said, I'm a messenger, or I'm son of God, or I'm Jesus, or anything like that? And in order for it to be, say, real or whatever in this reality, it would have to get to a point where the masses, like a good chunk of the masses, have heard about it. Otherwise, it's unfair, in my opinion. That's why I had to dive into other religions, because it's like I have to read what this billion people think. I have to read what this other billion people think, and the Indians and the Africans, and like there's so many different people that have different. They're not Abrahamic at all. So after reading the 3 Abrahamic books, I dove into theirs, you know, and also, you know, the natives of each places, the native, you know, the Mayan, Aztec, all that stuff. You got to go into that because it'd be unfair. It'd be unfair to me for God to send a messenger that I don't get to hear, you know. So we got to first of all perceive and be open to it and like dive and look for it. You can't be unfair to God, so you have to do your part in looking for it, but God has to do his part in this messenger and make him a proper messenger that actually gets famous enough or whatnot gets to a point where he can actually get the message out there. So David Icke, guys, there he is, David Icke.
So do you think it's possible that some of the indigenous populations that may not have these stories of prophets, like maybe say the Native Americans, do you feel that maybe their way of life was more in tune with natural God's law, and they were meek enough to where it was unnecessary to send a prophet to them?
No. I think to each their own. If not a prophet, it's just a better they have just like an explanation of how they got to that island or whatever. Like diving into these different cultures, they all have a story like that they came from either ancient Greece or something, where some volcano exploded and it sank their island, so now they're here. And the history isn't that far-fetched because you can actually search it all up. Like we don't have a good record of everything, first of all, and it's all at your fingertips, second of all, and you can pretty much digest it. Like you can get a grasp on the entire history of the human race. Like you can literally read, and then at a certain point, if you go far back in your research, it's like it becomes mythologized to the point where you're like, all right, I should probably stop here. It's just too mythologized now, and there's never a point where you're like, did this for sure happen? Yes. And then there is a line like where you can measure that. I think, like you said, it's way more simple, and we've probably been through a shit ton of cycles, like where just a few remnants remained after some kind of reset, and 100%, like we keep fucking up, we keep doing the same dumb shit. It's written down. It's all there in the books.
Do you feel that there's a overarching influence from somewhere that leads us to the path of our destruction?
Well, first of all, there's just this one story, and we haven't. There's just this one. I know you said path of destruction, like kind of like every movie is telling us, and like eventually we're all gonna be zombies and die. That there's still that's what I was saying, is like we can read about our entire history, get a great idea of what it was and where it's going.
Where's it going?
And there is this like representation of evil that's been here, and constantly we're fighting a spiritual battle in a way, constantly. In every action, it manifests. How you're doing in this spiritual battle manifests in your like clothing, in your display, in your mannerisms, and how you think, and what your political views are. Do you understand what I just said there? Sure. How you're doing in the spiritual battle manifests. So if you're doing bad, you shave your head and you dye your hair pink. If you're doing bad, you're a fat idiot and you're doing bad, And if you're doing good, you manifest it as a healthy, smiling, nice person. You're a decent human being who, treats others good. And that's how, like, and you dress decently. You're not dressed like a shit, whatever it is. Proportional to where you live. Proportional to where you live.
Well, I find these compliments very flattering. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's easy though. It's simple, right? Like it's not. You were born that way, and well, and your parents are to thank or whatever. Your upbringing.
Yeah,
Well,
I think there is some truth to what you're saying, man. I don't.
If you're completely losing the battle, the spiritual battle, you're basically like an atheist or whatever, and you're some kind of LGBT person. I'm joking, but
Well, I don't know.
seriously though.
So would you say I'm winning the spiritual battle if I put forth little effort but maintain a healthy physical physique?
Yeah, it's not. No. Like that'd be. You'd have to have a good relationship with God and participate and be a decent, good person. Like,
Are you implying that I'm not these things?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you have been or are. You seem like a good person. I think anybody who's digging into these subjects.
Yeah, I'd like to think of myself as a good person. I don't know.
Yeah. Majority of people who dig into any of this stuff are good people. I mean, there's just boy and girl. We're both here on Earth. Men do what men do, and I think men research and know their enemy and work on themselves. Whatever it is.
Like it's part of their job, right? Not only to protect.
It's a duty. Yeah.
It not only to protect physically but also spiritually.
Yeah. Take up that armor, yo. I mean, what else is there after you've done? If you're an attractive guy or whatever, after you've had sex and all this stuff, what else is there to do other than to say, get that other skill set, or like you have +8 into strength, you have +8 into dexterity. Now you obviously you want to put some points into intelligence and into agility, and that's obviously what a guy does.
Yes, definitely. Those are guy traits, I guess you could say. But yeah, it's
the STEM field.
It's interesting times that we live in. I think a lot of the inversions that are taking place, I find interesting.
Yeah, the Baphomet man. Well, we are. That's the guy. He's inverting everything. He's the ultimate representation of like a multi-sex thing. As above, so below. Baphomet. And if you're losing that spiritual battle, that's the direction you go, basically. Transhumanism.
Do you feel like that's one of the ultimate transgressions against God and nature? The laws that we should adhere to, kind of thing. Like we're given these two sexes, right, for a reason, and we each have specific traits that are needed in order to help continue to perpetuate the species, but is also needed for fulfillment as well. And that as we move further away from these tendencies that are natural to us, the further we move away from God and the Creator and the creation.
100%. I think even if God or the creator of our earth and us, God could be beyond all of that. I always think that so if our creator put us here like a fish tank, like putting 2 fish into a fish tank and wanting us to breed and multiply and all this stuff, like that is it. That's the story. And we are that is our creator. That is God, the naturalistic like point of view would be like, obviously to perpetuate the species, like we want to breed and all this, and it's beneficial for the group, so that's why we have morals, and that's why we have our laws, because it's monkey packs.
Do you feel that life would be more harmonious if people were in tune with these inherent laws? Do you think it would lend to a more harmonious society?
No, like this, like you were saying, there's this influence and it's constant. It's that Baphomet character. I don't know what it is, if it's an actual spirit from the other dimension, like literally in his spiritual battles, like while we're playing this game. Like the VR version of me, I'm the VR version right now. Meanwhile, the real version of me has his headset on, and he's in an actual battle, So this spiritual battle going on, whatever it is, this Baphomet character, the devil, the Satan figure, Shiva, whatever. It's real in the sense that I read it, and it's as real as any, as if I'm saying like Harry Potter is a character and he's real, it's a real character. It's a real story. This is how it goes. That's how it goes.
Yeah,
there's a spiritual battle.
Many people talk about like the fingerprints or the imprints of God that's kind of sprinkled all around us in the creation, right? The complexity, the information that had to have been created by a creator due to its complexity and its ability to have this symbiosis. Do you feel that there is also fingerprints or residue of this adversarial energy that is antipodal to the creator God?
Yeah, and he's trying that thing is trying to destroy that. He's been trying to destroy God's majesty. He's trying to replace him and act like him.
And right, because really, if you think about it, the ultimate middle finger to the creator God would be to take his ultimate creation, which is man, right? His most prized creation, and get that creation to not only no longer believe and worship the creator, but to literally think that the opposite of what is true is what's taking place, right? A complete inversion of everything, to where any and every thought that this ultimate creation is holding is a falsehood.
Basically, yeah, or it doesn't necessarily have to be all that. Like that the human race turns towards sin and just defiles itself with the beasts of the world. Like it says it pretty clearly. So we might be thinking of like awesome spiritual concepts, but I really think that when God says like when men began to multiply with and become large in numbers, they mix with other creatures and stuff, or they intermingle with them within their own sex. Like I really think that means like there's a period of time in every world empire. And I'm specifically talking like world empire. Like we reach a point where there's a world empire that turned away from God, like in this sense that they began to defile themselves. They were irreligion. They didn't have religion. They sinned all the time, basically. But there's a specific point in time where like a civilization starts to intermingle with animals or some shit, and God doesn't like that. And it says like as in the days of Noah, and that's kind of what it means is when Sodom and Gomorrah and when these places like Babylon turn their backs towards God, you could say. What they mean by turning their backs is literally that. You see it on the streets blocking the highway. They're wearing their pink hats over there. I don't know. Do you get what I'm saying? There's literally a point where we reach this technological point or an advanced society where they get comfortable enough to just start being gay. God literally stops it in its tracks sometimes.
Gotcha. I catch your drift. Yeah, it's and many of the mantras that follow some of these agendas are so evidently contradictory that I don't understand how people don't comprehend them. And
there's so many people on Earth right now.
Some of these people who revel in sin or enjoy the edification of sin and want to institutionalize many sinful things. I feel like they don't know their bounds, and will eventually or have always pushed it too far, if you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
You begin to become the thing that you originally thought you hated.
Yeah, like yeah. There's only, I mean, it's written so simply, and like men back then wrote it down and knew about this shit too. They understood. They talked about, secret societies as well, and just like the rise and fall of empires and what happened to ancient Rome, what happened to ancient Egypt, what happened, and we all kind of have a basic understanding. Am I roboting?
No, you're fine. Do you think the official stories to that are somewhat truthful, right? And do we really know the rise and falls of these empires? Do we really know what ushered in the fall of what appears to be a fairly prominent civilization like that, which was in Egypt? Do we seem to have a good understanding of that?
No, I'd say we have a couple different explanations that are really good. you know, and we have a decent understanding. Like I could say like, do you have an understanding that, you know, Samwise from Lord of the Rings is a good character? And you could say, yeah, like he was clearly written as a decent, good character. Right? Like, you wouldn't be like, no, the orcs are the good character.
Right.
Because the way it's written is, this is how it's written. The orcs are the slimy guys that hatch out of the cocoons. I'm too big to continue. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm kind of
The
picking up what you're
elves,
putting down, but
the
I was
elves are
just
kind
trying
of
to
shiny.
refer to, you know, a civilization like Egypt where we try to garner some information, right, through deciphering hieroglyphics and things like that, and studying the paintings on the walls in Pompeii or in Greece and all this kind of stuff. And I kind of wonder, right, and I think about, okay, if there was some sort of cataclysm, people disappear, and the civilization that we're currently living in remains vacant or buried, or parts of it preserved, right? If we, as kind of the same people that we currently are, would come upon what we're currently seeing, how would we interpret a lot of the things, right? Would we say that the people worshipped this great God called Abraham Lincoln because we found this large statue and it was etched in stone, right? And
I don't think so. I've heard that said, though.
Would we think that the etchings on the walls were, you know, some sort of religious thing that we worshipped, or, you know, what would we think of the world
Kind
that
of,
we
man.
currently live in?
My answer
Right.
to that is some of these fucking scientists or archaeologists, I should say, they do not want to admit a lot of this shit. So they say, we have no idea, blah 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 blah. But they and at the same time they disregard all the stories, all the local folklore, all the legends, and, you know, all the Native Americans that talk about exactly what took place, right? And then they say we have very little information about, you know, the origins of so and so culture, you know, right? But when you go and read the stuff and you dig into it, you're like, oh, so they've just been hiding all of history. So, like, I could just go and read what happened to, you know, or I can at least listen to what an elder of the natives says, right? So they, like, the giants or whatever, or like the burial mounds, or how certain structures were built, or like who built them, they would say, if they don't know, what they say is, we don't know who built them. Some our ancestors say that some angels that were gigantic built them, you know. So, but the modern mainstream archaeologists would just disregard all of that.
Gotcha. It's like too fanciful.
Yeah. So when it comes to the Egyptians, it's like the data is there, or the Sumerians. It's like it's all kind of there. Very few men and scholars have like translated and perfected it. We're so young, and even Plato talks about resets and talking to Egyptian priests. It's a very short history.
So do you think the Egyptians had similar aspects to other empires that fell? Like they were maybe practicing certain sinful things as well?
Mm.
Or do we not know enough?
That is one of the main things, like that they started sinning and turning away from God. We kind of might say that they took ownership, or like not ownership, but they were like, we built this, it wasn't God, we did this kind of thing. And they never gave God gratitude, is how it would say in like the Bible, or like King Nebuchadnezzar. He kind of stood up on Babylon and was like, look what I've created, and he forgot that God gave him all of it, and like God put him into power.
Right. So the Egyptians may have been the same way, right? Like they took to their head and to their ego a little bit too much of what they were able to create, right? Through the grace of God, they were able to create certain things and then began to worship their creation or be boastful about it and forget where it all stemmed from to begin with.
Yeah, definitely could, like that could be the overarching reason,
So tell you what, when you like I've gone to the Louvre, right, and looked at all the artifacts that are contained within the Louvre from Egypt, and it was certainly the most interesting and kind of awe-inspiring, I guess you could say, things that were contained within the Louvre, at least for me. Like some of the precision on the sarcophagus, right? Or the attention to detail within the hieroglyphs that they would etch along the sarcophagus and things like that. It just seemed to me very, very well refined and advanced.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's cases where the sarcophagus is really, really advanced, and the scratchings on it are very, very not advanced. And that means like the further back you go, the more advanced they were. So first dynasty Egypt is, I mean, it's like mythologized at this point. It's kind of like talking about the Monkey King. Like the Monkey King and the Jade Emperor. Yeah, whatever. Shut up.
Would you say that we can maybe see similar things happening within our society, right? Like if you go back to the 1700s or the 1500s, so most of these structures and buildings that were built throughout the world seem to be way better craftsmanship, or at least more well put together. And now, even though we have all these technological advancements and things like that, let's be honest, most of what we construct is just cheap, throw it up as quick as possible, make sure it doesn't fall down, don't lend too much mind to detail or to the aesthetics.
I think they're different crafts, like stonework, stone masonry, and all that. Like there definitely was periods of time in our history where they've perfected that, and certain cultures like really advanced so well in stonework. I think even to the point where they could like take like a giant boulder and maybe make it to the point where it's malleable and shapeable. Like levels of technology with stone that wouldn't require plastics. Do you understand? Like they could make glass and cups and cutlery and everything with their level of sophistication with the metal and stonework. Like, maybe to the point where, think about this for a second, and how we got our technology for like the space race technology, like the plastics and the foams and the think about how you wouldn't need all of this plastic and microchips and stuff if you had the ability to levitate stone. I know that's far-fetched, however, you wouldn't need a space race or a space shuttle, period, or plastics or any of the kind of microchips we have. If you could just, you had this level of stonework sophistication.
Gotcha.
If you can levitate a giant pyramid into the space, which I know you might not believe it, but if you could levitate a giant pyramid, okay, into space, then you wouldn't need NASA and plastic and fuels and jet propulsion. You wouldn't need any of that, right? Like, we would just have. I could go up to a mountain, carve out like my home kind of thing, or whatever, however it was back then. But
kind of like our boastfulness about our technologies, right? Our technologies may be way too overthought and just completely missing some of the simple things that we have here that we may be able to utilize.
Yeah. Like, yeah, definitely. I was going to come up with an example, but they would all be kind of dumb. Like, instead of having something mechanical do a job for me, I would just be able to do it naturally otherwise. So, like having an alarm clock, and we've micromanaged everything to the point where you wouldn't need your senses or whatnot. Have you heard of dowsing rods? Are those real? Dowsing rods?
I've heard the term. I'm not too familiar with what it is.
When you're like dousing for water, dowsing rods, man. They're like the two little metal 90 degree.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
I've used them as a kid, and I swear to God, like, they move. I just didn't dig for water, I assumed there was water underneath. Yeah, I mean, I was a kid.
Verify it.
Yeah. But like, I can grab two. You can make dowsing rods or buy them pretty easy. But what they do is they kind of display or amplify the abilities you already kind of have. Like, so if your body is reacting to a stream a foot underwater and it produces some kind of static or the current, maybe even it produces a negative energy field, obviously, because there's way more ions in the air at that point, because it's rushing water. So your body reacts to it, and then these dowsing rods cross or whatever, and it displays what your body already can do. It's just we've evolved to a point where we don't use those skills anymore. So now we need like a device to display it.
And this would tell you, say, where to dig a well. Is that right?
I think that's how it works. Yeah, or it'll tell you that there's running water underneath. So even if it's a pipe going to your house, it'll go whoop, like, and apparently it's supposed to work. I mean, it's not a device. It's you. It's your body.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I have no personal experience with them, but I know this is a very historically believed in technique, and that people still use it nowadays. And it kind of
Yeah.
gets swept up in the woo-woo sort of stuff, maybe unjustifiably, but a lot of people I trust, surprisingly, it's strange to me because I have my serious doubts with it, but a lot of people I trust say they use them, and then a lot of people do use them as a con artist trick, or maybe I'm the one just who's wrong and doubting them. But one of the craziest things I've seen is there's a TV show, I forget what it's called. I think it was like a BBC channel thing, but they put like someone with the latest technology on where to like dig a successful well up against someone just with dowsing rods, and or maybe it wasn't dig a well, but like find an aquifer or something like that on land, and they both like were tested 3 times and they both scored perfectly. So you could chalk that up to chance or luck or whatever, but the guy did come through in his performance. So there you have it. What's
That's
there to say
awesome.
after that? Yeah.
Yeah, and I've seen literally like land surveyors talking about it, and but then that, like you said, it gets a little woo woo because that land surveyor is kind of putting his trust into it like religiously, and you're like what? I thought it was going to be a scientific one, but it's never like 100% a scientist, or it's never officially been approved as like a thing. However, I've definitely seen and I've used them, and I wasn't turning them or anything. Like something under, like every time I walked past the thing, it was doing it.
That's really interesting. Ken
Yeah.
Wheeler, the guy, right? On YouTube.
Yeah, like sounds very familiar.
He goes by Theory Apophysis, popular guy who talks about magnets and light and stuff like that. But I mean, I really didn't think he was this kind of guy. Although, maybe I shouldn't say that in those words. But he's like, here's something you might not expect from a guy like me. If I lose my keys and I'm looking for them for like an hour and can't find them, I'll whip out my dowsing rods and focus on my keys.
Oh yeah, I've heard.
And I was like, wow, I've never heard anyone say that before.
No, I don't know. I don't believe in that. It's not that I don't believe in it. It's just that doesn't make sense scientifically enough. Like it's just the running stream of water. It makes 100% sense, and they all seem to say it has to be like running water, obviously, and I think that makes sense. Obvious, because
it feels right. It
creates
it feels
a current.
right.
Yeah.
And you would say that it's your body that is the thing that's actually responding to that.
Yeah. And the display mechanism, there's several different ways of displaying it, and you can probably display it digitally too, like
sure,
and audibly. You could have it make a sound. You know what I mean? Like it might be as if we could listen to the harmonics, say, of our body and the resonant frequencies and stuff, like, and we had those headphones on. It would be like mining for magnets, or sorry, using a finder, a gold, what's it called?
A metal detector.
Metal detector, yeah. And
I'd
then
be willing to give it a shot.
Mm-hmm. Oh well, taking 2 dowsing rods, like I would buy them, but I mean, 2 pieces of metal, literally, or a coat hanger. And you'd look like a retard, but do it in your backyard. But like,
right?
Yeah, and like if you go across your backyard, you might be able to. It'll suddenly shift if you hit the like line of water coming into your house, and then confirm like with your like where the pipe comes into your basement or whatnot. Like confirm that that's the location after you've done it, or like. But you probably already know where the pipe comes in, but
right.
Try to see if you can survey it. Yeah.
Are you the type of guy who also buys into like pendulum swinging clockwise and counterclockwise, the ones you just dangle from your hand.
Like
No?
you just said, I don't think if you were to focus on your car keys and use the thing, it's not gonna detect anything. I said, yeah, it has to be the flowing river.
Okay. Well, like I said, yeah, that feels the most correct, just intuitively.
Yeah, and that's
Moving
how it was
water.
used. That's how it was used in the past, like for the digging wells and shit. Apparently, it wasn't just used by the local jester, or some random. It was used by farmers. When I used them, it was on a farm, and it was my friend's grandparents. Those were his dowsing rods.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. They're like
I mean,
literally.
who are you going to believe more than a farmer? I feel like farmers are all about the practical, like, usefulness of things.
Yeah, it's when you look it up. When you look up dowsing rods, you know what it reminded me of? It kind of reminded me of that not meditation, but like Reiki and like that kind of. It's kind of woo woo, but it's also beneficial to like meditate.
Right.
It's like, yeah, it's really beneficial to stretch, and it's very good to do breath
Right.
exercises. Yeah, hell yeah, it is.
Right.
But it
Just one
gets
of those
when you
things that gets
Google it,
swept up.
yeah, and when you YouTube it, what you get is these people like just focus on your car keys, and you can fucking spot them with your dowsing rods. Like so.
Right.
It's very weird. Very weird. Like.
Here's another thing Ken Wheeler says. He says, he considers himself a metaphysician, an expert of metaphysics. But he says, you'll never catch me in the metaphysics section of a bookstore, though, because all that shit is trash.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know any like the rest of his points of views and stuff like that, but yeah.
Well, he's just saying that, the woo has infiltrated the bookstores, and that there might be something on dowsing there, but it's going to be surrounded by filth, even if there's gems within it.
Disinformation. Yeah, exactly. It's the
Uh-huh.
same like conspiracy theories or whatever. They've rotted it by throwing in fake videos or whatnot to disprove, basically, to throw us off. Yeah. I mean, the bought and paid for nature of like media, like if you go to any bookstore, you're not going to find. Well, I don't know. I don't know about a bookstore, to be honest, but mainstream stuff that's propelled in media is generally not going to have those messages. It's just going to have the lie. That's why it's like the beast system. It's a never-ending beast system.
Right. You like tarot at all?
No, I don't like tarot. I mean, I've researched and I've researched my enemy very well. Do you understand what I'm saying? I've dove into all these subjects.
Right. Yeah. Good.
Yeah. That's a man's duty, and we were talking about that earlier before you joined. A man's duty to not just Sun Tzu, know your enemy. It's know what battle you're fighting, this spiritual battle in heavenly realms.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
You can see what they're represented as, though. The spiritual battle, like me and Napalm are talking, it's represented in how you are and how you think and how you dress and how you feel, basically how you're doing in that spiritual battle. So you can see these people suffering around you, and you can tell how they're doing. I mean, they think they're happy, they think they're in love or whatever it is, but they're suffering spiritually. You can tell by how they're dressed and the way they act and how mean they are. And how they don't smile at you in the elevator on your way to work. Like these people, they've pierced their eyebrows one too many times. The representation of how they're doing in the spiritual, like if they're recovering, you'd see like less. You'd see healing piercings. You'd see healing scars of these wounds that they've endured, during their battle. You'd see them with shaved heads and pink hair, but they grow out of it. They snap out of it. Everyone snaps out of it.
Yeah, for some people, maybe minutes before death, but yeah,
True.
most people.
I like to think that the majority of them, like the anger, is from like the disenfranchised, like kids coming out of university and high school and stuff. They're graduating out of this into like the shittiest possible circumstances right now, and basically all they can do is work at Starbucks and I feel for them. I feel for Antifa. They all they can do is work at these porn stores and like get gauges in their ears. I don't get it. That's all they can do.
Yeah, I heard it. I heard the unfortunate life story of a coworker of mine the other day, and he was talking about how he's got a master's degree in law, but he's an immigrant, and no one really wants to hire him because his accent, And to be honest, I don't want someone with broken English to really be representing me in a case either. It sucks because he knows his stuff, but yeah, it's unfortunate.
That guy, like he's trying though and doing like he got his education and it's an unfair world, like it's a shitty world, yeah. But
so
his spiritual battle, his spiritual, like he could be very in tune with God or whatnot or nature or whatever, like he's not a corrupt, disgusting individual.
Oh yeah, he's a really great guy.
So when I say like your spiritual battle manifests like in the physical, it's like you can see how a person is doing based on everything, their mannerisms and everything. And innocence is innocence, obviously, and
I might need a little bit of more practice on using that sort of spiritual eyesight, but that's cool. Sounds like you got a 20/20 vision.
Well, yeah, I mean, so thanks, man. But and also, what I noticed, kind of going into it, or as I kind of grew up and study these things, is like the people that I'm up against are very godless. They're not good people. They're generally, the cancel culture stuff, like the stuff I disagree with, and the shit I see in political media and all this stuff. They're generally just atheistic kind of sheep, and we use these terms because we understand it so well, and it sounds mean, but it's because I don't want to sit here and tell you how they're sheep, So I'm going to summarize it in one word.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I feel that. Were you trying to say something there, Brenda?
I said that atheism is growing.
It is growing. It's ever growing, yeah.
Also, I looked at job opportunities for recent college graduates, and it appears to be 86%.
Nowadays, I mean, post-COVID, I mean, hell yeah, you're right. It's everybody is looking for employees, and we cannot find employees.
I said it's actually good if you have a college degree. They're getting good jobs.
He just said that. You just agreed, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. He's saying that they're not finding good jobs.
No,
literally
what
just said
I'm
the opposite
saying,
of that.
what I'm saying is we can't hire them enough. Like we're looking for good applicants, but all we're getting is Kumar from India. And I'm talking about high tech businesses from the one of the most high tech business parks you'll ever hear or
Saying that
be in.
the college graduates are finding a good job market for their skills.
Sure,
He's
yeah,
agreeing with you. Yeah.
yeah, they are.
But you're saying there isn't a good market for their skills.
He's saying that
What?
everyone's trying to hire people post COVID.
Yeah, that's
We just can't fill in the spots with what they're like this. You can't just get an Indian guy. There's like hardly anybody available. I have no idea. Post COVID, there's plenty of jobs available.
sounds like a good market then.
It's gonna boom back up. Yeah, it will.
Good for the applicants.
Although I think atheism's actually
If you
beginning
notice, the
to
nurses,
decline, though. So.
the nurses are all coming back, but there's still like shortages like crazy, and hospitals are working understaffed still. But as the generations graduate, they'll just replace and fill in these spots.
Sounds like.
But honestly, right now, Brenda, here in Ottawa, there's not very many fucking computer programmers like that are decent enough to hire for, say, Nokia. So all of I work for a property management company, and all of the tenants, high tech business, they're not fucking getting applicants. They're only getting, like I said, Indians. They're getting lots of foreign applicants. There's no, you know what I'm saying. So,
Did the search for the U.S., not for Canada.
well, whoever is applying, and you can go through a few hundred applicants, and like 5 of them are barely qualified, and you have to pick from them. So,
India has like what, 1 billion people?
oh yeah, and they're all.
That's also like the main sector they focus on.
That's kind of what's it? Were you saying that like the Indian guy's got a degree and everything, and they don't recognize it? They don't want his accent.
Well, that
yeah.
was me, but it
I
wasn't
wasn't saying
an
that, but
Indian
yeah,
guy.
I agree with that. What I'm saying is, that's like kind of what Indian people do.
There's billions, yeah, like she said, or Brenda said. There's billions of them, and it sucks that we. It's kind of like that. We're giving them like a false hope. Yeah, it's like, yeah, come to Canada. There's plenty of jobs, and then 50 million of them come, and then they all have no jobs. Only 5 million available. That's an over exaggeration, but it's that. What's that hiring diversity quota or whatever? Where like we have to give the lowest. We have to. Sorry, I didn't. The lowest passing grade possible. We have to allow this person into the university so that they can fail, and be in debt. It's not so that they can get an education. It's like, let's take these people because it's more likely that they'll fuck up and fail. Diversity hire, yay.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. I think the students.
How do you not know what he's talking about?
I said I don't know what you're talking about.
It's like here. Let me put it this way: if I gave a bunch of scholarships to a really high level university, if I give a bunch of scholarships to a bunch of Hawaiian people or whoever you want to say, anything, how well do you think they would do in that university? Or don't you think they would graduate in debt? Don't you think? Or sorry, or fail in general?
They graduate in debt, but if it's a good job market, which you say it is, then you can pay that debt off.
Sure, I said graduate. I accidentally said graduate, but most are gonna fail. Yeah, not like 99.99% are gonna fail. If I did that, if I went to a third world country, gave them a bunch of scholarships to a high level university, they would all fail. It'd be unfair to those people for me to give them the false hope.
We've got some actual numbers for that.
Yeah, we have a system in place in the States as well, where if you're a minority, you have to have lower qualifications to get in, and then a byproduct of that is less of them make it all the way through.
Or higher qualifications for, say, Chinese people in Harvard, or they have to do 10% better than the best white or the best brown or whatever. But going back to what I was relating it to, though.
Well, what do you actually? I'm just sort of curious. What do you actually do? Are you like management?
Yeah, for property management. Yeah, I don't want to go into it. Yeah.
What kind of degree does that require?
Nothing related to what I took. You can take courses in college that help with administration and stuff. They always recommend, and they'll pay for that shit as well.
But you didn't take those courses.
Business? No. Well, no. I'm not going to go into what I took. I took criminal psychology in university. That's what I took.
Yeah, I'm not trying to dox you or anything. I'm just curious about what you do.
Well, what's your incredible degree?
I have a high school education, and I worked for many years in paramedical capacity.
So when you have like this derogatory undertone, when you're like, what kind of degree does that require? I mean, like, why? Well,
it's who you know, not what you know, by the way.
It's what
you know. That's very true.
But it's
it's definitely who you know.
Who you know in the real world.
Getting jobs.
I mean, if you know some stuff too,
everyone who's doing better in my is just clearly more dumb.
No, but it's who you know to get good jobs. I would expect it's your networking, your connections, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just have a high school education.
All right. And why are you so like all up on everyone else's jock about what kind of education they have?
Because you say things.
People with a high school education can get into the workforce quick and get a lot of knowledge and experience.
Sure. Actually, ironically, 4 years saved, and they have more money and experience. And no debt, less debt. I mean, just depending on the specifics.
And that doesn't reflect their intelligence. Like, I wouldn't say, like, I have a couple cousins that are doctors, and one of them is like hilarious. Just not like street smart at all, but very book smart. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I would rather have a book smart doctor than a street smart doctor.
Sure, but like, what about like, what about lacking common sense?
Well, I don't think doctors generally lack common sense. I would like them to have good medical doctoring skills.
Yeah, well, throughout my entire childhood, this kid lacked common sense. He was like nurtured and suckled by his mom like his entire life. Like, he barely knew how to function as a kid, and as a young adult. So, but he is making $350K a year, and he's a doctor. But like I could beat him at any kind of physical. I literally any task, chess, any game. Give him a ball, he cannot toss it properly. Anything. So intelligence is definitely not just book smarts, memorizing.
Intelligence isn't a physical ability, right? So I don't care if my doctor can't throw a baseball.
Yeah, but what about this? Do you care
what
if
you're
your doctor? Sorry, go ahead. You got it.
I want him to be a good doctor.
But would
For
you care if
sure.
they don't have to get as good of qualifications? Like, say you have a surgeon, but since the surgeon is a certain race or a female or whatever, if they have a lower like score qualification, would you be more comfortable having would you be comfortable having that doctor knowing that they didn't actually require
Yeah,
the
I'm
same
not
competence?
like you with it. I'm not like you.
What does that mean?
It means that I'm not like you.
Devil's advocate position there, just for no reason.
Yeah. The race or the gender of my doctor wouldn't bother me at all. I'm not like you.
No, but okay. What he's saying, I mean, listen, what if he's just the best at passing the Scantron? He's just the best at doing the tests in school. The method, you'd agree that there's better methods of teaching a kid than to have him sitting in front of a professor with 300 other students. I think you'd agree that like a more hands-on approach or whatnot, like you might see geniuses popping up that way more frequently. The kids today that get A pluses or whatever are doing the best in this way of learning. There might be, yes.
Yeah, if they know the material, who cares?
No, yeah, okay, so he's the best at passing these tests. But when he lacks common sense and diagnosing and whatnot.
You think that they give people a multiple choice test and then put them in a surgery a theater?
No, obviously not.
Fucking do it, is it?
So I think there's a second half to an expression we all know. I'm wondering who knows the second half of it. So we've all heard a jack of all trades is a master of none, but does anyone know the second half to it?
Yeah. It's better than a master of one. Still better than a master of one. Yeah. But that's
a jack of all trades is a master of none, but always better than a master of one. And I think that's kind of the opinion you're coming up with here.
I would rather my doctor actually be a master of being a doctor.
So then if they don't have to have the same qualifications because of their race, like wouldn't that be something you disagree with?
That's kind of what I was saying, though, is he's the master of being a doctor. He cannot do anything else. Like, he was completely dependent on his mom kind of thing. Like, it was a joke.
Yeah, I don't care.
All right. But, like, Brenda, since you're talking in the conversation, I'm asking you, like, don't you agree? Like, it's actually ironic because use the example of, like, say, like, a black person. So we have like a black person say that their qualifications are much lower to become a surgeon than if you were white. What that'll end up doing is actually causing racism in a way because it'll make people make decisions based on race. Like someone will be like, well, I'm more confident in this surgeon because I know he fully met the qualification requirements, as opposed to, well, maybe you actually weren't competent enough, but you became a surgeon anyway just because you're black. That's so weird. They're going to make the consumer actually care about the race when truly, normally you would just want a good surgeon. They'd all have the same requirements of competence.
Yeah,
true. They'd all be Chinese.
Yeah, I'm just
maybe
not
so.
I'm just not like you with it. I'm not like
you're not like me. What?
Yeah.
So she's
trying to equivocate your example as some form of you not wanting your doctor to be a specific race.
No. Like if there's an OG doctor from back in the day that got his qualifications before they made all the PC nonsense cheat codes and stuff, I'd be like, bro, this dude's crushing. I'd be fine with him being my surgeon.
But what's it is saying that people of a different race who are advanced unfairly make people like him racist, and that's not true.
They're saying it will force the idea of race being involved in your assessment or decision making. No, it's weird. It's actually creating the problem that it's claiming to fix.
No, that's true for you. That's true for you, but not for other people. What's it?
It's just true for Harvard.
this is true for you, Wixit. These are the conclusions that you come to.
No, I think it's very racist against Asian people to tell them that because they're Asian, they have to do way better. I think that it's crazy to tell someone that because you're black, you don't have to do as good or anything like that, because that makes everyone actually assess the surgeon's competence based on their race, or at least has to factor it in, and that is racism.
Yeah, other people just
discrimination.
They're just not like, you have to understand, you're not like other people, Wixit.
So you don't want the best surgeon? I'm different than other people because I would want the best surgeon?
No, I don't assume that the issue is race, because a doctor has been advanced in not in proportion to their skills. Because that's what
Okay,
you're saying.
if you have 10 people, okay, and they're all going to try for the NFL, and they have to run their 40s, right? But all the white people, they have to run their 5.3, and the black people have to run a 4.2, and that gives them the label of super fast, and that's all the recruiter get. You are going to automatically pick the black people because you know that for them to get the super fast tag, they actually had to be super fast, not the white people who got a whole second on their 40 to be classified as super fast, quote unquote.
So you're saying it's a good way of measuring the speed, somebody's speed?
No, I'm saying it's a very ignorant way to do that.
I have no idea, because I don't know anything about how people train to be NFL players.
He's
You don't need to know that. You don't need to know that, though.
He's just giving you analogy, right? So let's say tomorrow you found yourself in the head office of an NFL franchise, and you were looking at the data at the potential candidates for your team, and you see their skill sets labeled in specific rankings, and you choose the individuals based on those rankings, meaning, like Witz's example, you choose based on this super fast rating, and then come to find out that white people are considered super fast if they're a second slower than the black people. Would that then change your decision-making process a little bit next year when you're looking at candidates?
Yeah, I just don't know. I just don't understand these measures that you're using. I don't know as much about football as you do.
It really doesn't. You don't need to know anything about football. We're talking about the speed that somebody can run. And they're taking a measure of how quickly these individuals can run. And the top echelon is considered quote unquote super fast. But in order to meet that super fast threshold, there's different qualifications for different races. If you didn't know that going
in here, explain double standards based on race. I mean, we can move on. I think.
I think.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me.
Why is people so uncomfortable? I'm making a point that in the attempt of trying to be so politically correct and quote unquote inclusive,
everyone
we're
understands
breeding racism. Okay, well, whatever.
Everyone but one person in the room understands you. That's why I think we can move on, because I don't have any hope for the last person to understand.
I just think it's a point of decent value that that could spark a more profound conversation. I mean,
only if we disengage from one person and move on.
Yeah, so I think that we have good ways of determining who's a good doctor or not, and that's what I would prefer. And I don't care. I don't care what they were like when they're snot-nosed little 12-year-old.
Yeah. But it was all adulthood too.
So you growing up with that person doesn't tell me anything about how that person is as an adult. People change. So your
assumption that when we stopped when I stopped seeing my friend, or your assumption that I stopped at 12 or whatever, It's just, yeah, I don't need to go into it any further.
You were judging him, his qualifications as a doctor, by your knowledge of him when you were kids.
No. By my knowledge of growing up with him and knowing him my entire life and still knowing him, and I never said just kids or anything like that.
Yeah, none of that has anything to do with his abilities.
No, but what you said was completely wrong, right? Like, you can't just be like, and none of that has nothing to do. You have to say, like, what you just said was wrong. Like, it's not just based on when we were kids.
And what I said is that your assessment of him has nothing to do with his abilities as a doctor.
It's as a man as well. Like, it's just in general, common sense wise. I know his abilities as a doctor. He has the smarts. Like, he definitely memorized all the texts and stuff. Yeah, for sure.
When I'm gonna look for someone to hire to, provide me with some sort of service, I'm always gonna look for the person who most closely resembles a Renaissance man.
Do that at all.
Like, the older his clothes, the better. And if he wears like a golfer hat,
not quite.
Smokes a pipe.
Yeah, who gives a shit? See, this is what I
Maybe.
mean. Judging his ability as a doctor based on whether he wears a golfer hat or smokes a pipe.
I don't think you guys know what I meant by Renaissance man.
Brenda, do you think that somebody's credentials, schooling, and qualifications on paper is the most important thing when it comes to how they are able to conduct themselves within their professional life?
I think it's a good indicator of your abilities as a professional.
A good indicator?
Yes.
Meaning there's only outliers to that? Meaning most people that have specific credentials are more qualified than people who can learn on the job with experience?
Somebody who has good somebody who has good credentials is more likely to be good at their profession than somebody who has poor credentials. That's all. Just likelihood. That's all.
What if they lack the skill set to navigate a work environment, but they understand how to get the grades?
What if they graduated from Nazi Germany, like in a high school that was in Nazi Germany? Like, would that change your mind? Would the fact that they're being taught by Nazis like change the math that they're learning?
2 + 2 = 4 if you're a Nazi or not, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
Oh.
But what about male and female? Like one male, one female. Like, is that different if you're a Nazi or if you're like a Marxist?
What are you talking? What kind of world do you live in?
Yeah, so I'm saying if they pass a stupid course, like, or if they're learning nothing in high school and they're graduating with garbage knowledge, and basically all they do is read packets that tell them what to do, they graduate because they're the best at at being a yes man or whatever it is.
That's not how people graduate.
Isn't it?
No,
isn't that how they graduate? They memorize the most useless bullshit.
No, not in the STEM fields. No.
Okay, yeah, not in the STEM field. All right.
Well, that's what we're talking about, right?
For the most part, yes.
Yeah, we're not talking about English majors.
But what if say I had a school that in order to become a doctor, you have to take the instructions and apply them perfectly.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, so what if I said all you have to do to become a doctor is you have to take the instructions from this packet and apply them and do them.
That's not how medical school works at all.
Okay. Oh, sure. I'm not saying that's how it works. I'm just giving you a hypothetical.
Yeah, that's not how engineering works either. That's not how any of the STEM fields work.
Okay.
It's not like that.
I agree. It's not like that. I was giving you a hypothetical.
What the fuck were you talking about?
Well, I mean, you can't answer the hypothetical then. I said if there was a school where
it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's not a fair. It's not a
Well,
fair.
it's ridiculous because you're comparing it to reality. I'm giving you a hypothetical.
Because that's not how people how medical school works or any other school. You don't get these packets where you fill out a questionnaire. It's not how it
No,
fucking
I never said that.
Well, you said a packet.
I said in order to become a doctor, yeah, all you have to do is take the packet in this imaginary school in my hypothetical. Yeah. But
Yeah,
now
but-
you're just totally gone. You're lost.
That's not how anybody does medical school. That's
Yeah,
not.
I know. I was making a point. I mean, you completely lost it. It doesn't matter anymore because we weren't talking about reality at that point.
What the fuck is your point?
I said he's the best at following instructions. I was gonna make a better point. You just didn't answer the question, so there's no point of
Maybe
continuing.
someday you'll make that better point.
Not with you. Not with you. If you won't answer a hypothetical, then there's no point to you.
It's stupid.
Well, it's gone. It's gone.
It's stupid. It's a stupid point.
Well, it makes what's stupid. Go ahead. What's stupid?
Your point.
What's the point? What's stupid?
Yeah.
What was the hypothetical?
About somebody who's just takes packets and follows instructions.
About somebody who just takes packets and follows instructions. Yeah. All right. So go back and listen to the live stream and see like what it was, where I was going with it.
You're going to a stupid place with your stupid example.
But what's the point? But what was the point? You kind of just described the packet. Yeah. You won't know. That's
Brenda,
your problem.
can I give you a more concrete real world example, maybe not necessarily of the exact point that he's trying to make, but back on the topic of credentials and employees and whatnot.
Credentials are good indicators that the person who has good credentials is likely to perform well in their profession.
So if
in
if you were in an industry that required, let's say, a bachelor's degree and maybe a higher credentialing, something along the lines of medical degree or a law test that you've had to pass or an accounting exam that you've had to pass, and you're looking at two candidates for employment, one of which has 10 years of experience at the same employer within the industry and has no qualifying credentials, but has performed the job for 10 years with a singular employer.
A doctor has had 10 years of experience but doesn't have any credentials? What the fuck?
No, I didn't specify doctor. I gave you a bunch of different fields within this hypothetical.
A mechanical engineer who's worked 10 years but doesn't have any credentials? What the fuck?
Yeah, maybe. So
what are you talking about?
So then you're
like in a third world country, like where it's not all bureaucratic.
No, how does somebody work 10 years as a professional and not have any credentials?
Yeah, like in a third world country where it's not all bureaucratic. I just want to repeat it.
Yeah, then I would have questions about their abilities. I would like to know about the quality of their work.
Right. So let me finish with what the second candidate has. So the second candidate has 10 years of experience in the field as well, but it's been with 12 different employers, meaning they probably haven't had the ability to maintain a job within the industry, and they're each year switching employers, whether they're being fired or they're leaving on their own volition. But the second employee has a bachelor's degree and a master's degree and the highest credentialing within the field.
So,
Which candidate would you be more likely to hire?
I don't know. These are just inane questions. So I have no idea. I want to know why that person couldn't hold down a job for more than a year.
Right, but they have the bachelor's degree, the master's degree, and the highest credential within the field.
Yeah, but I'd want to know why they kept moving around from job to job. That would be a question I'd ask them in the interview, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Ah.
And
What's
if
the
you
point for this?
if you check their point being, you could have two possible candidates, one that has no credentialing but has the ability to actually functionally do the job and probably do it pretty well because they've maintained a decade of employment. And on the other hand, you have somebody who has all of the credentialing to be able to allegedly perform this job but has no actual ability to do so.
I don't know that, though. Maybe the person who has the 10 years of experience with no credentials, maybe their dad ran the company and he was just coasting along. So I'd want to know that.
You'd want to know, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So you'd obviously pick the better employee, the better worker.
It's a subjective evaluation, but having credentials is going to be a good indicator.
So let's say the non-credentialed person doesn't have a leg up, right, within the company or anything like that, but just so happens to be able to perform and function within a job, learn quickly, has the ability to.
Then I would hire them.
Then you would hire them, okay?
If they're the better candidate, all things
I'd go on merit. I'd say it's all about merit. Not about paper, not about titles, but about merit. Show me what you got. Show me what you've done.
A good indication,
right?
It's going to be a good indication of merit.
I'm just wondering.
Well, then also, if people are tied in merit, then again, like I said, I look for the Renaissance man, the one who's skillful in more in more different categories.
The jack of all trades and the master of none.
Yeah, I don't want.
No. They both have merit in one, so I'm talking about a master of one and jack of all the rest, right?
Yeah. So if I'm hiring somebody, I wouldn't think in terms of these trivial means. I'd want to know their qualifications. I want to know their background, their work history, their social history, all those things, and all those things would factor in to whether or not I hired them versus who I need, what kind of skills of person I need, right? All those things would factor in. But credentials,
let's say
part of that.
You've hired two great candidates, and now they're working during their probationary period. Okay, so you've already hired these people now. One is performing way better than the other one. You obviously you fire the one that isn't performing as good as the other one, right?
Yeah, there you go. Mm-hmm. Good question. Holy shit, are you fucking high?
Yeah, I just smoked a bowl between the last question and this one. I'm joking. I was sarcastic.
Well,
I've been eating an ice cream cone the whole time.
If two surgeons are of equal merit and have equal titles, I'd pick the one who's an astrologer over the other one, because just based on the fact that I've heard one of these great minds of history, I forget which one, some doctor that passes said, no doctor should really call themselves a doctor if they aren't trained in astrology. And that sounds like a crazy thing to say, but it's one of these, like, hot shots from the past that said it.
Yeah, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. If the doctor is an astrologer, I'd fire him.
Well, you go to your surgeon, I'll go to mine.
Yeah. The patients of the doctor who's not a wacko are going to be better.
All right,
well, that's kind of why.
My goodness.
That's kind of why you get that straight edge doctor, is because they're not that kind of wacko. They're not Reiki magic or astrology. They're
said,
they're
wacko
usually
or
really
not,
book smart.
he's got the same merit and titles.
I don't want a nutcase. I don't want some Reiki nutcase to operate on me.
My goodness, yeah. I mean, just where you seem to cut those standards and how you draw those lines just never ceases to amaze me.
The standard is I cut out pseudoscience, which Reiki and astrology are.
If you cut out pseudoscience, then you would acknowledge astrophysics and astronomy as theoretics, philosophical theoretics.
They're science.
Wrong. Philosophical theoretics.
That's why you would never get a job either.
Well, burn.
Because you're not.
I actually made a promise to myself about 4 years ago I'd never work for someone else again.
Yeah, you're not.
Only my stuff.
You're not capable of critically evaluating things.
Right.
That's dumb. The way you talk is just ridiculous. It's like you can't leave your personality at the door when you walk into work. You have to bring your bullshit into work. Do you think
Hey,
Winston
guys.
brings his bullshit into work?
This is a flat Earth debate channel.
Hey, guys.
Do you think I bring up Jews at work? Do you think I bring any of this shit up at work? No.
Are you an ethno-nationalist?
Do you think it has anything to do? No, obviously. I'm Christian. They killed Jesus. They killed Jesus, Brenda. They killed Jesus, okay?
The Jews killed Jesus. They?
Yeah, they got him killed, yeah.
Isn't that how the story
I got
the story
details.
goes?
I got the details on that quote that I was saying about astrologers and surgeons.
Sorry, but God killed
It's
Jesus?
actually from
that was
Hippocrates,
pretty smooth.
as in like the Hippocratic Oath. Hippocrates says, a physician without knowledge of astrology has no right to call himself a physician.
Yeah.
So,
You know how hard it is to talk about Christianity at school or at work? It's like impossible. You can't. You have to be like whispering to a coworker, like literally in the lunchroom. You have to be whispering.
I bet you do. I bet you do. I bet you do.
But if I talked about satanic debauchery, I could talk about it out loud.
So you should definitely not talk about the Jews at work, Pizzle.
I'm allowed talking about satanic debauchery out loud, okay? I just said that.
Yeah. Did the Holocaust happen, Pizzle?
You're just skipping past what he's saying.
You're gross. Yeah, you're disgusting, Brenda. You're like a typical old woman. Go away. Go away, old woman.
How many Jews died in Auschwitz?
Ew. Go away, old woman.
Why do you want to talk about
why?
He died in Auschwitz.
Tragedies. That's
That
weird.
number? I'm pretty sure, like, you wouldn't even know that number. Like, at Auschwitz? At Auschwitz? Or are you talking about at all the concentration camps combined?
It was around 6 million, right? And 13 million of
At Auschwitz? It was around 6 million at Auschwitz, is what you're saying.
It says here that Hippocrates is the father of modern medicine and is considered one of the most outstanding figures in the history of medicine. And you're not an outstanding figure in the history of medicine, Brenda. So maybe, that this guy is, pretty smart. Everyone seems to think so. So when he says that if you're not an astrologer, then you have no right to call yourself a physician, maybe entertain not
that was
complete echo, and there might be a little bit to that. Just
yeah,
put it
that's
on the
like
table.
yeah, that was like what 2,000 years ago. Who the fuck
Wait,
cares?
you're saying the Hippocratic Oath isn't a thing anymore?
Well, you take the oath.
Right?
I
Did you
mean,
know it's actually been updated and originally it basically states it's an oath to Apollo?
It
And you
doesn't.
might dive into the subject a little.
It
It
doesn't.
states it's an oath to Apollo, so that seems kind of religiously. I don't know.
Do you think medicine is just a religion?
I think oaths to Apollo are.
It's a cool practice. It's a good practice.
An oath.
Like, that's kind of weird. That's the sun god, the alleged sun god.
Yeah.
We're gonna make oaths to the sun god in the name of medicine.
Remember what's it. Other people are not like. Just keep that in mind.
I have
What
a
if-
feeling that these are sort of metaphors and figures of speech, and that like people understood that these like Apollo wasn't real. It was just like a signifier of like an intention or a meaning behind your words.
It seems to think it is Apollo,
Brenda,
is, and the people are pledging to a god.
What
Yeah,
if I
they're-
said
they're
we're
probably
we're pumping out way more nurses than we are doctors? What if I just said that?
Okay.
We're pumping out way more of these Bachelor of Art nurses or whatever degree.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with how Jews died in the Holocaust?
So if I were to run a hospital and I had 3 head doctors and then 50 million nurses, and all the nurses are reading packets and listening to what the 3 doctors say.
I think you need to get another bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Just suck that.
And I got a 2-part question for you. So, the first question is, everyone, the Greek mythology that people believed in, they believed these gods lived on top of Mount Olympus, right?
I guess so.
Yeah, like allegedly towards the center where no one goes.
And do you think that someone maybe as smart as Hippocrates maybe asked himself once, where is this Mount Olympus, and why should I believe in a mountain and gods that I've never seen before, and no one I know has ever seen before?
I think
they definitely knew about the middle of the earth. So
I think the mountain is a real place, isn't it?
well, there's a
think?
mainstream attribution.
Do doctors believe in what are you talking about, Mount Olympus? Like they take the Hippocratic Oath, but they don't dive into it. They might dive into it.
No clue.
The
Just-
modern
Man,
one doesn't even say
I
Apollo
don't think these
anymore.
people
They have no
believed in
idea.
these gods.
Yo, the modern one doesn't even say Apollo. That's not my point. It's just like the inception of the pharmakia was an oath to Apollo. It's just kind of a fact. I think it's funny when these super anti-religious, pro quote unquote science people don't really realize some of the religious undertones to what they hold to be so valuable. So
Right. So if they're just making an oath as to what they're going to do as the doctor, as to to cause no harm, that's all they're doing.
yeah, they pretty much threw that away last 2 years, huh?
They're not pledging allegiance to the god Apollo.
I guess it's just a universal decision to throw that in the trash 2 years ago, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. They're not pledging allegiance to gods or
These
demons.
same benevolent, all-caring, selfless doctors seem to also be incapable of even entertaining potential causes of random side effects and serious health conditions happening now.
I don't know
They're
what you're
crushing. That oath means a ton nowadays, doesn't it?
Yeah. So they actually know, you don't, right?
Hmm.
So they're in a better position to judge than you are.
They were just telling my grandma they didn't know, and it must be the new deck cleaner she used that gave her a blood clot and a mini stroke and what you thought were shingles, severe rashes, but weren't shingles. But it was probably the dish soap because they couldn't figure it out. It took them a few weeks. They were so perplexed, scratching their head, had no idea.
It could be
Couldn't think
soap,
of
right?
couldn't think of anything. But she did get an experimental modification, like
right before she started having this, right before she had those problems. But that's not even possible. So
Right.
it's
Vaccine
probably the soap.
Experimental is the vaccine is not experimental, and it doesn't modify your DNA.
So you
It's experimental. You signed the waiver.
It isn't. It isn't.
You sign the waiver every time you take it.
That anytime you take any drug.
No, you signed the waiver saying it was experimental and you're putting your life in. You're risking myocarditis after. Yeah. 1 in 5,000. Yeah. You signed the paper. You just didn't read it.
No, it's not experimental.
It's 100% experimental.
Okay. We won't
100%.
go into too much.
You signed the waiver. You signed the waiver.
Yeah,
There's no liability. You signed the waiver.
It's not.
Yeah.
It's actually considered a form of suicide if you die. You're ridiculous. You signed the papers. What are you talking about? It's experimental. Yes, it is 100%.
It's not.
Admittedly so, because we didn't have time for long-term studies.
You want to hear the Ontario ministers of parliament talking about how it's 100% your choice? It's 100% your choice. The health insurance companies, they're denying any kind of death insurance. It's your choice. It's suicide if you die.
It's not.
100% is.
Well, in the insurance world, it is.
Companies will not pay for it.
At all.
Yeah. Well, money talks, Brenda.
The COVID vaccine is not experimental. It's been.
You're an idiot. How about that?
No.
Yeah, we just won't go
You're wrong.
too far though,
100%
because
wrong.
yeah, but like obviously, hey, I'll mute you, dude. I will mute you if you keep just trying to say the words that we get censored for, and you keep trying to provoke responses that tries to get this place censored. I'll mute you, Brenda.
Well,
So
what should I say instead?
You should just chill out. So I was just telling a factual story, which is that right after that. No, I was just saying a factual story that right after that, my grandmother had a blood clot issue and a mini stroke, and then later on broke in and crazy rashes that they said were diagnosed as shingles, but it wasn't shingles.
Jeez.
And my grandma knew it wasn't and told him it wasn't because she had shingles, but it just kept getting worse, and then they don't know what it is, and then that was the best they could come up with, was that she changed the cleaner she used on her deck.
Yeah, that's
so, but they could because they admittedly couldn't think of anything. They were very they admittedly couldn't think of anything. They were very
a solvent that could very well irritate the skin of a senior, couldn't it?
Okay, and give her blood clots for sure.
Yeah.
So
have you heard of a risk assessment approach? Have you heard of any
so
risk
the blood
assessment
clot could be a different, altogether different with it.
But it all happened right afterwards. So anyway, the only point I'm making is
so correlation isn't causation with it.
Not saying it is, but my entire point is that it wasn't
happened after, because it happened after. So the fact that it happened after doesn't mean that's what caused it.
Didn't say it was. What I said was they're not.
That's it. Stop lying about what you just said.
No, that's not what I said. I said the point was that wasn't even on the table as a consideration for them. Like they didn't even entertain it, even though that they admitted they had no idea. Even though they admitted they had no idea for multiple weeks and could not come up with any potential explanations and didn't even know what further testing to do, etc. They just admitted that they were super confused.
Look at the millionaire who recently died. Death insurance, none of that. None of it was covered. You signed the shit that it was an experiment. You partook in an experiment. It's already a fact. I don't need Brenda's opinion.
Of course.
It's been authorized by the FDA.
Okay, it was under EUA, which means it had to be.
You just heard that. You just hear that on CNN. Eh?
Yeah, it was under EUA because it was experimental. We can move on, Brenda. We don't want to. It was under EUA. The official mainstream story is emergency use.
I can understand.
Emergency use authorization was granted because of a vital need, and therefore dates were pushed forward, and it was released in the experimental phase under EUA. It's in the EUA paperwork. Very point blank.
An experimental drug now? No, it is not.
Okay, anyway, it's being experimented on. Yeah, we have no long-term studies.
It's a hand wave dismissal.
We have no long-term studies.
So it's just a hand wave dismissal.
No, we have no long-term studies.
No, the thing is you're partaking in it. So if there's an adverse reaction, there's no insurance, there's no liability because you're partaking in an experiment.
That's wrong, Pizzle. That's wrong.
No,
It's
that's wrong.
Pizzle.
If it wasn't experimental, why would you need emergency use authorization in order to get it to come to market for people to take?
Because there was a pandemic, Napalm.
But
That's
if it's
irrelevant.
not experimental,
Because there was a pandemic, Napalm.
But that's
So-
not why you need the EUA unless it wouldn't be allowed before the EUA.
It's why
exactly.
because there's a pandemic. That's why you needed the authorization.
So if it was already deemed non-experimental and safe and effective, why would you need an emergency use authorization in order to move forward?
Pandemic, Napalm. Jesus, get that through your thick skull.
There's no way you don't understand. So, if it needed that, if what you're saying, oh, Brenda, you're interrupting. I'm going to mute you. Okay, if it was experimental, if it wasn't experimental, you wouldn't need an authorization to allow it. It would have just been allowed.
The authorization was because there was a pandemic.
Okay, we get it.
So does
You can't.
Tylenol, if Tylenol is something that is going to quell the next pandemic, if whatever hits us in this huge wave where everybody's going to die and the only cure is Tylenol, would we need an emergency use authorization to be able to administer Tylenol?
Is Tylenol a new drug? No, it isn't.
Oh, well, yeah, it's new because it's experimental.
What is that?
You're proving our point, Brenda.
If 1 in 100 people suffer an adverse reaction, does it get discontinued if it's approved, you know?
So wild. I didn't know people like this truly exist.
What about that video? The ministers, the health insurance companies, what about the actual proof, you know? What about people who are denied settlement, not just Brenda's word?
This is just whataboutism.
Okay.
No, you're the anomaly here. The facts and the figures show every statement from insurance and health insurance companies and death insurance state that it's a procedure that you're partaking in, and it's totally voluntary, and it's considered suicide if you die. Basically, it's along the same lines.
No, it isn't. You're just full of it.
Yeah, if you go partake in a medical trial and you die, your healthcare provider.
Medical trial.
Oh, good Lord. Okay, then what is it?
It's an emergency approved vaccine that has gotten since then FDA approval.
What you're saying is what mainstream was saying a few weeks ago.
Those are the facts.
But shit's changed.
So those are the facts, right?
No. They're the facts, like how fact checkers are always wrong. It's like those are the facts. Yeah, they're the fact checkers.
Fact checkers aren't always wrong, are they?
Brenda, are you a fact checker?
The ones who are always wrong are.
So I look up answers to these questions at authoritative sources. I don't go to fucking YouTube.
Yeah. I posted a video of a minister of parliament in Canada talking about it.
Shit.
Don't give a shit. Yeah.
Don't shit what the minister of parliament thinks. I care what the CDC thinks and what everybody else and what the professionals who are handling the stuff. I care what they think. I don't give a shit.
Still, yeah, you should. You should care about all of them. Yeah.
No, not for the facts. No, I shouldn't care what they think. They're just as dumb as anybody else.
No, the CDC. You should care about all of them. Yeah, all of them. Like, you should get the information.
I care about what medical professionals have to say. I don't care about what some stupid prime minister thinks.
Brenda, are the authoritative experts your gods? Those
But
in
that's
which
not
you put
true.
trust and
You
belief
actually
in?
They're not gods. It's not an
that's not
either.
true.
They're not
You
gods.
you don't trust the scientists and the professionals. You actually trust the prime minister. You're actually saying the opposite of it.
I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah, yeah.
say
You trust what Trudeau and Biden say. You
that.
don't
What I
trust what actual scientists say, because the
do.
CDC data, the WHO data, it's all there. And none of you guys actually read it. You just care about what the mainstream narrative is.
No, that's not true.
Yeah. No, you're science deniers 100%. Like, you just care about what the mainstream perspective is. And if it sounds off, you're like, that's probably not true, because good government good.
No, I accept the science. I don't go to fucking YouTube.
No, not true. You accept the scientists, like you accept Fauci and Trudeau and like the mainstream narrative, but you don't trust the science because there's doctors all over the world saying it. There's actual professionals. Yeah. They're saying myocarditis is it's running rampant. You know, like people are dying. Like, oh yeah. No. You just trust the mainstream perspective. Like, you can't just lie and keep going decades with lies. You can't be like a complete sheep and just expect people to believe you when you say, "Oh, I trust the science." No. You can't just keep repeating that. That's crazy. You trust Fauci. You trust like the globalist agenda. You trust the WHO and the WEF. You trust Klaus Schwab. The proper doctors are all getting deleted and banned off of everything right now. So don't tell me anything about the science. This isn't as simple as debating flat earthers.
It is as simple.
No, it's not.
The
No, it's not.
The rate of myocarditis.
1 in 5,000.
No, it's 0.14%.
Yeah, you're crazy. See, you don't even understand the actual statistics. The charts are being released once a month here, 10,000 pages a month. Like, they wanted to keep the shit for 77 years or 72 years. Like,
it's 0.14%.
0.14 is a huge, significant percentage of people, but I get you.
Yeah, get wrecked.
You're listening to Fauci and mainstream like TMZ shit. Like, you have no idea about actual facts here. This isn't flat Earth. I mean, when we're talking about this subject here, you cannot take your expert bias and just fucking throw it on these people or me. You're not an expert here. You're just a TMZ Snopes watching CNN mainstream media opinion. Like, we know your opinion because we get the mainstream first. We get the mainstream opinion.
Yeah, I don't dismiss things simply because they're mainstream.
No. I never said.
That's what you do.
No one does that. No.
Yes, you do.
No.
You just told me you do.
No, I didn't say that.
You told me you completely reject Fauci and the CDC and everybody else.
No, I didn't. I said all you believe is mainstream bullshit. You just believe in the scientist. You believe in Fauci.
That's false, but
you don't believe in all the other scientists and doctors, that the ones that are risking their credentials, risking everything to tell you the truth. You don't believe in actual doctors.
How do you know what they're saying is the truth? How do you know?
Well, I mean, they're being punished for it. That's kind of a good gauge.
How do you know what they're saying is true?
It's consent. They're all. What do you mean? How do you know what you're getting is true?
No. Answer the question. How do you know? Just because they're on the outlier doesn't mean that what they say is true.
Sure.
Right. So how do you know what they're saying is true?
I don't.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, and how do you know what they're saying? What you're hearing is true?
It's again.
You trust it.
It's likelihood. They're more likely to be.
More likely to lie. Yeah. Okay. More likely to lie to you.
No, more likely to be correct. I'm not paranoid.
Who's more likely to be correct?
Yeah, I'm not paranoid. So I don't have a problem accepting information from
paranoid. You sound paranoid. You're saying it like you can't. The one who smelt it dealt it. You know, like you can't just be like I'm not.
Eighth grade means. So
what if the information they give you isn't correct? Because say with the people that were getting sick, and it's more like, did you die from it or did you die with it? And they marked everybody down that was with it as dying from it. So how do you even go to their statistics in the first place if they're not
nasty
taking
disease?
it correctly?
Die while having it, then it contributed to your death, didn't it?
Yeah.
There you go. There's your answer.
No, what did you say? Sorry.
I said if you die while you have the disease, then it contributed to your death. Right?
No, that's not what they're saying.
No,
people came in with a broken arm and had COVID. People died in car accidents and they had COVID, and they wrote that down as a death from COVID.
If you die,
but dying in a car accident didn't mean you died from COVID.
Yeah, so if you die with the disease, right, then it contributed to your death.
How? Well, explain to me how in a car accident it contributed to his death.
Because it reduces your health considerably. It's not a cold.
What do you mean?
It's not a cold.
For a lot of people, it's just a mild cold.
No, it isn't. It's not a cold.
For a lot of people, it behaves like a mild. Well, what's asymptomatic where you have it and you don't even know that you've got it? So
still not a cold.
It doesn't matter. Whatever it is, it's an illness.
It's a prolonged.
And you die in a car accident, and I don't see how you can blame a car accident.
It's a serious medical condition that significantly impacts your health. Right?
No, it's a virus.
We've all had it and not even known we've had it. People have tested positive and not even felt sick.
Yeah.
So how has it seriously impacted their health to the stage where they have a car accident?
Those are just anecdotes.
Like
people.
Yeah, like they feel fine and then they have a car accident.
It is a serious disease.
I'm not saying it's not, but not for everybody. It's not a serious disease, and the CDC will tell you that. This is their stats.
No, so you're saying it's not. That's a lie. You said it wasn't serious. You said people just didn't have any trouble with it.
Some people didn't.
You were
literally said it's mild.
You were lying when you said it's not serious.
For some people, it's not serious. Most people, it's not serious.
Well, that's lying.
Brenda,
it's not lying, it's the truth. That's what the stats show. How many people have caught it, tested positive, and have had no symptoms from it?
So it's lying to conclude from the fact that some people weather it well, that it's not a serious disease. That is a lie.
Would you say if somebody got shot and they tested positive for COVID, that COVID would be the cause of death?
Factor. It would be a factor.
What?
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
No, it wouldn't.
Because
would we have to call a special witness to testify for this virus in the murder trial?
If somebody is shot and they have the C, it's going to make their recovery from the gun very difficult.
Died instantly.
It's going to make their recovery very difficult, isn't it?
Bro, how far are you willing to take this narrative seriously? Seriously, how far are you willing to stretch yourself mentally to conform to something?
I mean,
is there a limit?
Already.
Yeah, that's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm doing.
Yeah, it is.
No.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're 100% a sheep. Like, you don't get that?
No. Not
Sheep.
at all. I'm not.
I don't-
Sheep automatically disqualify. Calling other people sheep automatically tags you as a conspiratard, right?
Whatever. I don't care what you say.
You make irrational. You make irrational.
Well, most of the
Yeah, but you've
conspiracies are
been wrong
true.
for decades. Who cares what you say, right? You've been an
We
idiot
told
for
you you were
decades.
going to
Right?
get locked down,
You've been
and when it was
brainwashed
all
for
over.
decades, so it doesn't really matter what you think.
So you
And you
make
called us conspiracy theorists, and it was true.
you make irrational decisions.
No,
And a
no.
conspiracy,
Imagine if I were to go into an old folks' home and try to change their minds. It's like they've been brainwashed for decades. There's no point of ever
Well,
talking.
not only that, can I argue the conspiracy theorist? Conspiracy is just a crime that's been committed by two or more people that they want to keep secret.
Not
So
what conspiracy theorist does. So
a
conspiracy
group of people that are
is-
keeping things secret. So JFK wasn't a conspiracy. I mean, you've got conspiracies coming out your ears in America.
I know it's supposed to be like
Yes, thank you.
politically correct to care about your opinion, but like Brenda, you're just an idiot, like an old idiot.
Yeah.
Hey, Trouble. How you going, Trouble?
Hey, who's that?
Yeah, is that okay to call people names here?
Is that okay? Calling people an idiot? Is that all right?
Is that okay,
No,
Ben?
that's not
I mean,
okay.
are you
That
allowed
is
to
not
go?
okay.
You know what, Brenda? My recommendation, Brenda, would do not be complaining about anything.
I think I can. I think I can complain.
One of the meanest and most nasty person cares about me calling her an idiot. Like, you are brainwashed beyond repair, and there's really like, just because you're here doesn't mean we have to talk to you, right? Like, we don't have to. Like, I didn't come on here to get the TMZ mainstream opinion on subjects. Like, if I post a meme, I don't care if you are like, oh, that's mean. It's like, no one asked you. You've been brainwashed for decades. You can't be wrong about everything and just expect courtesy and respect.
Brenda is gone.
She left. She had to go pray at the altar of her television for a few hours. I think.
Respect is earned. All I gotta say, Brenda, respect is earned. You give none. You're just a disgusting woman.
Anyway, leave Brenda.
Anywho,
Move on. So how's the photography going, Trouble? Good?
Good. Yes, got
Good.
heaps.
Yeah, I know.
now we're gonna get in trouble for saying idiot. Sorry.
Well, he called
Photography.
called me a liar, which I wasn't lying. So, because the stats show that the majority of people, it's not a serious illness. If you want to go down
Well,
that road.
these people think that being politically correct with their language means that they can just argue and debate with us all the time. It's like, no, we're still not friends, you loser. We never liked you,
Okay. Move on.
All right. Sorry. It's like you're never. Yeah. All right, my bad.
Good morning, Bandsaw. Welcome to the drama.
I know, Pal. There we go.
You heard my voice when you were going to sleep, and now you have to hear it when you wake up. I apologize.
Nah, you're all right, buddy. You're all right. Well, I have some good news. 4 salmon, smallest being 2.2 kilo, largest being about 2.7 kilo.
Very nice.
I'm in a good mood.
That sounds awesome, Bandsaw. I wish I knew how to convert those metrics, but I'm sure they're fantastic fish.
Yes, a decent size. So we have salmon tonight on the barbecue. So,
Sounds good.
so if people
Nice.
are jealous and salivating, that's exactly what I'm trying to do to you.
Yeah, you are making me hungry.
Bandsaw, how do you cook them up on the barbecue? What's your method?
Wow. They will be prepared with some garlic, lemon thyme, and lemongrass and chili, right? And some in foil with a bit of olive oil and whatnot, and they'll go on the barbie, and they'll be cooked for about I'd say anywhere between 20 to 30 minutes thereabouts in the foil. They shall be opened up, put on the table in front of us, and it will just fall off the bone.
Oh, that sounds delicious, man.
Yeah.
Sounds like when I cook trout. I kind of
yeah.
I stuff the cavity with butter and lemon and a little bit of thyme, a tinge of garlic, roll it up in some foil, a little olive oil on the foil, put that on the barbecue.
And we'll have homemade potato salad with our homegrown potatoes, and a little green salad next to it with some of the stuff from our garden as well. Yeah, good stuff.
That's awesome. You're self-sustaining out there, man. That's good.
Yeah.
Do you grow your potatoes in containers or just straight soil?
In containers, and then as they're growing, we just build them up with a bit more straw. Keep on going, so you maximize the yield. But basically, with the potatoes, I've got a couple of old tractor tires that I've just put down around the back
Where
of the
are you?
shed.
Damn it, bandsaw.
Down Cape Jervis trouble, just opposite Kangaroo Island.
Is that South Australia? Where's
South, yeah.
South Australia, yeah.
Yep.
Nice. Be cold down there, wouldn't it?
No, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's about I don't know, it's about 14 degrees at the moment, so
Right, okay. That's cold.
oh, cold. Oh, well, it was a bit nipply this morning down the beach, I must say, but down the beach, and then I'm down there for about an hour and a half, and my beautiful wife brought me some coffee and brekkie down there on
Nice.
the beach, so that was good value.
Were you fishing or you watch the sunrise or? Oh, that's where you got the fish from that you're cooking on the barbie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just fishing down there on the beach. The beach is about 250 meters from my back door.
Oh, damn, you lucky thing.
I love the cutesy terms that Australians tend to use, like brekkie.
Brekkie?
Mackers.
Brekkie? Yeah.
It's Macca,
I love it.
not Macca. No, Macca, not Macca.
Yeah, that's what I said.
No, you didn't.
Same fucking thing.
Not with the American accent.
Hey, while you're here, Trouble, I've got to ask you about the and have you looked into it anymore, or have you given it any more thought into that theory where Orion's belt potentially breaks in two and then reforms?
No, I haven't heard that.
What do you mean? Really? You were on a stream with A1
E1.
Yes.
No,
yeah.
we were trying to work out if the celestial equator, if it had a convergence and divergence zone. That's sort of what we named it because doesn't really have a name. But I don't see that there is one anywhere. I don't think there is. I don't think there's any evidence of it.
That
Or
was
that the
his
southern
theory.
stars are a reflection of the north, because we have the planets. So what are the planets a reflection of, and what's the Milky Way a reflection of? I just don't see how everybody believes that the southern stars don't exist, or that they're a reflection, or that they're sun rays, like the sun. They don't react like sun rays because it splits halfway on the celestial equator. So where's the reason for that? So
So you think the planets are planets and not wandering stars?
well, you can call them wandering stars. The wandering
Okay.
stars stay
Yeah.
in the southern southern skies. I'll use flat terms.
Oh no.
So
Well,
what are they? So
when I
what is
think,
Jupiter a reflection of? Like, what could that possibly be a fractal pattern of?
I don't know. I don't go with them being a reflection myself. So I don't go with anything, to be quite honest with you, Trouble.
And no, I can't anymore either because nothing works. We have a central star pole. Our stars do not rotate around Polaris. And there's so much proof that they don't that I don't know how everyone keeps coming up with they do. And everybody's deluded. And now I have to look at my sky up after spending so long in flat Earth, and what I see is real. Now I have to look at my sky and pretend it's not real. So I'm back in imaginary land again. So it's just, it shits me.
Oh, don't let it get under your skin too much.
Well, I got 73 star trails of what the sky's doing, and they just get dismissed by flat Earth. It's like,
Oh, I don't know.
okay.
Oh, well, I definitely haven't dismissed it. Like I said, I don't have any theory on the stars trouble at all. I haven't spent really any time studying them, to be quite honest with you. And you know what? I should. Where I am, I actually should.
Yeah, you'd get better ones than I would.
Probably take note, because I do have a decent camera and tripod and all that sort of stuff, and I probably should set them up and take some time lapse photography and have a look at them. But I just look at them, to be honest with you, Trouble, and just go, wow. That's what I do.
I didn't even know the Southern Cross went upside down until I started doing star trails.
Like it rotates on itself like
Yeah,
a clock.
goes
Yeah.
around
Oh,
in a
yeah.
circle. No.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, okay. I always knew that one, but that was, I don't know, way before any of this.
Or I'd forgotten if I knew. I just don't remember it all at all. The skies
Yeah.
just weren't doing at all what I thought they would do when I started filming them.
Yeah.
I expected them all to go around Polaris, just like I was told.
Mm. Yeah, it's definitely, it definitely has a very distinct pattern to it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Which is very predictable. Every single night, very, very predictable. Yeah, but yeah, no, I don't. The whole reflection thing, no, it doesn't look like a reflection. It doesn't look like a mirror opposite of anything. To be honest with you, I don't think there's been any evidence for that sort of thing. Personally,
No, well, Dietrich and that, they have it as, what is it when the sun rays do that pattern? You know, across the sky?
oh, the
Crepuscular.
crepuscular rays. Yeah.
Yeah, so Dietrich sent me a video because I went, nah, I've got proof. I want your 3 Bitcoin. I've got proof that you just asked for one globe Earth proof. I don't have to prove the whole globe theory. star trails. You know, it proves the globe. And he came
Right.
back with, corpuscular rays. But the stars are not a light. They're a light source. They're not a light ray. So he's comparing apples to oranges. And he didn't explain the Milky Way. He didn't explain the wandering stars. Like, okay, so what are they a corpuscular ray from? And he just, made me feel like an idiot. Anyway, there's lots of reasons, lots of theories of what it could be. Yeah, well, none of them work. So give me one that does. Give me my 3 Bitcoin. One or the other. Because his app is just flipping. You could put the South Pole at the middle, and his app would work just as well. He's not telling everybody that, is he?
Yeah,
But
look,
would you guys handle it? Would the northern people handle it if we put the South Pole at the middle, which is does have an island at least? There's no North Pole. It's melted ice. I don't know what mountain's going to be hanging out there, Mount Meru. But wouldn't it make more sense that they would be at the South Pole? And why would you have an ice wall? You could just have an invisible barrier. I mean, it's all magic, isn't it? That we just don't understand as science. So why aren't they saying it could be flipped? And everybody's paying for this app, and it's not real. The shape of Australia's wrong.
Well, the shape of many countries is wrong on
Yeah.
pretty much all maps.
All maps. So
They're not to scale. They're all distorted in some way.
yeah, you have one map for the land and a different map to go over water. It's what? But there are 2 celestial star centers, or what do you want to call them?
See, this is why I like to work with things that are tangible, stuff that I can touch.
Well,
Makes
yes.
my life so much simpler. You know what I mean?
The
And
stars
stuff
would
that
be good if there just wasn't Jupiter and Saturn with those stupid shapes.
I'll stick to the simple stuff, Trouble. The simple stuff. I'm just a simple fella. I'll stick to the simple stuff.
I know, but then we end up in holographic Earth and so.
Well, no, we don't. We don't, right?
It's all of VR.
No, what you do is you stick to water, right? Because water tells us everything, right? Then all you got to worry about, Trouble, is just getting up early in the morning, grabbing your fishing rod and going fishing. That's all you got to worry about, right? You don't have to worry about anything else, my friend. Okay.
Has anybody ever taken star trails where you have Polaris at its exact zenith and then you have another star trail from the South Pole where the circle of rotation is directly at their zenith?
What's zenith? Is that up in the sky, like above your head?
90 degrees directly above.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't know how they do. How do you do the northern ones if there's no set North Pole? I don't even get that. Like, there's all these ones from the North Pole, but it's a chunk of ice that melts. So,
Well, I don't know if I've seen a North Pole star trail where the star Polaris was at your zenith when you're taking
right
the
above
star
your head.
trail photography.
No, I don't know. Have we even seen a photo?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah,
It's
no, it's always down on
interesting.
the horizon, isn't it? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
They're up
it's
really high.
it's interesting we don't have star trail photography from the zenith points of these two poles.
No, but they have star trails supposedly from space, which makes no sense, because how can you take a star trail if the object you're on is friggin' moving? But, yeah,
So
without moving.
allegedly the globe Earth is moving, and we have the ability to take star trails, right?
Yeah, that makes no sense. Because you just want to take one out of a car window.
And yeah, you could kind of replicate a star trail image by placing a camera on something like a merry-go-round and kind of moving it around, right? But you couldn't replicate the star trails by putting it on a merry-go-round that's on the back of a vehicle that's traveling forward. The Earth allegedly has multiple motions, right?
Yeah. I don't even think the stars should look like they're going around in a circle anyway. Like one at either side of us.
So are you in Australia, Trouble?
Yeah, yep.
So you've got Southern Star Trail imagery.
Yeah, yeah. I've got like 70 of them.
How what is the degree that the center of rotation would be from where you're taking most of your photography?
How high off the horizon? It's pretty low, actually. I don't really know degrees, not very far. 10, 20 degrees at the most. Because I'm
Really?
halfway up. Yeah, I'm halfway up Australia. I'm not down
So what would your latitude be, kind of?
I'm just below the Tropic of Capricorn.
You're
I don't know
just
what
below the
latitude I
Tropic
am.
of Capricorn. Okay. So I wonder if that's a similar equivalency to where I'm at in the northern section.
Yeah, the celestial equator is almost above my head.
And your center of star rotation is just above the horizon.
Yeah, it's not very high up. About, I don't know, 20 degrees, 30 degrees. I can't get the Southern Cross. Oh, I could. I have trees across the road from me though, so that blocks a lot of things. But yeah, it's a lot higher when you go down to Victoria, down with Bansfor, I think it is.
Yeah, I'm at about. I'm around about 35
I'd have to go look at a map.
degrees south. Oh, fairly south. I am fairly south.
Yeah, I got family in Victoria, but they're in Portland, so you never see the sky there.
Oh God, not with all the bloody pollution. No, not at all.
No, they have 3 layers of cloud. I think cloud seeding starts in Portland.
Well, it's got to start somewhere. Portland's as good a place as any, I suppose.
I filmed them doing it one time when I was down there, and
Yeah.
and then I started thinking, because Portland's sort of down on a peak, why are there even planes flying over? this far down
Mm.
from Melbourne to Adelaide. They shouldn't even be going over it. And yeah, they're just putting out heaps of streams of bloody shit, and then they turn into massive clouds. They just spread across the sky.
I have not seen one chemtrail here where I am. Not one. Which I'm not really unhappy about that.
No, well, it's all done over Portland.
You keep it down there. Keep it
But
down
that
there.
only goes to Melbourne anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, but nothing here. You know, a fair bit happens over Adelaide. Oh, but yeah, but none here. The, well, we're at the arse end of the world, so it doesn't really.
Yeah, I don't mind. Nobody notices us.
Exactly. That's the way to be, isn't it?
Yep. I don't know, got sent to a deserted tropical island. Life's rough. But they're bringing back the monkeypox, so I suppose I shouldn't talk about that stuff, should I?
We can talk about things. We just got to be careful of the words that we use. So all
Yeah.
the keywords.
They use that word. I got this notification on my phone the other day using that
Oh
word.
yeah, no. I'm just talking about what we can talk.
No, we
about.
can't say it, but they can.
Yeah, exactly. But we can definitely talk about the topics if you want to talk about the topics. Or we just, CV, MP kind of stuff.
I think we're going back into lockdowns.
Yeah, well, apparently I heard, 'cause, I've got a lot of friends over in Victoria. Apparently the cases of the big C are starting to rise dramatically. Apparently,
yes.
I read an article a couple of days ago. I think LA is bringing back mandates for masks and stuff because their numbers are apparently going up. So we'll soon see how well that conditioning has worked, I suppose, and how people react to it.
Yeah.
Something tells me there won't be a great deal of pushback at all.
I've so got to get shares in these mask companies. Should have done it years ago.
Mask companies. Well,
why not? If everyone wants to wear them, we should be profiting from them.
Well, at the end of this month, the the rat tests that you can get, they will no longer be free. We've got to start buying them. All the price. Sorry, people that are on a healthcare card, they will no longer be free, and whatever the price is for normal people, that subsidy is going to be taken off completely.
Excellent. I mean, bummer. That's a shame.
Wow, bummer. Well, it's quite interesting actually that fairly soon after the big C hit, I was reading an article where I think it was Bill Gates and George Soros. They actually bought the patent for the rat tests. So they are making an absolute fortune.
I know. We should be buying shares in the company. We know what their products they're bringing out.
Yeah, well, they ain't going to own something unless they're going to be making money out of it. That's for sure. Up until just recently, actually, I personally knew no one that got it. Personally knew no one, and then My daughter got it, and she felt, I don't know. She told me it was like a very mild cold. That's what it was like, and it lasted about 3 days, actually.
Yeah. One of my daughters had it. She was pretty sick. She looked like she looked terrible.
Yeah.
Erin's tested. A few of her friends have tested positive and not been sick. I've had the flu twice in the last couple of years, but I didn't test myself, so buggered if I know. I think I had it the year where the flu didn't exist. You're only allowed to have the big C.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. It kind of got wiped out that year, didn't it? The flu.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've definitely heard varying reports about, but that's only like reports, from people like yourself. Some people have got it good, some people have got it bad, but like as far as personal testimony is concerned, like I said, I knew no one.
But the rat tests, they're not accurate, and that's another reason they're taking out the rat tests. So now the new tests that will be coming in are the not the rat ones, the slower one, the old ones.
Is that the one where you stick it up your nose, or it's a saliva?
I think it might be a saliva because the rat test stick is the one that sticks it up your nose, isn't it? But anyway, they're going to still have testing, but it just won't be those rat tests apparently, because they're not accurate.
Yeah, you still see the testing stations everywhere though. Or around here you do. There's a few testing stations still on the side of the road, still going.
Yeah.
But hopefully
I'm still grumpy.
Hopefully they don't bring back border restrictions. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
I'm kind of hoping they do because my sister's sick and I don't want to have to go down and look after her. So
you need a legitimate excuse.
Yes, it's be perfect.
Damn.
There you go.
Well, I haven't been able to visit my parents for a couple of years because I'm not vaxxed and they are. And my dad went, "Well, you can't come near us because you'll infect us." Although that's probably changed recently, but I just can't be bothered with it all. It is 2,000 kilometers away, so it's a long way to go. I'm like, lock everybody down again.
Yeah.
It's funny you guys are still kind of playing that game over there. For the most part here, you wouldn't even think that anything was still going on.
Where are you?
Florida.
That's okay. We're in winter. Wait till you're winter. They're just testing it out on us. We got everything before you guys did. Apparently, New Zealand has face masks on their cows.
They do not.
They do. They do.
What the hell?
They've brought in face masks because the cows. Because they're not just going for the CO2 now. They're after nitrate or something, and that's why all the fertilizer's being banned and everything. And so apparently New Zealand has put fucking face masks on cows because they breathe a lot of the stuff that's destroying the planet.
Well, I'll ask my wife later on. She's a Kiwi, so I'll ask her. I gotta go. What the fuck is up with your country? Putting face masks on cows. Oh man, she's gonna look at me like I've gone completely off my rocker.
Like we don't give them enough shit anyway.
I know. Like you think, if nothing else, you'd put the face mask on your sheep, not your cows.
The livestock hazmat suits are in delivery and should be deployed anytime.
Oh.
Could you imagine seeing a field of cows in hazmat suits?
Oh, that's gold.
The cows were not complying. The masks kept slipping below their noses, so we had to give them full hazmat suits.
Oh.
How do they eat grass
Yes.
with the mask on?
Wow.
I don't get it.
How does a cow have a 1.5 meter safe zone distance between each cow? How does that work?
I don't know.
You see all these paddocks just with one cow in it.
Social distancing.
Exactly.
Maybe it's just milking cows. Maybe they're not picking on everybody. I don't know.
Oh, God. On your barbecue, your hamburgers and whatnot have to be 1.5 meters apart on the barbecue.
And no mixing your snags with your chops.
Exactly.
That's racism.
Oh, God.
Yeah, the world's going so insane. You have to just kind of laugh so that you don't cry.
Oh, you do, you do.
Oh, there's heaps going on. It's Sri Lanka. It's got massive riots. They threw out their buddy royalty, and the president had to fly off in a helicopter. And where else? In Europe, what is it? On the border of which one of those countries? They're rioting too because all this farmer they signed up to this zero, to go all green. So the farmers are not allowed to use 2/3 of the chemicals out on the paddocks that they were using. So they have to shut down 2/3 of their production of livestock and fruit and veggies. So there's massive.
So the farmers themselves didn't get to vote on it. This vote was taken in their favour naturally.
Yeah. Norway, that's where it is. Is it Norway? Something like that. But apparently
You must.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was saying there's 13 countries or something, 12 countries around the world that are sort of rioting, and it makes up 13% of the world's population. But I'm not hearing anything about it on TV and that.
Are they rioting about similar things?
Yeah, well, about the price of food, the price of petrol, because some of these countries relied heavily on Russia, and now they'd signed up to these lower emission things and organic farming and stuff. Well, the country had, not the farmers, and the deadline was just recently this year, and they're all rioting because they're not going to be able to grow the food that they need to supply everybody.
So they're standing up against the the green agenda.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think it's Norway at the moment. And Sri Lanka, that's just a mess. There's people they were swimming in the presidential pool or the royal palace pool, and they're in the kitchen cooking food. Just hundreds of people. They've taken over every official building in the country. Mm. It was, yeah, they're in massive debt and don't have any income anymore. Yeah, that's a very vague explanation. Sorry. Cool.
I can't find anything.
Anything what?
About the protests in Norway.
Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't.
Denmark.
Denmark. Okay.
Denmark.
Sorry. Close. Oh my god,
Pretty
so
close.
sorry, people from Norway. Yes, it is. It's Denmark. You're right. Yeah, the farmers have all got their tractors out, and they've met on the border of Denmark and Germany.
Okay.
Because Germany's in a lot of trouble too. Because they've gone and banned all the Russian stuff, but they were 90% reliant on Russia.
Yes,
So
well.
the world's crashing.
Yeah, well, it's a planned crash anyway.
As we
so,
knew it was going to. So,
yeah, they just needed an excuse.
yeah.
To give the illusion of a reset, really. What's fuel like up there? Trouble. You're around 220 a litre.
I'm not sure. Around there somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't drive. I can't drive. I had
Yeah.
strokes 10 years ago, so and I can't see
Yeah, I know.
properly. So yeah, I don't pay attention. I'm terrible. I know it's dropped a little from what it was.
Yeah.
But
Queensland's
why
always
not?
been a little bit cheaper than the rest of the states because of the tariffs, but you know, it's still fairly
I think that
close.
tariff is gone now. The
Oh,
last
has
one.
it? Oh,
I
okay.
think they took
Yep.
the last one off it a while ago. I could be wrong, but yeah, it got really expensive here for a while.
Bloody.
When they had
around.
too much fuel, do you remember a couple of years ago when they shut everything down and oil was almost like you had to pay to get rid of it? I'm like, oh my god, I wish I had money. I'd buy shares in that because the price had dropped so much, and it was like you can't stay down there forever, surely.
At the moment here, in town it's about $1.98, $1.99, but then as soon as you get out of town, it gets up to $2.10, $2.20,
Damn.
which is well, US dollars. That's about between $9 and $10 a gallon. For all you US listeners, get into the metric world.
That's outrageous pricing. My truck gets 12 miles to the gallon.
Yeah. What are you paying a gallon at the moment, Napalm, for your fuel?
I don't know what we're at. I think it's just a shade under $4.
What? That's like half what we're paying.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything's
I
more
reckon
expensive
Americans
in
need to get up to.
Australia.
They need to get up to $8-10 a gallon, and then they'll know what the rest of the world is given. Like, why do we pay this much? We should have our own oil fields and things.
Well, we do have our own
Yeah.
oil, right? And we used to refine our own oil, and then our powers to be said, you know what? We don't need to do our own refinery anymore. We'll
We'll just
close it
take it
all
up the arse
down.
from America.
Yeah, we'll shut it all down and we'll send it over to Singapore, and then send our oil over to Singapore and then buy it back, because that makes a lot of sense. That's going to be better for our country to have someone else refine it on our behalf.
Yeah, what, to make OPEC happy, which was to make America happy.
Oh, it's all fucking a load of bullshit. Really, at the end of the day, it's like our water rights trouble. You know, we have sold 50% of the driest continent on Earth, Australia. We have sold 50% of our artesian water rights to China.
Yeah.
That's insane.
I know.
Absolutely insane.
The
And
guys that did
not,
it should be shot.
yep, and not a whisper in the
No.
news about it. Not a
No.
whisper. And it was one of those bills that they passed in Parliament, like at 2:30 in the morning, where they
Yep.
attached it to some other 2,000-page bill at the very back
Yep.
of it, type of thing. Right? And not a whisper about it whatsoever. All right. But yet the when we have droughts and whatnot, you know what we're going to do? We're not going to use our artesian water rights anymore. What we're going to do is build multi-trillion-dollar desal plants. That'll solve the problem. That will build them. We'll let them sit there. Right, never use the fucking things, right? And then one day when we think, oh, we better turn them on just to see if they work. And when we turn them on, because they've been sitting there for so long, go, oh, they're not working. I wonder why, because everything is seized up in the fucking things. And then it's a multi-billion-dollar refurb of the things. It's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane how these people just line their goddamn pockets.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane.
But no one cares. So.
Well, it's about time we all grab our pitchforks and storm Parliament House, I reckon. I'm up for a pitchfork revolution.
I'll have to buy me a pitchfork. I've got a bow and arrow. That's probably a little
There
bit
we
too
go.
much.
You bring your bow and arrow. I'll bring me pitchfork.
No,
We'll be right.
I'll bring my slingshot. That's probably a little
Yeah,
less scary.
slingshot. Yep.
I'm
Happy
bringing in the
days.
big guns now.
Yep.
I've only got 2 arrows for my bow, so don't want to waste them.
No. You can always find plenty of rocks to reload your slingshot. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's it.
Trouble v Goliath.
How's some of the weapons they've got now? It's like, oh, are you kidding? That sound one that they used on the people.
Yeah.
Last protest.
Yep, the one in Canberra. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just,
I've got earplugs now. Make sure you get yourself some earplugs.
It's disgraceful, really. Absolutely disgraceful.
And no one knows about that. You try and tell anyone that happened, and they look at you as if you're an idiot.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it's good to live at the arse end of the world, to be honest with you, Trouble. Just in all seriousness.
Yeah.
We went to Adelaide a week and a half ago, thereabouts.
Yeah.
Just to do some shopping and stuff, and I like cash. I'm an old-fashioned type of guy, Trouble. I like cash. And anyway, wife is looking for a swanky new dress because we've got a function to go to in about 3 weeks' time. So she's looking for this swanky new dress, and anyway, we go to the shop, and anyway, she tries everything on, la-di-da-di-da, happy days, and looks $1 million, and go up to the cash register and rings it up and pull out my wallet, pull out the cash, and it's terribly sorry, we don't accept cash. Huh? What?
That's illegal.
Yeah, nah, the sign there, we don't accept cat. What do you mean you don't accept? How can you not accept legal tender? I say to her. What is the issue with legal tender? Ever since the big
We,
C is hit, we no longer
we don't
accept
touch your
legal.
dirty money.
And
Yeah.
it's like, but I said, look, it's been laundered just recently. Oh, it's clean. Like you don't have to worry about it. And she just looked at me like, I was well, it's been laundered. Huh, what?
They,
uh,
for a few years now, you haven't been able to get into the swimming pool with cash. And I just think,
no.
how do you send your kids to the pool and how do they get in after school? What, they all have to have a credit card now or some kind of,
What?
and they're only
Really?
little kids. Normally you just send them off with $5.
Yeah.
But to go on the bus, I have to have cash. So it's like I don't get this. They're both run by the council.
Uh-huh.
I can't up my bus ticket on the bus with the bus driver. I have to go to a friggin' news agency to do it. And if I have too much cash, like if I've gone, I don't have the right money for the bus, I've only got a $50 note, he's like, yeah, I can't change that. You just have to jump on. And it's like,
Jump on.
okay. What a weird
Have
world.
a,
It's half and half.
it is, isn't it? Really, it is. It's.
But they're going to take cash soon. I don't know how many more years we've got.
Well, I think. Yeah, everything that's happening is all in plan of big reset, cashless society, which look, we are pretty much cashless anyway because everyone just taps and goes everywhere.
Yeah.
That training has been in place for a long time. With the credit cards and then tap and go, and now you don't even have to have a credit card. It's just on your phone. You just tap your
Yeah.
phone.
My
It
daughter does
stops.
phone.
Yeah.
Mm.
So actually not having cash on you, people are quite used to it.
They
I
had
don't know.
my daughter had a customer come into the shop she was working at a couple of years ago, and he used his ring to pay for it. Just
Really?
Andy's ring.
That's
The girls were impressed, I have to say. Yeah.
yeah. That is pretty insane. Well, soon you won't have to have anything because we'll all be microchipped. So you'll just walk through
Well, we'll
whatever and.
have to be. If we don't have
Mhm.
power, then we need to run our own internet inside our bodies, don't we?
Yeah, yeah. I can't wait to
That's going to be the
uh,
ultimate thing.
for 8G. Hook me up, hardwire me directly to 8G. I'll be happy with that. Buzzing all over the place.
All right, well, I better go do some things. It was good chatting with you.
Yeah, good to talk to you again, Trouble.
Yeah.
It's been a minute, so
Yeah, it's been a while. I
yeah,
struggle with Discord, but One Big Pond's been helping me out, and I've changed it now.
cool.
I'm getting better. I'm getting there.
All
I
right,
got a
buddy.
new laptop, and that was just the end of the world because it came with Windows 10, and I'm like, what is this? I lost my my movie maker, so I'm trying to learn a new one, and it's like a
Yeah.
nightmare.
Oh,
It's probably not, but I'm struggling with it. And the new laptop, and it's just like, oh, why did I change everything?
yeah.
So I thought if I
All right,
didn't
Trouble.
catch up, I'd be left behind. All right, I'll catch you later.
All right. Yeah, stay safe. See you again.
See ya.
Yo, yo, yo. Anybody out there?
Hey, Nate. How you going, buddy?
Oh, damn. Yo, what's up, beautiful?
Yeah, man.
You sound tired.
I was going to
You
say,
okay?
you sound tired, mate. No,
No, I'm just really high. What's your excuse?
oh, man. Well, I've had a hard morning of fishing this morning, so
Oh my.
yeah, yeah,
What did you catch? Some little phytoplankton? A few
yep,
crabs?
yep, yep, yep.
No.
Fine.
No.
Yep. Uh,
All
they
fry.
were huge. Gee, they put up a fight too.
No, I doubt it. I doubt you have the arm strength to pull out something heavier than 5 pounds. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
What did you
Oh,
catch?
just some salmon, mate. Just some salmon. Got some nice salmon.
Is
We got
salmon, is that the most common fish in your local waters?
well, it's the one I catch. That and a bit of flathead. I catch down here.
Flathead.
But I'm not
Oh,
really personally after anything else myself. I don't go deliberately looking for snapper or anything like that.
what if you
I
catch
like.
something else? Do you release
Oh
it?
yeah, no.
Oh.
If I caught it, you catch it and you eat it. But yeah,
So you
where
would
I am.
prefer to catch salmon?
Oh yeah. I just absolutely love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, no, pink meat. It's nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly.
So
How you?
the missus grilling it up, or
We'll have a barbecue later on tonight with
oh,
it. So, yeah. So barbecue tonight, and then tomorrow the others I'll whack in the smoker, smoke them up, and then put them in the freezer, and we'll just eat it
throughout,
when
throughout the
when
week.
needed. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Yep.
That's what's up.
Mm-hmm. What have you been up to? Working hard, have you?
Yeah, working hard, and then went out with a friend.
Yep.
Yeah,
Jam.
man, cause been spending a lot of time at home, so I thought, let me go out for like a little bit.
Yeah, for sure, mate.
Yeah.
Sure.
Mm. So yeah, it was fun. Just got
Good.
home, so just taking it easy, trying to figure out what to do for the rest of the evening, cause I ain't really sleepy, man. So
You're still high as a kite.
high as giraffe balls, and they're really. But yeah, I remember you and Jeremy wanted me to come into VC so you guys could ask me questions about something.
Yeah,
You remember
I
what it
do.
was?
Yeah, I do remember,
Oh,
but just give me a minute. I'm just getting a phone call, so I'll be back in a
no
sec, mate.
problem. No
Yep.
problem. Hello?
Hey, buddy.
Hey,
Yeah. How
phone
we
call.
going? No, you're right. Yeah, no, same.
Yeah, so you know Brian Mabbott, right?
Brian Mabbott.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy old coot. Yeah, I know him.
Do you know what he you know what he does for a living?
What he does for a living? No, I think one of his hobbies he races cars with his son.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. But what he
But what
does
he does
for
for a living is he's a paper boy. He delivers a newspaper. He's paid to distribute, global propaganda.
So he is part of the worldwide
He might
indoctrination.
be. He
What
might
the
be, yeah. He's
hell?
paid to spread indoctrination information.
I always knew he was a plant.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. No, good
You
on him.
just don't know people these days, you know.
Yeah. Well, he earns an honest living. Good on him.
So do the people at NASA, right?
Yeah, some of them most
Yeah.
definitely are
Okay.
earning an honest living. Yeah, no, I've got
Mhm.
no problems at all with 99% of them, at all.
Mhm.
Not at all.
That's
Like I
good.
said, my youngest son aspires to work for the Australian Space Agency. Right.
That's what's up.
So, why not? That's what he wants to do.
Mm.
Why am I going to, I'm not going to stand in his way, Nate, at all.
That's what's up.
Encourage him. He's very switched on.
Mm.
He definitely ain't doing it for the money. That's for sure. That's for sure. Because with his brains, he could learn. He could earn a lot more money in many other field that he's good at. But yeah, for some strange reason, he wants to build rocket ships and stuff.
His heart's in the right place, man.
Oh no, definitely.
Take us
And
to the final frontier, right?
he has assured me, Nate, that I will have someone on the inside. Right?
That's what's up.
Yeah, exactly. So, I will have an agent working on the inside, giving me all the gossip, all the tidbits. It'll be good. It'll be good. But yeah, no, good on him. But yeah, they are quite aware of what I think, and we have many a conversation about these sorts of topics, and it actually makes him look at things differently too. And he does challenge his teachers, but in a very respectful way. I just reinforce with him that if you want to get to where you want to get to, the only way you're going to do that, Mikey, is by putting the right answer in the right box. You can't be you can't be a rebel and not put the right answer in the right box. That's the only way you get your grades at the end of the day, and that's what's important. That's what's important.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm well, I'm blessed. Like I said, they are very good students. But but one thing I did want to ask you, and thank you for reminding me because I might have forgotten. So when it comes to what's the sun mainly made of?
Mainly, the sun is mainly made of a really big hydrogen core that fuses through nuclear fusion and this produces energy and helium, but most of that helium is in the form of plasma. You know, most of what the sun is in a plasma state. So the helium and the hydrogen, like the state of matter, but what the sun is mostly made of is helium and hydrogen and thermal energy.
Yep. So and that's what we get when we point one of these spectrometers at the sun. These are the readings that we get back from it. Yeah. Yeah. So so when we say point the same spectrometer at the at Polaris or one of the other stars out there, does that come back as the same reading?
Not in the exact same quantities as what we have for the sun, but yeah, it's the same method used to determine what it's made out of.
Yeah.
So,
No, I know that. Yeah, I know that. But okay, so well, just off the top of your head, like we can Google it, but I'm just going off the top of your head. So, how much different is, say, Polaris compared to the sun with its makeup?
It would depend on their age, right? So, whether they're young stars or old stars. Young stars, mainly hydrogen, a little bit of helium, because they have a big core, a big fuel cell that they're still burning. Old stars would have a smaller core because they've burnt a lot more hydrogen, so there'd be a lot more helium. Polaris compared to the sun, I'm not sure. I would assume Polaris is older, so it would have more helium than hydrogen, but I'm not sure. Off the top of my head, that's a question you should ask Chronic. He would definitely know that.
Yeah.
But most stars, bandsaw, almost all stars we see in the night sky, hydrogen and helium.
So they're all pretty much the same.
All pretty much the same.
So
What separates them? What makes them
their
different?
age. Is their age?
Their age and the way they die. Yeah.
And the way they die. Okay.
Yeah.
All right then. So my question being, so if they're all basically made up of the same thing, so and the only thing that really separates them is their age and the way they die, but they're pretty much made up.
And their size, I would say. Yeah.
And
Those
their
are the
size.
three.
Okay. Okay then. Yep. But they're all pretty much made up of exactly the same components. So so my question is then, right? Now when I look at all the stars in the in the sky, right, they all pretty much look the same color, like that bluey whitey light, like that twinkle. Right? They all pretty much look. Some are just brighter, some are dimmer and duller, right? But they're all consistently the same color. Okay. But the sun, right, is that yellowy orange color. So why is the sun that yellowy orange color compared to
That's a good question.
yeah, I know. Yeah, this is the question that I wanted to I wanted to ask someone, and probably Chronic would be a better person, but I'm just interested in the answer, what the answer actually could be,
Okay.
because like when I googled, what are they made up of, right? They all pretty much say the same thing: hydrogen and helium, right? So they're all, even our sun, which is a star technically, it's all got the same properties about it. But when we when we look at the sun, it's that yellowy orangey kind of color, but the stars themselves are that whitey bluey color. Okay. And and I'm just curious why. It's not a gotcha or anything like that. Like it's a genuine question. Like why isn't it the same sort of color? And I haven't really Well, you're actually the first one I've asked, but Chronic probably would be a better person to ask that question.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, I'll give it my best attempt.
yep.
But before I do, I'll just give you an interesting fact. Did you know that Jupiter is basically a star? But it's too small to become a real star. But Jupiter is made of the same thing most stars are made of, hydrogen and helium.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
That
But yeah, to answer,
they call it a don't they call it a gaseous planet, Jupiter?
yeah,
Yeah.
Jupiter's a gas giant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
But to answer your question, the reason, basically now, all stars, their default color is white because all stars emit electromagnetic radiation on the entire spectrum. So when you have the whole spectrum together, the color you get is white. But when you split it, you get the colors of the rainbow.
Uh-huh.
So our star, our sun, and all other stars, their real color is white. But the reason they look the colors they do from our point of view is because of our atmosphere. Our atmosphere scatters light coming in from these stars and changes their color. Now, because the sun is so close to us, the effect is most pronounced, most observable with regards to the sun. That's why the sun and the sky change different colors depending on the time of day. When the sun rises, the sky is red. The sun is a very strong reddish orange in the morning. That's because the atmosphere is scattering red light and absorbing blue light.
Yeah.
As the sun rises in the sky, the atmosphere starts to scatter more blue light. So we see more blue and it absorbs more red. And the sun becomes yellow.
That
And as
was
the sun,
actually that was actually our educated guess, right? Is because of our atmosphere.
yeah.
And then the question, then you beg the question, well, then all the light is coming through our atmosphere. But you're saying because of the distance involved, this is what is the difference because it's so much closer.
No. What I'm saying is the same thing happens to other stars. We just don't see that effect clearly because they're so far away, number one. And number two, we can't see them during the daytime. But if we could see other stars during the daytime, they would be changing the same colors the sun changes. But because the sun is way closer, we only see these effects on the sun and we can't see stars behind the sun. You know, we only see stars at night.
So you're saying if we saw stars at night, they
No,
would
during the day,
yeah. I
they
mean,
would look
sorry.
yellow.
Sorry. Yeah. During the day, sorry. Yeah.
Mm.
The stars would also too look that yellowy orange color.
Yeah, if all the suns, worked with the same distance as, if all the stars were the same distance as our sun, and they all rose on our horizon. So just imagine on your horizon, it's not just one sun, but 12 suns, all rising at the same time in the morning. They would all look the same color.
You know what? I had a funny feeling there'd be an explanation that I couldn't debunk. Right? It's funny.
but you can debunk it, Manson, because all you got to do is show that this does not happen to something that radiates like a black body. All you got to do is take something really hot that radiates electromagnetic energy across the whole spectrum, put that in some sort of gaseous medium, and show that as you move it through the medium, it just doesn't change color. But when we do these with black body objects, we see that they seem to change color. The light they emit seems to scatter and absorb differently as it moves through the medium.
Where am I going to get a black body object from? Where do I get one of those?
I don't know, Biz.
Do I go down to the
The main question is, what you should be asking is, where am I going to get the energy source to heat something up to that sort of temperature? Yeah, because you really got to make something super hot to start seeing these effects.
Like how?
Because
I've got a forge. Right? Is that hot enough, or is it not hot enough?
Let me see. How hot are black bodies? Let's see, about 2.7 Kelvin.
What's that in centigrade?
Let's see, Kelvin to
You got to speak
degrees
English.
Celsius. Yeah, I'm just doing a calculation.
Yeah, no, you're right, mate.
Sorry. Hang on, no, this is wrong. This is wrong. Maybe instead of looking at black body, let me see how hot is surface of stars.
Is that how hot I've got to get it?
Yeah, so Kelvin to degrees Celsius, 7,400. You bad, so I don't think you would ever do it. You gotta heat something up to about 7,100 degrees Celsius. That's about 7,000 degrees Celsius. Yeah.
Yeah, not a chance. Not a chance. So
Yeah,
once
you would need a
again,
really. But it can be done. I mean, people do it, but
once again, something that I can't debunk. That's convenient. You give me something to do that I can't do. I'm onto you. I'm onto you.
what? No, you can do it. I'm just saying to get that equipment, you would have to, I guess, order something like that online, and it might raise red flags. People might ask why does he want to buy a laser that produces such heat?
you think? You think it might raise red flags? But
Maybe.
that's
But yeah, basically.
Yeah, no, fair
Yeah,
enough.
basically it's so that's how sphere the sun would always look white. We would always see it as white because we can only see certain types of radiation on the spectrum, and we call that visible light. We can't see infrared and ultraviolet and X-ray and gamma rays. You know, those are different colors. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. Like, it sounds like a
Hang on, what is did you what did you say,
reasonable.
gamma ray? What kind of stuff can you see now?
What kind of what?
You said you could see like special rays, like what are you talking about? Like in your science lab?
No, I'm saying with our eyes, we can only see visible light. We can't see other types of light, like X-rays, gamma rays, infrared,
That's right.
ultraviolet, radio waves. Yeah, we can't see those types of light.
And what
without
did the
instruments.
conversation have to do with that?
Because the sun or stars like the sun all emit radiation on the entire spectrum, but we can only see certain parts of that radiation. See the X-rays emitted by the sun would look very different.
And do you think
so? The sun needs X-rays, radio waves, gamma rays, but we can't see them. We only see the visible light.
Now you said a sun's a star, right? So can you, if you get, let's say, gamma rays from the sun, right? Let's say we can detect that. How do you detect gamma rays from a star?
Gamma rays from a star, you would use a spectroscope or spectrometry.
So can you show us
get
that?
a light.
Can you show us that happening? Because I just want you to
post a
consider
video.
that. Like that's, for
using a
example,
spectroscope?
obviously to me it's obviously bogus, because if you let's say, for example, in your science lab and you discovered some gamma rays, that would be fine because that's in your science lab. But you can't look up in the sky and see, let's say, I don't know, light years away and see gamma rays. That's just ridiculous. Like, how do you even rectify that?
If you need the right sort of instrumentation, but you could use a spectroscope and do this. There's a whole field of science behind this. They call it gamma ray astronomy. So it's a specific discipline within astronomy and
how you see gamma
cosmology that just focuses on gamma ray radiation.
Can you show us gamma rays from a star in the sky? That would be interesting. I like to watch that. Can you show us that?
What do you mean? Show you
Well, you're
like
claiming
post a
that
video of
the
a
star. You're claiming the sun's a
uh-huh.
star, like the ones in
Yeah.
the sky, right?
Yeah.
And you said you can see gamma rays from both. Can you show us that? Like maybe like a live stream, maybe a video or something? Are you
Okay.
trusting?
I can
Are you
post a video.
trusting men in white lab coats?
So you want me to post a video of me doing it, or I can just get a video off YouTube? Right?
Have you done it yourself?
Yeah, I've done this within my work. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I've
So
used
how do we do that? How do we?
microscopes and
Let's say I wanted.
spectrometers.
Let's say I had a critical eye and I wanted to see what you were doing. Can you show us that there's?
I'm not going to show. I'm not going to post a video of myself. No, I'm not going to post videos of me at work.
Well, you
But like I said, I can get a video off of YouTube of someone else doing it. Why isn't that fine?
That would be okay. Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I mean, you literally asked me to dox myself, Godric. That's a bit weird.
I think.
You don't have to. Maybe you can show your. You know how like they show your hands. You know, if there's someone there like to show your hands, but not your face. That's cool. You don't have to show your face.
I think.
Yeah, but then I would have to go into my office space with the camera and do something that could get me in trouble. I'm not going to do that for you, Godric.
Oh, so
Go
it's
ahead,
like
Mason.
it's at your workplace. You're not allowed to do videos. Is that what's happening?
At my workplace, I'm allowed to, record the work I'm doing and put it on Discord now.
Okay, yeah, no worries. Yeah, don't do anything dangerous. Don't do anything that's gonna, get you in trouble.
All right.
But if you really can do that, I appreciate it. I'd like to see what you have for it.
I think in all fairness, to say that they can't detect, I don't know, gamma rays or whatever rays coming off the stars is a little bit maybe unfair. Now, I got no problems in arguing the distances of things, right? But what they can actually detect. Yeah, definitely, Nate. You know that I don't think that they're 100 million light years away, right? But if we point a tool at them and go, okay, then we can now see the gamma ray frequency through a particular tool. I've got no problems with that whatsoever, personally. You gotta have faith in some sort of technology with what it
Yeah, definitely.
can't do. But definitely, I'm going to argue how far away they are, Nate. I'm going to do that every day of the week.
Yeah, but what is your argument going to be against that, or what is your argument against the proposed distances, these celestial objects?
I just don't think there's any accurate way of measuring something that's 100 million light years away. To be honest with you, I just don't think that they can.
What do you mean by accurate?
Well,
with like 100% accuracy?
No, probably within a 1% accuracy rate.
What about measuring something with an 80% confidence level? Like we have 80% confidence that it's that far away. You don't think that's possible?
No, not when they're gathering these things using angles and whatnot. I think it's it doesn't.
What if we have satellites and telescopes in space looking at these things? Still not possible?
You can have a satellite up above looking at these things, but I still don't think you can use these satellites in any way, shape, or form to triangulate or do any sort of stellar parallax or whatever you do to determine the distance of these things.
Oh no, I agree with you 100%, man. So you cannot use stellar parallax on really far away stars. It might only work for stars within 40 to 80 light years, and even then, it's not the best method to use.
Yeah.
But when we're trying to determine the composition and nature and orbital paths and distances of far away stars, we would never use parallax. It'll never work for us. We use different methods and techniques.
But yeah, to say what light frequency is coming out of that star or the
Mhm.
sun. You know, I can say, yep, we have this particular tool, the spectrometer, and we can point it there, and we are picking up particular readings. Now, I would argue that how accurate are those readings, Nate? As you know that I have, because this light is now traveling or coming, or we have to view it through our atmosphere. And our atmosphere also has all these different properties in the atmosphere. So how we can separate what's in our atmosphere to the actual light itself, that I'm unsure of, right?
Now, what if we put the spectrometer in a satellite in space, so it doesn't have to look at these things through our atmosphere? Would that fix it?
Well, see, yeah, but you are looking through a medium, though, Nate.
What is that medium now? If we beyond
Well,
the
that
atmosphere?
well, we know. Okay, if we want to go, with the globe model theory, okay, we already know that these things are in space already. Okay, so these things, the helium and the hydrogen and whatnot, is already in the NASA space. How do we know this? Right. Well, because from Earth itself, apparently these gases are escaping from Earth. Right. So from the suns and the other stars' suns, these gases are also escaping into space as well. So we have all this stuff in the medium of space that we have to look through already to make our determination of exactly what we're looking at. So we do know that there is a medium, and in that medium, according to NASA, are these compounds and these gases already. They're already there floating around. So we are looking through this medium that does contain helium and hydrogen and carbon and all these other bits and bobs as well. And you have to, and apparently, if you're looking at a million light years away, you have to look through a lot of it, right? Maybe not as condensed as what it is here on Earth, but if you have to look at, but you're probably looking through a hell of a lot more of it, in my opinion. Okay, so I think that is going to corrupt the information that we get. That's just my personal opinion on it. That's all.
I hear you, and that's a valid point, Benson. You know, that is a very valid point. So if I took all of what you said into consideration when I'm doing these long distance stellar observations, and I come to a confidence level of 80 to 85%, is that fine? Because I've taken what you said into consideration, so I know I'll never be 100% confident, but I'm 80% confident that the star is that far away.
But
Is
I
that
don't
fine?
know I don't know how you would take it into consideration and still have such a high confidence level. Like, how would you
So how high should it be? Like, how
about
confident would you be taking all of this into
1%?
consideration?
1%.
Science, if it's real science, it could be about, let's say, 99% or 99.5 if it's real science, it's science fact.
What do you mean real science?
I'm gonna put you on like a
What do you mean by
low
that,
10%.
Yeah, but what do you mean by real science, Contra?
Real science should be true, and it should be factual and provable
That's
and demonstrable.
pseudoscience.
Which means it should be around, because there's always a chance of error. Let's say we have a human error or whatever. So you're talking about should be around 99%.
No, that's pseudoscience.
That is
Pseudoscience
correct.
doesn't talk about having to be 100% sure and correct and truth.
No, science doesn't talk about it. I'm talking about if you really had science, like if you really know this is an orange and it has citrus in it, you should be about 90%.
But that's not science. That's like
sure that it's gonna be that, and maybe 1% chance of error. And if you can't do that,
but that's not science. Okay, yeah, but just say that that's what you feel we should be doing. But that's not science.
That's
but
what
if that's what you feel we should be doing, I understand.
Yeah, well, now what do you think? What you lower that percentage? Maybe 50%, 75.
I would agree with you when it comes to an orange. You know, if I have an orange in my hand, I should be 99% sure it's an orange. It's got a lot of juice, vitamin C, citrus, yada yada yada. But when it comes to a star, something so far away, something we can't ever get to, it's gonna be really hard for me to be 99% confident. You know, I might be 80% confident, but that 80% confidence has an asterisk on it because what
Well,
we
hang
say
on.
is that 80% confidence is based on the current model. And if we know that the current model is not accurate, it's not complete, it has issues with it, then we know that our measurements might also have issues. We know that tomorrow we might have a totally different observation that takes
Okay.
my 80% confidence all the way down to 10%.
Okay, so you're going to admit that it's far away and you could be wrong.
Yeah, oh, definitely. That's why 80% is the best I'll give you.
I really appreciate that, because these other Globers we're talking to, they're 100% certain because science is factual. Factual is correct.
I don't know about that. I don't think Globus say that. You know, I hear a lot of them saying science doesn't prove stuff, and you can't be 100% sure on things. You've never heard them say that?
Right, but you have to understand what that means. It's the science by itself doesn't prove it. You have to interpret it, and you prove it by interpreting it. That's what they're saying. The science isn't a conscious mind. Science gives you a observation or demonstration or an effect. You have to interpret it, and you have to prove it. Science by itself won't prove anything. That's what it means. It means you need a conscious mind to determine what it's showing you. Right? That's all it means.
Okay. I like that. I like that, Godric. You know, could I say it this way: that science is just a tool, and based on the results we get using that tool, it's open to the scientist's interpretation, which is basically what you were saying as well. But I think you and I can both agree that science is just a tool. You know, that's what you mean by it's not a conscious entity. So I do agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, science is a tool. Yes, it's one pathway to knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the same way science is a tool, religion, philosophy, people use a lot of different tools to try and find understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah, and science seems to be the dominant tool at the moment. I doubt it'll be the dominant tool forever. I'm sure it'll be replaced by something else because there was a time when science wasn't the dominant tool. Religion and philosophy were. But yeah, let's talk about this point that it's open to interpretation. I totally agree with you, but it seems the dominant interpretation is that these stars are trillions of miles away from us. What's your interpretation? You know, like when you see all of this data that NASA and these space agencies present us, how do you interpret it?
Well, first of all, I know that NASA are confirmed liars, so I know what they're giving you is bullshit, right? But I think, what I think is these lights.
Has your mom or your sister or your brother ever lied to you, Godric?
Yes.
Would you say they lies?
That's why I can call it bullshit. But it's like it's different though because when I say NASA are liars, I mean that's their job to lie. Like for example,
that's all they do. They never tell the truth, NASA.
Illusionists that will cut the box in half with the lady inside. I don't think they're really going to kill a lady. I think that it's an illusion. They're basically putting like on a facade a show for you to try to trick you to think it's happening. You know, levitation. You know, smoke and shadows. You know, that's their job to do that. NASA is a similar thing. That's their job to. I'm not saying NASA is a bad person. I'm just saying that's their job to pull the wool over your eyes. So in that way, they're liars.
So that's how you interpret the information.
But to answer your question, I think that these lights are probably cast through a dome about 120,000 feet? What's that? 20 miles? About 20 miles up. In those dark cams, I don't see any stars. So I think the stars are within this firmament area. Let's say within 20 miles.
You must live in like the city. Do you live in the city, Godfrey?
I live in the city, yeah. But I've gone out to the woods. I've gone out to
and even when you're in the woods, you can't see the stars.
You can see the stars fine. I don't think you can see them from 120,000 feet, which is where the dog cam will just show like the sun and no stars. So I think the stars are within this firmament that is up on top, and maybe like lights cast through this dome, but not terra firma physical, not anything you can go to, not nothing that's far away.
Okay. And what makes you think that they're stuck in this firmament? What makes you think there is a firmament? Like, what's your
I mean, that's
main
just my personal opinion.
source of inspiration for that?
The Bible talks about firmament, and it makes sense that a firmament should hold our gas pressure separate from a vacuum. I don't think there's a vacuum. That's a silly idea. But if there was a vacuum, you would need to have some kind of snow globe protecting the gas from going into that vacuum, right? So I think the firmament would be some kind of dome over, let's say, overhead. My personal
But you are open to the idea that the Bible could be wrong about the firmament, and there might not be a firmament, right? Like you're not 100%
no.
confident. You are 87. You are 100% confident that the Bible is right on this.
I'll say 99.
99%. And what have you done to verify this?
I haven't done. I watch YouTube videos. I haven't done nothing to verify that. But I'm just taking. What you have to do, you have to use your better judgment. Okay. Take what you observe, what you see, what you experience, and use your better judgment. Like, I know NASA's are liars, right? And I'm not saying that the secretary that answers the phone at NASA is a liar. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that the janitor that mops the floor is lying. I'm saying those astronauts are lying, and they don't go up in space. There is no space, for example. That's what I'm saying.
How do you know that?
I just believe that's personal belief.
So you just believe it. Okay.
And if you look into it, you can tell that they're lying. You can tell that it's all fake. Everything they do up there is 100% fake.
I mean, that's your
For example, if you're casting a show like a TV series or a movie, you're standing in a studio. Okay. Now notice that they never show you the fourth wall. Okay. Now do you want to know what I mean by the fourth wall?
Yeah. They don't tell you that the audience is, it's a show and there's like an
They
audience
show
outside watching.
They show the living room, the kitchen, and then the actors are on the sofa. But they can't flip the camera around because they'll show you where they're filming it from. You'll see like with whiteboards and cameras. So notice they don't do that either.
They gotta pretend that the world they're living in is real. Yeah.
All they have to do is flip the camera around really slowly a couple times, and you would know that they're just filming it in the studio. And they've never done that for us in 50 years.
But we all know that they are filming in studios. Like they don't need to do it for
entire
us.
space station. What are you talking about?
They've never flipped the camera around. See, you have to know what to look for. It's like, again, you have to use your better judgment. They're not telling you, hey, we're not going to flip the camera around so you don't see. You have to think about what it would really be if you were really up there, like just things that just don't make any sense. Like the fourth wall. You never see the fourth wall. They can't just spin the camera around really nice and slowly to show you that. To show the person filming it, to show behind them. This is just basic stuff that I think is just basic common sense. And that's why they're filming it in a studio. And if you watch these mass videos that they send us, like there's like things just disappearing like in the middle of the air, like just illusions basically, like really bad CGI. And I'll tell you, it might look true. It might look true for you to think that people are floating in space somewhere. And I'm with you if you think, because I see these movies, like I saw Gravity with Sandra Bullock.
That was pretty cool.
Man. That shit looks real, So I get it that it looks real, but all this shit is capable of performed in a Hollywood studio, honestly. And that's my belief on that. Yeah, but you gotta know what to look for. You have to know certain things. If you just took it like they told you that we're here, this is happening. Yeah, I mean, you can be fooled. You can believe it. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't believe it, it's cool, bro. It doesn't bother most of us, man.
Well, I mean, just consider this. Like, you have to have trust in NASA to tell us what it's going to look like in space, because we can't go there ourselves. So all this is built on trust. You don't know they're floating in space. You can't confirm that. You just have to trust them. And the thing is real knowledge it doesn't involve trust. Like real science does not have any trust or faith.
But come on, you trust
Maybe it's
that the
provable.
Bible is real, and you trust that the people that wrote the Bible were telling the truth, Godric. Like, to just sit here and say we the only ones that trust and we trust blindly.
I
Come
have
on, man,
faith.
that's
I
not
have
fair.
faith in God and the Bible. That's different. I have faith. I'm admitting
No,
of
you
faith.
have trust that the
You don't
Bible
have.
is the actual word. It's the actual word of
You
God,
don't admit
right?
you have faith. I admit I have
Don't conflate the Bible with God. God can still be real, and the Bible's a lie. But you trust that whoever wrote the Bible, because it
I
wasn't
trust.
God, you trust that the man that wrote the Bible was telling you the
I
truth
trust,
about
and I
God.
have faith. I have faith. You have science, but you don't have
Yeah,
science.
but Godric, you're not listening to what I'm saying. To have faith in God is one thing. I'm not questioning your faith in God. I'm questioning the trust you have in the Bible. Because for all you know, the Bible might not be telling you the truth about God. The Bible is something that was written by a man trying to tell you the nature of God. But what man is ever going to know that? But you trust that that man was telling you the truth when he told you the nature of God. That could have been a lie, but God is still real, But the Bible has nothing to do with God. It's just a book written by someone trying to tell you who or what God is. But you trust that that person was telling the truth.
Caloric, did you change your name?
This is Babs, isn't it?
No. But I changed my name a lot. Yeah.
Your voice is very familiar, but I don't recognize your name.
Yeah.
Caloric.
What was your old name?
What was my old name? It was
Man,
Phlogiston. Yeah, Man of Concessions, Phlogiston.
Manic. What am I gonna call you? Manic, Caloric. What am I gonna call you?
Just call me Caloric, man. This is my name.
Caloric. Look. You're conflating two things. I'm telling you, this is a religion I'm talking about. You have faith and trust. That's one thing. We admit that, right? You have science. You're not supposed to have trust. All right. You're supposed to have provable, demonstratable facts. That's the difference.
Whoa, no way in science does it say you can't trust people. What?
Real science does not involve trust.
Who decided that?
Real science is provable, demonstratable, repeatable.
Yeah, it is.
But that doesn't. Nowhere in that sentence you said does it say you can't have trust.
And there's nothing that says that you have to be able to do it yourself either.
Yeah.
That's called hands-on science.
Don't we have to? Well, you don't have to, I suppose, but don't we use what other people have done prior to us, right? Without necessarily testing the validity of them. Like, can't we use the knowledge of people before us? Okay.
Benson. Yes.
We do that all the time,
Hang on.
Benson.
Let me answer
We do it all the time.
Mr. Benson. We trust people before us. We do that as a convenience. But now I'm going to question this science. I'm going to use a critical eye. I know we've trusted them up to this point, but now I want to test it for myself. Now we want to know if it's really happening or if they're full of shit. That's what I'm saying. You got to be able to test yourself to confirm. I want to confirm it now, what they're telling me. And real science is able to do that. If you're the manager of a warehouse and the boss tells you, hey, Caloric, the data says that we have 500 packages. Go count the packages. Make sure there's that many there. Now you're going to confirm that there's that many packages.
But I could miscount. I could be retarded. And there's 600 packages, but I still count 500. And I go back and tell my manager there's 500. He's going to trust me, right?
Yeah, you can count the packages. You can make an error. But we can't go into the ISS. There's 5 people up there.
But there's been dozens of people that have gone up there. It's not just like 5.
Yeah. So a lot of people have gone there. I mean, more people have gone into space than people that have been to the bottom of the Mariana Trench. But I've never heard anyone question the Mariana Trench.
Maybe that's fake too. I don't know. I'm not questioning that. I'm just questioning the ISS.
Godric's shallow earther confirmed. Got it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Godric, if you want to question it, there's no problem with questioning it. It's these other statements you were making when you want to say that's not real science. Science doesn't have trust. That's what we're giving pushback on. But if you want to question things, go ahead, man.
Look,
that's the right thing to do.
Look, if you can't confirm it yourself, you have stories.
Yeah, I just have stories that China's real. You know, I can't confirm it for myself.
Well, hey, no, you can take a plane to China. You can't take
No,
a
I
plane
can't.
to ISS.
I can't. I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to go to China. I'm banned from the country, so I can never go there.
Okay, maybe
This is
you
a
can.
trust
But your
thing.
brother-in-law can. But somebody else can.
Maybe my brother-in-law can go to space if he studies hard enough. He can go to the ISS.
Here's what I'm going to catch you. Here's what I'm going to catch you. No, he can't.
How do you know that, Godric?
He's not a Freemason.
How did you determine that if you work hard
He's not
enough
on
and
this, not
become an
associated with-
engineer, scientist, and sign up to be an astronaut, go to space? Well, why do you? How did you determine that is not a possibility?
I don't believe it's a possibility. Maybe we should both look
Okay,
into it.
you don't believe it's a possibility. You didn't
I don't believe
determine
it's a
for yourself that it's not a possibility. It's just your belief.
Maybe we should look into it. Maybe see how hard it is to become an astronaut and get onto this space ISS space.
Pretty hard. Pretty exclusive.
Well, let me
group.
ask you this: if I told them I was a flat earther, would they let me go?
Probably not.
Probably not. I wonder why.
Maybe because flat earthers are not the brightest people.
You want to say they're retards? All right. Good enough. Okay.
But
I
Godric,
mean,
you get our point, right? If you want to make statements, we can also make statements. We can also say weird shit like China isn't real. You know?
Yeah, but we can. I'm gonna still say you can't confirm it by going to the ISS. You can somehow get to China, man. If I had to, you can take a train or some shit. But
If I had to, I could join the Air Force, study real hard, and become an astronaut. You know? I'm young enough. I
I
can
hear the
still do it.
army. I hear the army might take you.
Yeah, I'm young enough. I could definitely still do it, Godric. You know?
Tempting, man. You might get benefits.
But I would be doing all of that just to prove to you that anyone can go to the ISS. Like,
You have
is
to
it worth
do
it
it
just to
do
prove
it for
to
yourself,
you?
man. Don't do it for me, man. Don't do it for me.
Yeah,
You gotta do it for yourself.
but I already believe I know it's possible. So like, why? There's no point in me doing it, right?
Oh, you believe it's possible? I don't believe it's possible.
No, I know it's possible. Yeah.
You know it's
So
possible.
there's no
I
point.
don't know it's not possible. I don't know it's possible.
You don't know it's. I mean, isn't anything
look at
possible?
Look at this. Look at this.
Hmm.
It's the percentage of people that are accepted as astronauts that go up to ISS. It's like what, like 1 in 500 million or something? How many people have
How many people have? What about the people that have tried? What's the percentage of people that have actually applied to be astronauts that actually made
That's
it?
probably That's probably a fairer
metric.
Mission metric. Yeah, I guess. So maybe what, 1 in 100,000? I don't know.
Probably a lot.
I'm sure it's harder than to get into Princeton.
What do you think the ISS is, Godric?
I don't know for sure, but I imagine it's filmed on the ground in a Hollywood studio, and they send you data and act like it's really happening.
How about when ordinary people see the ISS in the sky?
I think that
are they in on it?
I think that you can get, those flights where those hydraulic flights where you can like free fall, they go up and then they fall. I think that's as high as you can get to do. I think that's about as high as you can get in our atmosphere.
So,
But when someone's grandma sees the ISS in the sky, I'm so sorry, Ben. So I keep cutting off. My bad.
Yeah. When you see things like, because we've all seen them, Godric, when you see the transit of, say, the ISS across the moon, and many of people have taken photo of that sort of thing, and then when you and it seems to look kind of like the shape that the ISS is depicted at, and then when you
Stop
see
right there. Stop right there. Do you know how you said that? It looks kind of like the shape, right? And I'm telling you, they haven't shown the fourth wall. So you have to look at what they're not showing you. Okay, so here's the thing.
What if I get
Hang on. Let me explain. I was gonna get to something. The reason you know that that's bullshit is because they'll show you basically, or more or less, the shape of an H, right, crossing over the moon. Okay, what they'll never show you, what they should show you, but they'll never show you, is like a perfect angle where you'll see this so-called satellite, but it's flat to where it looks like the letter I. They won't ever show you that. And that's how you know it's full of shit. And what is this? Hang on, let me finish. And what is this? This shadow across the moon? It's probably a superior mirage cast by something like the plane Sophia, because they know where it's going to be, and they tell you where it's going to be, and then all I have to do is boom, look, we're going to shoot it across there, and you believe it. You know, I bet you couldn't see it in the middle of the ocean. I bet you couldn't do that. You have to be either in one of these big continents that are going to show it to people, and they tell you where it's going to be. And then go ahead.
I'm going to say, when I've seen the photographs of the ISS transiting the moon, okay, number one, it doesn't look like an aeroplane to me, right? And then, on top of that, you also have that light in the sky that everyone can see, you and I can see, that seems to marry up with, the tracker and all that sort of stuff. So we get to see a light, and we get to see the shadow of the transit across the moon. So
I didn't say it was a plane. I said it's a superior mirage passed by a plane like Sophia. That's what I said.
Okay, well, I've never seen a mirage that kind of looks like that anyway. But anyway, it could be. I can't argue it because I don't really know at that.
You don't know what technology they have, and if you go to a David Copperfield show, you might say, "Shit, that dude just disappeared," or "He floated in the air." You know, it may look really real. It doesn't mean it's true. Beyond that, I don't know what it is. Oh, but let me say this. An object flying closer to you and being larger could look identical to something flying farther away from you, like they say 250 miles away, and being smaller, and it could appear the same. So, and you also can't prove that it's that far out.
Isn't it also possible, Godric, right, that it is up there, right, and it is what it actually is, just with technology that we are not privy to. So there is something up there, and it is orbiting around. When I say orbit, right, I don't mean the orbit of the globe Earth orbit. I mean, across a planar horizon, right? But with technology that we aren't privy to, that's also a possibility.
I'm glad you said technology we're not privy to, because there is technology we're not privy to, and yes, it could be out there, and I could be wrong.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'll give you the chance that I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. But yeah, I could be wrong.
Yeah. Cool.
Bandsaw thinks you're wrong.
But show me the ISS crossing the moon that's shaped, that you had the right angle, so it's shaped like the letter I. Show me that, and I'll shut up. How is it exactly the angle that you need to see it? You know what I mean?
Because the ISS has a gyroscope on it that keeps it oriented in a certain direction.
Right, it keeps it oriented exactly so you can see it like the letter H.
So?
Doesn't it spin around? And here's the thing. Do you know that the ISS does not ever cross the South Pole? Do you know that?
The what? Oh, yeah. It has an orbit that keeps it between, two certain latitudes. I don't know what those latitudes are offhand.
And it just so happens that the flat earthers think that the South Pole is the end of the Earth, and you can't cross it and peer at the other side. How convenient is that? ISS can't disprove that theory we have.
Oh, I definitely don't think it's the end of the Earth at all.
I do.
I don't think there's
It's
anything
the end of the Earth that we know. At least we haven't been past it.
There's nothing in that.
But the thing is, the ISS doesn't go over the North Pole either. Like, is the North Pole all of a sudden the edge of the Earth or something? Like, come on,
The
man.
North Pole, if you paid attention, the North Pole is off limits too. Just look at the map. Just look at the globe. Okay. Notice that the top
So
of
the North Pole's off limits as well.
The top of the North Pole is just filled with the ocean. That's not frozen, by the way. It's just a water, just a big like a.
But why is that off limits? What convention or what agreement makes the North Pole off limits?
The dew line, so it is protected.
The what line?
I don't know, man. You could look up. You could look into
Can
it.
you
But
spell that, Piss?
it's the North Pole. The South Pole.
DEW, the dew
The
line.
dew line.
Yeah.
When I grew up,
Yeah.
listen. When I grew up, there was an ice cap similar to the South
Oh, the
Pole
early warning line. Okay.
on the north,
Yeah.
in the northern North Pole. But now it's
No,
just
it still
water.
is.
So
No,
basically, they're
it's still
covering it
ice.
over. They're
Still ice
faking it.
cap.
I don't know why they're hiding it. I can only imagine why they're hiding it. But you can't go across the North Pole. No.
The North Pole is
But I
still
mean,
covered with ice.
Yeah.
It's not. It's just ocean.
There's no. It's ice, but it's ice sheets. It's not covering a continent like Antarctica.
Right. So then our globes are wrong. Then.
No.
Well, if the globe has Greenland, which is ice, and it has a couple of ice continents, which are ice, and then it has the big ocean north of that. And you're saying it's a? Are you saying it's a frozen over lake? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's frozen over ocean.
The globes don't say that. The maps don't say that anymore. They just show water. Hey, here's a question: if it's frozen, right, frozen over, why would they show water? Why would they show like an ice sheet? Does it melt every summer? See, here's the shit you have to check for yourselves.
Partially, yeah, it does partially melt every summer. Yes.
Oh, okay, so great. So it's like a frozen over lake. See how I said that? Like a frozen over lake, and then it melts every summer and becomes
Ocean.
water. Is that what you're saying?
The Arctic Ocean.
Yeah, we're talking about the Arctic Ocean. And that's why I think they're covering it up, and I don't think you can go through there. That's just my belief. I don't fly, but I know that no commercial flights fly over the South or the North Pole.
Yeah,
they go
because
around.
it's fucking cold there, and it's also usually not the most direct route.
Yeah, it's cold.
Yeah.
So maybe the fuel lines will freeze. Is that what you're saying?
No, it would be dangerous if they had to make a water landing.
Right. Water landing.
It's
Well,
most flights, unless
ice.
they absolutely have to, stay over land.
Well, according to you, it's a frozen sheet of ice. So wouldn't it be easier to land on that than the water?
It would be fucking cold, and there's nothing nearby to fucking help them.
Right. So fly over southern continents. So if they crash, or they have emergency landing, they have a less cold environment to land the plane on. That's what you're saying.
And there are other emergency services that are nearby to help.
You mean tell me there's no emergency services in the North Pole or the South Pole for that matter, because they don't like to fly with the South Pole either.
Not nearby, no. Not like
I think
there
the
are.
military would have a big
like
base.
there are in the populated countries. All the bases in Antarctica are around the coast. There's nothing near the center. Everything's at the coast.
Right, because it would be too cold in the center.
And be hard to resupply and all sorts of other reasons, yes.
You know, there's this huge ice shelf, supposedly. I haven't been there. In the South Pole, it'd be easier to land a plane right on that ice shelf. It's nice and flat and straight. It'd be better to do that than to crash in the water between the Antarctic and Australia. It'd be better just to crash land right there on that big ass ice shelf. I'm just thinking out loud. So I don't buy it that they don't go over the North Pole or South Pole because it's too cold or there's no.
There's also no reason to do it. There's no reason to fly over the North and South Pole. It is not the most direct route in almost any scenario.
According to you, it's dangerous to fly over the ocean because that would be the most terrible place to crash.
For the same reasons, basically, because there's not emergency services nearby. Yes. It's like when I flew from the U.S. to Europe, I flew over Canada and then Greenland and then to Europe because that's mostly over land. And it's also the most direct route.
If you want to look at a map or a globe, you can see the direct routes and not taken by
I plotted it out on a globe, and it was the most direct route on a globe. It was a straight line on the globe.
Like, for example, I just looked at this one day, and I just thought this is really bullshit. Take a globe and you look at the bottom, for example. Now, if I would say, let's say at Chile or Patagonia, Argentina, and I were to fly to the other side of the world, let's say to Australia, let's say to Perth, Australia, look at the bottom of the globe. The most direct, easy flight would be right over the middle of the South Pole, Antarctica. But no, flying from Argentina to Perth, for example, they go around the continent. Why would that be?
No, it depends what part of Australia you're flying to. On a globe,
I
the
just
most
told
direct
you,
route passes
Argentina to
right.
Perth.
If you fly from the Cape of Horn directly to, like, let's say,
Argentina to Perth is a direct line right across the middle of the South Pole, and they never fly that way. Just write it down, Argentina to Perth, and then look into it. And then the next one, let's say go on the North Pole. Let's say, well, I don't know if there's anybody alive in Greenland, but let's just say China. Well, hang on. Let's go to Russia. Let's go to someplace in northern Russia. Shit, I don't know.
there's nothing worth going to in northern Russia.
How about Kazakhstan? How about Kazakhstan to Canada? Straight over the North Pole. I guarantee you they don't fly straight over the North Pole. I bet they go a nice scenic route over these continents that you claim are safer. And so they don't go the direct flight. They spend more gas. That's why I think it's a cover. That's why I think you can't go North Pole, South Pole. So I don't think you show me one flight that goes over North Pole, South Pole. And of course, there'll be people that have claimed to do it, but let's try to prove it. Let's try to see what they're really going. Try to see if they're really going to ISS also.
So, what do you think is out there if they're lying? Like,
I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of reasons. Last time I lied, I wanted to cover up something. You know, I mean, I can only imagine what's happening. But I think that this globe concept does confine your mind, and it confines the people of the world, because if you think about it, you're stuck here. You can't go anywhere. It's too expensive to fly somewhere else, and you're stuck on this globe that's spinning around. It's like a prison. But if there was a flat Earth and there was, let's say, indefinite land, let's say south, then that would mean that, you know, they're hiding resources. We can leave this place, for one. They're hiding resources. I'm only just guessing what it would be. But we would be free. We wouldn't be stuck here. That's for sure.
Well, either way, Godric, like if you go with your snow globe theory, right? That also too, in a roundabout way. Well, not in a roundabout way. It also too is a prison. Like you can't get out of it. You know, there's still a
But you know
handle.
what the snow globe does indicate? It indicates an intelligent creator. So yeah, just like it has it in the Bible.
I disagree, because the creator could have created this whole universe that we're in.
The creator can create the universe that we're in, but if it was a snow globe, guess what? Kiss
many globes.
Kiss your science goodbye.
Multiples.
Kiss the Big Bang. Kiss that away. Kiss away gravity, evolution, and all these nonsense
But
background
that could
radiation
be part of the smart creation
that came
and
from
the
a
process.
Big Bang. You can kiss all that away.
Well, we don't know.
You can't get a snow globe from that, could you? You can get a flat plane and a sun and moon local, small, local, close overhead spinning from a Big Bang explosion or expand.
There's plenty of people though that believe in a creator, God, whatever you want to call it, that believe in a globe.
Yep,
but
I'm one of them.
But not the Big Bang theory per se.
That's right, because they were like molded almost from childhood to believe in planets and solar systems, and you know, we're 1 in a billion planets. You know, what if we're the only place?
look, I don't
And
necessarily.
that make it special.
I don't necessarily disagree, Godric. But if you're going to believe in a creator, right, and this creator can create anything, right? Well, the creator has the ability to create whatever he wants, right? So I think personally saying, a creator created this with a snow dome type of thing over it, and that's it type of thing. Well, I personally think it doesn't give the creator enough credit to his apparent endless capability. Now, I'm not a believer of the big universe and all that sort of stuff, but I think if people are going to invoke a creator, um, well, then you have to give him the credit then to be able to create absolutely anything without any limitation whatsoever. That's what a creator can do.
Very good. The creator can create anything without limitation, but a flat Earth cosmology debunks science. That's the problem. You lose the science, is what you lose.
I mean, even Einstein once said, "The more I study science, the more I believe in God."
That's fine. But I want to challenge you that some of the science that you're studying and believing in, that look into it with a more critical eye and see if you can really prove some of the stuff they're telling you. Like,
There's probably a shit ton we don't know. There's probably very little. We don't know a lot, but a lot of the things that we know, I don't think they're like necessarily lying. It's been like based on what we know, right? What we can see, what we experiment based on.
Education is controlled. You can't. When you go to school, you just have to read the book, you memorize the answers, and put them on the test. There's very little independent thinking.
But it's based on what we know.
What parts of science, Godric, do you have?
Yes.
What parts of science, Godric, do you have faith in? What parts of science?
Do I have faith in?
Yeah, or
Well, first of all, I think that probably 90% of science is true, and the 10% is false. That's a corrupt science that they push through. They pull the wool over our eyes. They browbeat us with propaganda since we're children to believe in this stuff, and there's no way to prove it. And I think it's utterly a deception.
So the stuff
like the globe Earth. Like I'm a flat earther, so I think it's flat.
So the stuff that is tangible here on Earth, you've got a fairly high degree of faith in that it's pretty much spot on. But
yeah, if you can confirm it yourself, I'm with it. If you can't confirm it, no, I'm gonna be skeptical.
Yeah. So when it comes to when it comes to the cosmology, that's where you go, nah.
Right, and I think that NASA, for example, is just basically a David Copperfield corporation. I'm not saying the bad people. Maybe in their mind they're saving us from ourselves. I don't know what they're thinking, but I think it's all a show. It's all a
about before NASA, like hundreds of years before NASA, when people like
there was no ISS. There was people died.
Right, no, but there's people that did experiments and claimed it's a globe, right? What do you think they way before NASA?
If you think somebody did experiment to think there's orbits or faraway stars that you can go to, or globe Earth, I think that this is where your history has been corrupted, and this is where they've inserted lies in history to make you think that there's the guys like Eratosthenes and people like that prove something, but really are just fabrications.
And what experiments and whatnot did they do before NASA, apart from a basic observation, which is pretty much all that they do anyway today? A basic observation.
I would say they did very little. I say, and the way to prove this is the average person that's graduated high school has no concept of how to prove that the Earth is a globe, and they come to this discussion, and we call them normies because they have no idea what even the discussion is about. They don't learn enough in school, even in college, to be able to prove some of these things, to know the discussion, at least the discussion we're having.
Well,
And
how
they just
about
put
when
everything on
people
tape.
would navigate though the oceans and just use the
What?
stars for navigation? For example, how like
Yeah, I think that we've navigated with the stars from antiquity. I think it works on a flat plane. I don't think it's showing curvature at all. I think that 1 degree or 69 miles is going to diminish that way from angular resolution. And I'll prove it to you. If you can just take a checkerboard, take all the pieces off the checkerboard or the chessboard that's flat, just bring your eye all the way down to the corner as low as you can, so you can see these first 2 squares completely. But if you bring your eye really low, you can see the first 2 squares, but not the rest of the board. The rest of the board has vanished into the horizon. And this is how I think we see things in reality. I think if you're a certain height, let's say observer height 5 feet, after 69 miles, it would just vanish into the horizon, not because the Earth is bending, but because that's how we see from angular resolution, and we are all objects are diminished at a distance.
Yeah.
And they do actually, for argument's sake, they do actually vanish into the horizon, because they would vanish from the bottom up, because that's where your eye has the least amount of visual spectrum of resolution at the bottom.
Well, see, I don't think at school you're even given the well, I don't know what it's like over in the US, Godric, but so I only can speak for Australia itself. But you're not even given the chance to explore or test whether or not it's a big blue spinning testicle or a flat planar horizontal.
That's right, and I think I agree, and I think that you would do that if it was real knowledge. If they were really telling us the knowledge, we should be able to do it ourselves. We would know a lot more on the subject, but we don't. We just know stuff they put in books and pictures from NASA.
When I took physics in community college, that was actually we were given a bunch of experiments we could do for our final project, and about half of them involved measuring the size of the Earth or measuring the rotation of the Earth. So I think it's just categorically false that they don't give us the chance. Maybe not in high school, because they really just don't have enough time in high school to do in-depth experiments like that.
Well, no, it's not categorically false at all, right? I've just given you a personal testimony.
Well, I've just given you a personal testimony that they do in fact do that.
That I can speak for myself and all my 7 children that they don't do it.
Yeah, not in grade school.
So, and
okay, but I'm between both of you guys. I think
college physics, right?
You both have a point.
College.
Yeah, it was college. It's college level mathematics and physics that you need to do this stuff.
You guys have both good points, but look at this. You said in college you did experiments that prove the Earth, right? I'll bet that
I didn't personally choose to do any of those experiments because I didn't have any doubt, and I didn't feel the need to, and I wasn't involved in the flat Earth community at the time.
Do you guys consider college university, Andy?
So it depends on the school that you go to. So that was a community college where it's only like a 2-year college that you start out your education at, and then you can move to a different university.
Okay. Well, we have.
That's like your associate's degree.
Yeah, our college goes up to year 12 or HSC, and then after that, then you go to university for your.
Oh, so that would just be high school for us.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then there you go. Okay, so we've got different.
Different terminology. So, when I say grade school, I mean through grade 12.
Yeah. Okay. Then cool. Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Up to grade 12, or HSC.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time you don't really get enough math or physics to understand that stuff, anyways.
Yeah. So okay, then cool. So we don't necessarily disagree because I've got no experience in the university.
It's different, a little bit different.
Well, I don't know.
The terminology.
I had no idea you guys called what we call high school college.
Yeah.
Yeah, our high school goes to 12th grade, and then college is 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, and 8 years of college for about 8 years. Sometimes it takes people longer to get their degree. If you want to get a master's, it's 8 years or longer.
Yeah. But my boys start university next year, so it may very well change when they go to university. I don't know.
It also depends on what kind of what they focus on in university.
Yeah, they're doing.
Okay, look, bandwidth.
You're doing what?
Bandwidth and Andy. Look, bandwidth and Andy. Talking about college, right? What it shows you in college. Look at this.
I just want to know.
In your college, you may have, done experiments that supposedly prove the Earth, but here's the thing: you have to arrive at the answer that they're giving you. That's
No,
the
you don't.
answer.
No, my friend did a measurement of the Earth,
Let me
and
finish.
he was 10% off of the actual given radius.
I was going to say, if you have a different answer than the narrative, you're going to be
And it
pronounced.
wasn't a problem. It was experimental error. Who cares?
Well, if I can show you an observation where there's no curvature, then I determine that the Earth is flat. And will that pass in
Are
college?
you going to show me a picture of the horizon, Godric?
Will I get my degree?
Are you going to
Right,
show me a picture of the
right.
horizon? No. Long distance observations and pictures of the horizon won't cut it.
I wasn't going to say the horizon. I was going to show you. I have an article about the Rampion windmills in Sussex, south of England, that we have observations from the beach at observer height 5 feet, and at 8 miles. At 8 miles, we see the very bottom marker on the water level, which proves no curvature. But at 8 miles at 5 feet observer height, there should be 19 feet of curvature. And we did this in the early morning.
Observations over water are the worst possible way to do observations.
And I'm not going. And this horizon that you call horizon was much farther back. The horizon is probably 15, 20 miles. But at 8 miles, where there should be 19 feet of curvature, if be a globe, there was none. So if I show that observation measurement in college and determine that the Earth is flat, will I get my degree? Because that would be my own independent answer.
You might fail the project
by that point. By the time you get to finishing your degree, you wouldn't be questioning it.
So my point is, you can't have your own independent answer.
Did you take into account refraction, Godric?
You have to have the answer that they put in the textbook. You have
No,
to
I think you would understand it better, and you wouldn't be questioning it.
little or no
You have
independent
to take into account atmospheric light distortion, and
Okay, Andy.
Did you do that?
This observation was done early in the morning when it's nice and cool, and we have the best visual observation to where we can't control refraction 100%. We can get it down to a minimum where it doesn't affect.
Yeah. The best way to do that is to not do it over water.
Well, we do it over water because that water is supposed to be, there's no hills or valleys, right? So it should be flat.
Should be level, yeah.
It's locally flat.
It should be level.
And it is flat. It's actually
not necessarily flat. It should be level, or relatively level, assuming there's no tides.
How would you do it over the Earth if not water? Because the Earth has indentations, and
you can know the elevations of different points on the Earth, right? And you can take measurements, and you can know the distances between the different points on the Earth, and then you can measure the Earth that way.
The only other observation I think would work on the Earth is the salt flats. And we know the salt flats.
You don't need a flat plane to take a measurement, Godric.
I think you do need to show. If you want to show that there's no curvature, you need to have a flat.
Yeah. You need to find the worst possible conditions. You could do it. You can measure the shape of the Earth in the mountains. It doesn't matter. In fact, that's what my friend did.
I don't know how you can do that. Maybe you can show us. I'm not sure how you can do that. If you
that's what the geodetic surveying in the 1800s was. That's how they did it.
If there's a hidden height around this globe, then that should be provable, demonstrable, repeatable. and we
Yeah,
should
it is Godric.
It should match the measurements given by the globe measurement or the globe calculator, and it's not. We have flat observations, and we control for refraction. We have distant observations which are flat. No physical curvature where there should be some. So maybe we'll have to just compare pictures. I don't know, but I don't know how you're gonna prove the Earth is flat through mountains. That makes no sense to me. Maybe you have a different kind of science I don't know about.
You can know the elevations. You can know the distances between. And then you take azimuthal measurements, geodetic surveying measurements.
I don't know how to personally do that. You can do that and show me. I don't know how to personally do that, so I can't confirm or deny that. I'll just say that I don't know. But if you have observation over water, over a salt flat, you can just see. You can see the bottom of these objects to see that there's no curvature, right? You don't need to know.
I don't think your eyes are good enough instruments to take the kind of measurements that you would need to actually prove the shape of the Earth. No, I don't.
What instruments?
I don't think you can just see it from the surface. You cannot see it from the surface with your eyes. You have to take precise measurements.
So, Andy, I appreciate what you're saying, but guess what? This is where you globers just go into the weeds and do something really complicated that nobody else can confirm, because
plenty of people have confirmed it, Godric. Just because the flat earthers in the community that haven't done it themselves, haven't tried to do it themselves, or don't understand the math required to do it themselves, doesn't mean that other people can't do it.
Another way to say that is that what you're saying is that 7 billion people in the world can't know if they live on a flat or round.
No, there's probably good
instruments. All this
5 billion people that could do it themselves.
Do it.
I bet there's 5 billion people that could do it themselves.
I bet there's 7 billion who can't because they don't know.
There's not that many people in the world, Godric. 5 plus 7 is more than the number of people.
I think there's 7.8 billion people in the world.
Yeah, and I said 5. I bet there's 5 billion people that can do this themselves.
You're canceling out 7 billion that haven't had physics, that don't have isomorphic measurements and plumb lines or whatever you're talking, geodetic survey. They don't know how to do that. So basically,
they could be taught how to do it.
Right, but they don't know. They could be taught. Right.
That doesn't mean they wouldn't be able to do it. You can learn how to do things, Godric.
Yeah, but you're using these sciencey methods that people don't know how to do. I can't confirm it. Maybe I can learn, but I can't confirm it myself. I just think that you think about what you're saying. You're saying that 7 billion people in the world cannot, without learning your fancy sciencey stuff, cannot prove that they're living on a sphere or flat.
It's not that fancy.
I want you to think about that. And my way is simple. I'm a layman.
Yeah,
and
so is geodetic surveying. It's pretty simple.
I'm coming to the discussion for the 7 billion people in the world who hadn't had physics, who hadn't had geodetic surveying, all these science things you're doing, and that should be able to know if the Earth is flat around. You can start with a P900, look at a 10-mile observation, and figure out.
I think most people don't consider it an important enough question, or don't have the question, don't care.
Well, they probably think it's silly because they've been browbeaten with this, I want to say, corrupt scientism since they were children. So why would they want to disprove it? Or would it get them if they disproved it?
Disproved it. Knowledge that something's up. But what if they proved it, Godric? Everybody that I've heard of that's actually gone out and done this stuff, everybody that I've heard of that has actually gone and take actual measurements, not just long distance observations, actual measurements, have shown the shape of the Earth and the size of the Earth to be what they tell us it is.
So you've had this happen more than once?
Yes.
Can you show us that in Livestream? I'd like to look at it. What the hell's going on?
I don't have videos of it, Godric. Most people don't take videos of everything they do.
You have an article, pictures. What do you have? I can show you a 10 mile observation with no curvature. What do you have?
A picture isn't evidence of no curvature, Godric.
Well, what do you have? I mean, I'm asking
There's
you.
pictures
like
showing
your surveying
curvature, like
got.
what's that lake called? Concentrate, I think.
I want to learn more. We got surveying. I heard that surveying is all done on a flat geometric plane.
Depends on the type of surveying, Godric. There's planar surveying and there's geodetic surveying. They don't use the same techniques, and one has to be more accurate than the other. One is on a small scale, one is on a large scale.
Well, I'm gonna go on record and say that those large scale ones that say this curvature are full of shit. They're faked.
Is this photo not showing curvature?
That protect that hide the flat Earth. What was that?
They posted a photo on the live stream text chat.
There's a photo? Let me look.
Yeah, Lake Pontchartrain.
Pontchartrain.
Yeah, the power lines.
Yeah, I've seen this picture before. This is a cool picture. I can accomplish the same thing with Legos. Have you seen the Legos that...
I've seen the Legos that are not aligned properly. They're not in a straight line, and they show this curvature, but not... I haven't seen Legos lined up in a straight line that show this behavior.
I'll give you that this could
the
show...
lying-ass bullshit photo that somebody did.
I'll give it to you that this could show curvature, but like, I think it's just like, I don't know what to say about the illusion.
Maybe we should take a trip there and see it.
I think it's like the Lego. Should I get the Lego picture? I have it somewhere around here.
Yeah, sure. I've seen the lying Lego picture, Godric.
You can set the Lego.
I haven't seen it.
Like curving down. Like for example, like you know that street lights curve down, right? Legos lined up will curve down. And if you have enough Legos, the last one will vanish into the horizon. You know that, right? So similar to this picture, they're curving down. Now here's the thing about this picture that I think is honestly warping your guys' minds. It doesn't have to curve. It looks like it's curving from the right to the left. But all it has to do is
just gonna post it. Or you're just gonna talk about it.
All it has to do is just go straight down into the water. That's all it has to do. It doesn't have to bend, like it's going from left to right, like it's a circle. It just has to go straight down. And that's what would happen on a flat plane. Because look at the top of a Lego, and then line them up. The tops go lower and lower and lower. Same with the street lights. They go lower and lower and lower until they vanish into the horizon. If you can get enough street lights with enough Legos, they'll vanish into the horizon on a flat plane. Not because the Earth is bending across the curve, but because that's our angular resolution will diminish at that point.
I see what you're saying. I can visualize it too, kind of like the way you were saying it.
So this is a cool picture, but
so it looks like it's curved, like getting smaller and smaller, and it's just because of the angle of it.
Right. Now this is a nice picture though, but what I'd like to do is I don't know where the punch is. I know it's far, but I'd like to get out there, maybe myself, and see how far I can see with my P900. See if I can. I wonder how far that these what are these? There's like these posts, antennas, whatever I'm calling. I wonder how far they go down. I wonder how far that little tower down there is.
So this is New Orleans.
It's in New Orleans?
Yeah.
So it's like near the States?
It is in the United States, yes.
Yeah, United States.
So
Louisiana.
So like I would take the globe measurements and let's say this tower is 25 miles, right? I would look at that, take observer height, let's say 5 feet observer height, put the camera at 5 feet. And at 25 miles, I'm just looking at this. I just posted it here. Let's see. I'm gonna get the global calculator. 5 feet observer height. Let's say this tower is 25 miles away in Lake Pontchartrain, right? Watch this, guys. This might blow your mind. You calculate the hidden missing curvature. There should be 330 feet of hidden height if be a globe at 5 feet observer height and 25-mile distance. And that tower, let's say, can't afford to give us 330 feet of hidden height, then the globe model is debunked. Now, we can't do it just once. We'll have to do it several times because, refraction, atmospheric conditions. But if more or less of these pictures are coming back without this 330 feet of, this is the way your curve is supposed to make sense. This is the way your curve is supposed to come through in observations, in demonstratable, measurable observations. And if it doesn't, if you can't find 330 feet of curvature at 25 miles, for example, then something's going wrong. I'd be more impressed to do that than to just look at a picture, which, it's a good picture. Guys, you guys are great. I appreciate it. I'm going to run because my daughter wants to use the computer. And I might come back tomorrow. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Too easy, Godric. Catch you later. I'll just stick with my own observations. Much more reliable.
Riding on eggshells, mate. Can you hear me? Are we like? Let's talk about the real shit. Are we like 100% certain that there's no globe? Because I am personally. After hearing what I've seen and the information, I'm 100% certain we don't live on a globe. It's crazy that there's so many people today. Like it's still so normalized that it is a globe, right? But we know that it isn't. Like we know it to our core, right? Do we know this to our core that it's not a globe? Realm, my good friend. How you going, Realm, mate? How you doing?
Oh right, mate. Yeah, all good, all good. I just fucking switched on, mate. So I switched on early and it was dead. So I thought it was
Yeah,
my
no one was
phone.
talking. I just joined just now, and I was trying to get a conversation going.
Is
So
that
Realm, mate, you're
Sorry, mate. Carry on. Sorry.
sorry. I was gonna say, you're an interesting character. I think you're aware. And like what I was saying before is, are we 100% sure to our core that we don't live on a globe? What would you say about that? Are you 100% to your core that there's no globe?
Sorry, am I 100% what?
To your core that it's not a globe?
Yeah, I'm not 100% or anything, mate. I think it's progression. Like for me, I don't think it's a globe, but I think that it's a misshapen globe.
Okay.
But I know from the flat Earth thing, because I came in as a flat earther. I had no intention of doing any of this, and I just started watching YouTube a bit more than normal because I was on doing whatever at the time, and I just happened to come across the right video that got me into flat Earth, and then from there, just making flat Earth maps manually, not the projection. So yeah, I'm on a journey. And I don't feel it's a globe. I don't feel it's the model they've given us. But eventually it'll turn out to be something. It's just like when we know what the mechanism and we know what's moving and what's not moving, then we can start to process and eliminate that. Be like multiple choice questions, you know what I mean? At least you know 3 out of 5 ain't true, and you're stuck with another 2, you know. And
Exactly.
that's it, man.
So, we can, at least I can say personally, with the whole idea of the globe Earth, we know that everything that they show us is fakery. It's all fisheye lenses. We don't see a curve. It's always horizontally flat and level, and that's where the idea of flat Earth comes from. And it's really basic, like people send hot air balloons into as high as it can go, and you're only seeing a flat level horizon, correct? There's observably no real curvature outside of a fisheye lens. So we know this much is true, right?
I'm not going to be around. I'm going to be around for about a minute or 2 minutes, as only because I've got to go pick. I will listen if you're chatting and stuff. With me, I feel like I'm a pro, like many of us here. I know the arguments. I know the same observations and stuff like that. When you start to do things like measuring cycles and periods in a geocentric fashion, not saying it's, I'm just saying it's a way of imagining something going around something else. When you start to see the angles that the sun moves at on a daily basis, the moon and all the other planets, these things here, like the sun moves at a 0.2732 of a degree each day, northwards or southwards. So like things like that help us understand what's going on, and then you realize that we're about 18 seconds out a year. But 18 seconds of distance a year is a permanent thing. It doesn't happen over a year, it's a permanent thing. So everything is going to be 0.2732 degrees out of any observation that we do. So it doesn't matter who we are. I don't feel that anybody on this earth can actually get that perfect determination, because nobody's agreed on the perfect temperature to do these things at, the perfect weather conditions, the humidity level. There's a shitload going to it. So if someone says, oh, well, the best measurements are done at 4 degrees, and the other person says, well, in my area, the best measurements are done at 4.5. You're never going to agree, are you? So I think whatever we see flat, because that's all we can see. We can't see the variation up, we can't see or down, we can't see the contour of the land at a great distance. And I think that 0.27 a degree in a measurement wise is probably going to be something like 30 kilometers for a quarter of a degree or whatever. So there's 30 kilometers that we can see. The height of our horizon, that thickness there is
yeah. I'm not saying that like you're, I think, insinuating is there's no such thing as an objective flat Earth, and I believe that to be true. Like there's not just this flat plane that goes on and on, right? There is some sort of metaphysical, you know, something that's going on here, and we can see it through quantum mechanics, and it's just how light works, and light bends, you know, sound bends, vibrations bend. We are in a vibrational reality, correct? So the idea of flat just means that water is flat and the horizon's always flat.
I would say, because sorry mate, I'm just driving and having a ciggy at the moment, that's why. I would say this whole light bending is based on the model that we've been given, assuming that our maps, our orientation, latitudes are the same. When you start looking at the ecliptic and all that, the latitudes are not the same in the ecliptic. It's a bit more, but the point is that we've been given a map of straight lines, and I don't think that's the case. No matter which way we talk about it, a flat Earth, whatever, projections, they're not what we think. Sorry. So I think all in all, we assume that light bends and does this and does that. It refracts in an angle. It doesn't curve. So if there is curving going on, are we seeing curving? They're saying that we're seeing objects in space that's actually curving around 180 degrees, or I don't fucking know. But if they give you the evidence and you accept everything, put your list down of 100 things and go, well, we know that 50 of them are incorrect and the other 50 are just common sense. But if you question those other 50 that you think are common sense, you'll start to see how they affect the other 50, yeah? And then you go from there, and the bigger picture is not probably as common sense as we think. Thanks, mate.
Well, exactly. So the land doesn't curve down. We know this. It's only the light and the way our eyes work. Like, I don't think all these globists take into account the fact that we're just these, organisms with eyeballs that simply receive vibrational frequencies, which is the light and whatever it may be. And we know that the only way the Earth curves is the topography, whatever you want to call it, the mountains and the valleys. That's the only way the Earth curves. We don't have a ball-like structure, not real.
Those are the break points. Those are the weak points. If you're any type of structure, your weak points are going to be where you've got cracks, whether inwards or outwards. Also, seeing stars twinkle is a thermal. Everything is convection, yeah? Maybe thermal exchange, hot and cold, the reason why we see stars twinkle. In my kid's 5-year-old fucking encyclopedia, it says in there that the stars twinkle because of hot and cold. And also the dimensions that we do with atmospheric refraction, which is just one angle, 2 lines just slightly bent, and the refraction they use us in the calculations is based on water and not air. So we're fucking using the wrong thing anyway.
Exactly.
They are exaggerating about 1,100 times. So if we're just seeing flat, then basically our vanishing point is so fucking small, we can't tell. If people are talking about curving up, you could be inside a gold pan, Japan, the pan, and the curvature upwards is going to be a sixth of what you're expecting, but you can't see it. You know what I'm saying? But in a full concave Earth, I've tried it out for 2 years, man. I've looked at every single fucking thing. 99% of it works, but there's 1% that doesn't work. But that one is a great deal. It's a great deal because it's probably 5 factors. If one doesn't lead to the other, it can't lead to the other. I think this bend light and shit like that is a load of bollocks. Basically, when we see the sunrise and it scoops over us and sets, that arch there is true. It's not an assumption, because if you compare it to an aeroplane, you're going to see 2 different paths, per se, let's say, ish, whatever the right word to say is. So I think what's happening is that one hemisphere is lower or higher than the other one. Naturally, the path of whatever you're going to see is going to be an ecliptic sine wave as opposed to a straight line.
Yeah,
And
so
then... Sorry. No, I'm finished, man. Thanks.
Oh, well, you seem to know a lot about terms, and you're very educated on this. So what I want to ask you, because I'm only a young fella, you probably could teach me, right? So what I want to know is, do you believe that the Earth in itself has a shape? Is it condensed to one thing as a whole, or is it just, all an illusion of the mind of like we see in computer games or code in general? Like we're just seeing binary code being displayed in however it's been shown. I believe in metaphysical shapes of Earth, which is the double toroid. But when it comes to a physical shape of Earth, not possible. But I want to ask your opinion.
Yeah, so double toroid to me is a number 8, which I support. You can have an 8 upright or an 8 sideways, but you've got a double toroid because one top
Yep,
on the
that's
other.
it. That's it. The 8 sideways, the Ouroboros, they call it.
The Ouroboros, yeah, but the infinity is only 1. But if you've got an infinity as in a TerraCycle, the recycle emblems, the infinity symbol, it's whether it's orientated left to right or up to down. I've always gone on the concave toroid, which does help in many, many ways. You have the raised equator, which is the center. You have the raise of the poles, which is the top and bottom. If both observations at the poles are the same, it could be that double toroid. I supported that. I used to call myself concave Earth Apple. And they're moving of the equator, where the equator is not really where you think it is physically. Concave Earth Apple. I thought, the apple was very significant. And it's a choice between 3 different models, and you just need to find the weak points and then figure out. I mean, at the moment, setting the ratios between the planets, which direction the planet's actually moving. Once I've got that, it will probably give me a better understanding of the relationship, the distances. Therefore, I can use optics, logical optics, and not the optics that I think that it's such and such far away, but yeah, it's 100 times smaller than